unmuted. I'm going to start the webinar. You're live.
Okay, I would like to call this meeting.
Can I remind everyone to turn the microphones on?
Thank you. Microphone's on. I'd like to call the meeting to order. This is a regular meeting of the El Dorado County Board of Supervisors held this day, Tuesday, November 9th, 2021. And we have some special guests with us this morning. And so I'm going to turn it over to Supervisor Thomas to do a brief introduction of who our guests are, and then we'll move into the invocation following that. So.
All right, good morning, El Dorado County. It is our extreme pleasure to welcome the 21-22 El Dorado County Youth Commission. So sitting up here with us are our youth commissioners from all the different districts, and they will be participating in today's meeting. So after our initial festivities, we will introduce them to you a little more, but just really delighted to have them with us today. So with that, we'll move on to the invocation, the Pledge of Allegiance. I'll turn it back to you, Chairman Heidel.
Very good. Thank you. And Pastor David Cook, if you'd please lead us in the invocation this morning. And Pastor Cook is from the Cold Springs Community Church.
Great. Thank you, current supervisors and future supervisors.
I like it. I like it.
The opportunity to lead us in prayer this morning. Would you pray with me today? Dear Heavenly Father, in a season of giving thanks, help us to be more mindful of the good that we're constantly surrounded by. Help us see the people who love us and that we have the privilege of loving. Help us see the good things around us, our good neighbors, our good community, our great blessings. And in a time where our differences of conviction and perspective are threatening to tear apart families and schools and communities, I pray in our convictions that we would have grace and respect, honor, and civility in our conversations. I pray for our community leaders in government and education, law enforcement, and first responders, our faith communities, healthcare, and businesses who are on the front line of leading our community into a greater prosperity. These are extraordinarily stressful and challenging times. Encourage our leaders' hearts and give them the perseverance and resilience to lead well in times where we are in desperate need of great leaders. We're full of gratitude for the rain that has come so far to our communities, and we ask that even more rain will fall and snow will come to our mountains, renewing our lakes and rivers and streams with the life-sustaining water and economic-sustaining resources. For those who are responsible for rebuilding the infrastructure destroyed by the Caldor fire, we pray for wisdom and speed in their activities. For the families who have been displaced and are finding a new normal to their lives as communities and homes are rebuilt, I pray that you would give them hope. Be with the conversations and decisions being made today in this room by our Board of Supervisors and community leaders. Give them the wisdom and courage to choose what is best for our community and the strength to pay the price for that courage. We always remember the women and men around the world serving us to protect our freedoms, and the military watch over and protect them as they watch over and protect us. Be with those who love them and long to see them. As we are blessed today, Heavenly Father, help us to be a blessing to those you put in our path. I pray these things in the name of Jesus. Amen.
Amen.
Thank you.
Thank you, Pastor Cook. Much appreciated. So with that, Supervisor Novosel, would you lead us in the pledge, please?
Please stand and begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
All right, so we'll move to adoption of the agenda and approval of the consent calendar, and we'll start with each of the supervisors to determine if they have anything they would like to pull from the consent calendar. So District 5, Sue.
No changes, thank you.
District 4.
No changes.
District 3.
No changes.
District 2.
No changes.
District 1 would like to pull item number 5. Staff has suggested that we need to have more discussion on that, so I'm asking that item number 5 be pulled. With that, Kim, would you
I'm sorry,
please?
Supervisor Heidel,
Yes.
I'd like to read a change into the record regarding the minutes from the special redistricting meeting from November 3rd. The motion has changed slightly,
Okay.
so there are amended minutes attached to the item. So I'm just going to go ahead and read the amended motion. A motion was made by Supervisor Parlin, second by Supervisor Thomas, to direct staff to create one or more alternatives based on the city redistricting alternative, revised number 2 map with the following changes. Keep the Bass Lake area together, keep Diamond Springs, El Dorado, and the MCNFP area in District 3, include Somerset and Pleasant Valley in District 2, provide various alternatives for White Rock Road / Southern El Dorado Hills area, and make use of population differentials to keep communities of interest together as much as possible. After the main motion was made, a substitute motion was made by Supervisor Heidel, seconded by Supervisor Turnbow to 1, incorporate Supervisor Parlin main motion, and 2, direct staff to create one or more alternatives based on the El Dorado Hills Community Draft Redistricting Alternative Map with the following changes. Keep communities together as much as possible with a focus on the Diamond Springs / El Dorado community, and other changes to address the comments of Supervisors Thomas, Parlin, and Novacell. Motion passed 3-2.
Very good. Thank you, Kim, for that reading.
That was a mouthful.
Yes, that
Well
was
done.
long. So there's no further action required, right? That was just for clarification. Thank you. So with that, Kim, would you please open it up for public comment on our consent calendar?
Of course. Now taking public comment on the consent calendar. Individuals will have 3 minutes to address the board. The timer will notify you when you have 10 seconds remaining to comment. Public comment will be taken first from those participating in the boardroom and then from those participating through Zoom. For those participating by Zoom, please make sure you unmute yourself when called upon. If you're joining the meeting by phone, press *9 to indicate a desire to comment. If you're joining by Zoom, press the raise hand button. Please voluntarily state your name for the record.
So is there anyone present in the boardroom who would like to make a comment relative to our consent calendar? And please identify which item on the consent calendar you're speaking to.
Good morning, Melody Lane, founder of Compass to Truth. I am addressing consent items 1 and 2, the October 26 minutes. Students, please pay attention to the highlights of the Brown Act rights of the public that were just distributed to you. They were extracted out of this full version of the law. If you don't know your rights, then you have no rights and you won't be able to recognize when the Board of Supervisors oversteps their bounds as they are prone to do. Compass to Truth was founded in 2009 based on the principles in the preamble of the Brown Act, which reads, "The people in delegating authority do not give their public servants the right to decide what is good for the people to know and what is not good for them to know. The people do not yield their sovereignty to the bodies that serve them. The people insist on remaining informed to retain control over the legislative bodies they have created." The Brown Act further states, care must be given to avoid violating the speech rights of speakers by suppressing opinions relevant to the business of the body. Members of the public have broad constitutional rights to comment on any subject relating to the business of the governmental body. The October 26 minutes deceptively failed to reflect that Supervisors John Heidel and Lori Parlin persistently interrupted, talked over me, and deprived me the right to address consent item number 16, the Mount Murphy Road Bridge. John Heidel falsely claimed I was off topic and ordered Kim Dawson to shut off the microphone. Then Lori Parlin arrogantly shouted, "You're wasting our time arguing." During item 13, the minutes do not reflect that John Heidel again violated section 54954 of the Brown Act when he ordered Kim Dawson to shut off the mic because he didn't like what I had to say about DOT. Note, the legislative body of a local agency shall not prohibit public criticism of the policies, procedures, programs, or services of the agencies or the acts or omissions of the legislative body. These decisions found that prohibiting critical comments was a form of viewpoint discrimination and that such a prohibition promoted discussion artificially geared towards praising and maintaining the status quo, therefore foreclosing meaningful public dialogue. It is a civic duty of every citizen to courageously stand up for our God-given rights. Watch the October 26th Board of Supervisors video and see for yourself how the supervisors really conduct themselves. While you're at it, watch the August 31st and the July 20th videos when the supervisors unlawfully shut off the mic and walked out of the room when I refused to yield my sovereignty. Not only are their actions contradictory to the El Dorado County core values in front of you, they regularly violate their oaths of office and the rights of the people. That's not leadership, is the hallmark of fascist dictators. If you have any questions or comments, I suggest that now is the time that you make them. Students, you're welcome to comment. Hearing none, Madam Clerk, please enter this document into the public record.
Thank you, Melody. Anyone else present in the boardroom? Yes. Please tell us what item you're speaking to.
I am speaking to item 5. I just need clarification.
And we have pulled that, so there will be discussion on item 5.
There will be a
Yes,
discussion?
yes,
Thank
to
you.
follow. Thank you.
Jeannie Harper.
Yeah, Jeannie, good to see you. Good to see you.
Seeing no additional public comment from the boardroom, now taking public comment from Zoom participants. Taking public comment from 390.
Good morning, Board. This is Ken Greenwood of District 2 for the time being, at least. I'm calling your attention. I have to agree with Ms. Lane that there is not, I don't see that there was this discussion and shouting down and such, if you will, or even just noting of it in the minutes. But more importantly, or not more importantly, but in addition, what I don't see in the agenda today is an update for the Caldor fire. Perhaps I missed it, and I'm sure you will correct me if not. No, but what's up with that? We've got probably 300 people out there, 300 households who are probably looking for guidance and at least consolation and so forth. Perhaps on a weekly basis, perhaps on a daily basis. But yes, there's a dashboard that's kind of hard to use and this and that. But it would be, at least I'll say it, feigning interest if we did have an update. For over a year and a half, basically, we had a COVID update every board meeting, which I don't also see, or I also don't see on the agenda. And I think our invocation, and this goes with the lack of these items there, the invocation suggested that these are stressful and challenging times. And by not addressing these issues on the agenda, I think that you're adding to that stress and challenge that these people are facing. I would also suggest that item 28 be a time certain, or at least pulled off the agenda so that, or pardon me, a time certain, so that because there was a bit of public comment generated there. So maybe it would be helpful for those people to have a time certain to look at. And let's see what else. And yes, item number 5, that ought to be interesting, but didn't see anything really. Some of the comments were very interesting, so we'll see those. What's the word? Elucidated later on. Thank you very much. And again, I wonder why there's not an update on the Caldor fire. And then again, it would be always good to know where we are with COVID. Thank you.
Thank you, Ken. Does the staff have any responses to the comments that are made?
Mr. Chair, Don Ashton, your CAO, just a reminder, to the board and to the public that the board asked me to give a brief Caldor update during the CAO update portion of the agenda.
Yep.
And that happens on a weekly basis.
Thank you. All right, seeing no other board comments, it's back to the board for decision, vote on the adoption of the agenda.
I'm sorry,
and-
Supervisor Heidel, I'll just make the note that adoption agenda and approval of the consent calendar with the following changes. Note the amended minutes from November 3rd, 2021, and pull item 5 for discussion.
So moved.
Second.
Okay, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries unanimously. It's one of the advantages for the youth, the students here, is that if we have all the board members present, we can take a voice vote. If we have one member who's not present, i.e. they're participating via Zoom due to weather conditions or whatever, then we have to do a roll call vote. So those are prescriptive by the state of California under these emergency orders that the governor's issued. So that's what we're operating to. Today it's easier because it's all by voice. So, all right, with that, Kim, if you'd read item number 5, and we'll take that under consideration now.
Item number 5 comes from the Chief Administrative Office, Procurement and Contracts Division, presenting a list of county surplus property and recommending the board so declare and authorize disposal of the same in accordance with the procedures outlined in county's purchasing ordinance, chapter 3.12 and section 2200 thereof.
Good morning, board
Morning.
and future board. Glad to see there's people that want to take on this kind of work. I'm Kent Taylor. I'm the fleet superintendent with the Department of Transportation. And I'm just addressing one item on this, the reason it was pulled, and thank you for doing that. We have a loader, heavy piece of equipment that we need to add to the surplus list. And the reason I'm bringing this to you this way is because the loader burned in Grizzly Flat on the Colorado fire. So it is destroyed, and we have it sitting on one of our primary equipment mover trailers. And the only way I can get it off the trailer is to take it down to the scrapyard and have them pick it off with the crane. So right now it's
For recycling.
occupying a very important trailer. So we kind of needed to push this one in a little sooner than later. So that's what that's about. And I can answer any questions about that if you need.
Any board questions or comments on this one?
It's
All
pretty
right.
clear.
Thank you, Kent. And
Pretty
we
straightforward.
will now open it up for public comment on item number 5.
Now taking public comment on item number 5. Individuals will have 3 minutes to address the board. The timer will notify you when you have 10 seconds remaining to comment. Public comment will be taken first from those participating in the boardroom and then from those participating through Zoom. For those participating by Zoom, please make sure you unmute yourself when called upon. If you're joining the meeting by phone, press *9 to indicate a desire to comment. If you're joining by Zoom, press the raise hand button. Please voluntarily state your name for the record.
Good morning again. And thank you Supervisor for the hats that we got over for
welcome.
Grizzly Flats. Jeannie Harper, representing Pollock Pines and the Community Economic Development Association of Pollock Pines, otherwise known as CDAP. And I am looking at the surplus property item and wondering if in fact the park parcel that was officially named the Pollock Pines Park is on that surplus list. If it is on that list, I believe it's been about 15 years. And I'm just wondering what we need to do to move that on and get it sold so that we can continue the building of the new 4-bay playground. I don't know how to address that. Do I just put that out there, or do you answer, or do we have a discussion?
We'll have staff answer, Jeannie. I don't think that's on this Department of Transportation surplus sales, but for surplusing, but we'll ask staff to respond
Thank you.
after
so
we've taken
much.
all the comments.
Thank you so much. And thank you Supervisor Novosel. I know that you're always pushing for it. Thank you.
Right, thank you.
Yeah.
Anyone else present in the boardroom would like to comment on item number 5? Okay, let's go to Zoom.
Now taking public comment from our Zoom participants. Taking public comment from 390.
Ken Greenwood, District 2 for now. Yeah, I was just wondering on with that addition, I really didn't have much to say on this, but you're adding a loader, which has some heavy equipment that burned in the fire. I trust that the county has gone through phase 1 and phase 2 and gotten a sign off from the appropriate agencies to move that vehicle and or scrap it and or whatever else, just as everybody else has to do out there who got stuff burned up in a fire, particularly the Caldor fire. So I'm curious on that at least we could have some public documentation of the fact that we're following the rules also, that we are demanding that others follow. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ken.
There's no additional public comment.
Okay, to staff for any responses to the public comment that was made.
Laura Schwartz will address Ms. Harper's question.
Very good.
Good morning, Laura Schwartz. Yes, the Pollock Pines property has been surplused already. That was done with a prior board action. So we are in the process. We recently had to take an item to the Planning Commission to have that reviewed. And we are now working with County Council, moving forward with the next steps that will be to bring forward basically a public sales resolution to the board. So we will be bringing that forward within the next month or so.
I think that was just approved last week, Ginny. So give me a call. I can show you where it
Yeah.
came from. Thank you.
It's on its way.
Yeah.
So yeah, thank you.
Yeah, we're getting
All right, so I think we've completed everything that was pulled off of consent. And before we go to department matters, I'd like to turn again to.
We need to.
Pardon? Oh, we have to
item,
vote, sorry.
yeah.
We need to take a vote. Back to the board. Do we have a motion?
I'll move.
I'll second.
We have a motion second. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Very good. So before we get to department matters, let's go back and do a more formal introduction of our youth commissioners and to Wendy again.
Yes, thank you so much. So while I did a very brief introduction, who you see up here is Youth Commission with us, I'd like to do a little deeper dive. You know, the voice of our youth is so critical, and as has been expressed in the board chambers today, these are our future leaders, and the skills that they develop working through community issues, working on the Youth Commission are critical to not only developing their voice, but enabling us to make better decisions by being engaged in local politics so we can understand what's important to this younger generation. I think we need to consider that more as we make our decisions because as has been expressed, they are our future. And in working with all of them, I have the privilege of being the board liaison to the Youth Commission. And this group is just getting started this year, but I'll tell you, looking through all their resumes, this is a talented, dedicated, passionate group of people. And it is just a privilege to have them with us today, to not only see how local government works, but to feel it and to be a part of it. We are blessed to have Amy Pooley. She's the advisor to the Youth Commission. And I believe Michael Gillespie was also the El Dorado EDCO advisor. And I don't know if he's here today yet. No, but he should be here as well. So with this, I would like to turn it over to the co-chairs of the Youth Commission to have them give you just a little glimpse of what their work is this year, what their focus is, so we can understand not only what they'll be working on, but how we can support them. So with that, I will turn it over to Commissioner.
Wendy,
Yes.
I want to say something. I think they need to stand up and introduce themselves and what district they represent.
Yes, I was going to have them do that after they give a little preview of what they're doing.
All right.
Great idea, Supervisor Turnbull. Absolutely. So with that, I will turn it over to our co-chairs, Commissioner Hazwani and Commissioner Lopez.
Hi, I'm Emma, and I'm a senior at El Dorado High, and this is my second year on the commission, and I'm one of the co-chairs.
Hi, I'm Mahi Haswani. I am a sophomore at Oak Ridge High School, and I'm also a co-chair.
So over the past several years, we have focused on supporting our youth's mental health, specifically the awareness and education of existing services, increased peer-to-peer support and communication, and working towards a community that is inclusive and supportive of mental health discussions with the goal to break the stigma. So as you're aware, especially during the COVID pandemic, youth mental health issues have been on the rise. And according to the US Department of Health and Human Services, problems with mental health often begin at an early age. It's estimated that half of all mental health issues begin by age 14. And depression is the most common mental health concern, affecting nearly 1 in every 8 adolescents and young adults. The number of youth who experience major depressive episodes have increased nearly a third from 2005 to 2014.
Research done by the National Institute of Mental Health indicates that 20% of youth ages 13 to 18 live with a mental health condition. That's 1 in 5 youth. The World Health Organization tells us that the consequences of not addressing adolescent mental health conditions extend to adulthood, impairing both physical and mental health and limiting their opportunities to live fulfilling lives as adults. Additionally, what we know from our firsthand experience and what the Centers for Disease Control and Prevention confirms is that the COVID-19 pandemic has increased stress, fear, and anxiety. These bleak statistics are a sign that poor mental health is an issue that cannot be ignored, especially not in these uncertain times. As a youth commission, we use data, what we notice about our peers, and our own experiences to identify problems that may be contributing to the big picture issue of poor mental health. We then facilitate discussions using a positive growth mindset to derive solutions to some of these problem areas.
And since 2016, the Youth Commission has been building continuously on connecting students to resources that support mental health and the awareness through our website, ychealth.org. It encourages more inclusive and open conversations about mental health, specifically through the promotion of our annual Wellness Week, which connects local resources to one another to serve youth more effectively. And in 2020, we also participated in output and review on the county's suicide prevention plan.
And as for what the Youth Commission is up to now, our annual Wellness Week is coming up November 29th to December 3rd. Similar to a Red Ribbon Week model, which some of you may be familiar with, this local effort focuses on raising awareness with county youth through a peer-to-peer social media campaign, as well as wristband and sticker handouts to our middle school and high school campuses that direct them to our website, ychealth.org. And finally, the donation of social emotional learning based books for county elementary school campuses and libraries. So we're serving the high school, middle school, and elementary campuses. Our goal is for more youth to be aware of the resources we provide so they know they aren't alone. So you are encouraged and welcome to join the efforts of Wellness Week by sharing the social media posts that will be generated through EDCO, or recording a short video or photo of yourself participating in a Wellness Week activity, and maybe posting it to your own accounts with the mention of the Youth Commission's Wellness Week. Basically, any way that you can spread the word. The more people that get involved with Wellness Week, the more impactful it can be for our youth.
We want to thank you for your continued support and belief in the El Dorado County youth.
Very good. Well done.
Is that impressive or what? This is one talented group of young people. So with that, let's start with Grace down at the end. And if you can say your name and what district you represent.
Hi, my name is Grace Lawson. I'm a junior at Ponderosa and I represent District 2.
Hi, I'm Avery Sheridan. I'm a sophomore at Charter University Prep and I represent District 4.
Hi, I'm Emma. I'm a senior at El Dorado High and I represent District 3.
I'm Macy. I'm a junior at El Dorado and I represent District 5.
I'm Amelia Domolino. I am a sophomore at El Dorado High School and I represent District 5.
I'm Blake Barney. I am a junior at Oak Ridge High School and I represent District 2.
I'm Lawrence Mimoto. I'm a sophomore at Oak Ridge High School and I represent District 1.
Hi, I'm Mahi. I'm also a sophomore at Oak Ridge High School and I represent District 3.
I'm Sophia Bradford. I'm a freshman at Golden Sierra High School and I represent District 4.
Well, welcome, Grace. Oh, I'm sorry. Pardon me.
I'm Lucas Johnston and I'm a junior at El Dorado High School and I represent District 4.
Wow. Well, we give you a warm welcome and just delighted that you're here with us today. So thank you all.
Yeah, thank you. Great presentation. So Hopefully you'll learn something new today. I got to believe there's a few things you'll learn from this from experience. So we'll look forward to that. Kim, would you read? I think we're ready to go to department matters. So we'll take them in sequence. Number 28, if you would read that, please, Kim.
Item 28 comes from Planning and Building Department, Code Enforcement Division, recommending the board receive an update on code enforcement activities in the 2020-21 fiscal year and provide direction to staff on conceptual approval of the following proposed amendments to various county codes. 1, incorporation of health and safety code regarding substandard housing. 2, amend county ordinance removing the subsection that provides for appeals of a hearing officer's determination to the Board of Supervisors. 3, adoption of a board resolution, parking and loading standards. And 4, amend sections to expressly allow code enforcement to investigate and enforce violations of approval requirements contained within temporary use permits, conditional use permits, special use permits, conditions of approval, and similar.
Welcome, Chris.
Good morning. That was quite the title. I'm Chris Perry, Interim Director of Planning and Building. Excuse me. I also have Jeff Weiler, our Code Enforcement Supervisor, sitting on my left. And I also have Roger Runkle from County Council, who works with us on code enforcement issues. We're here to provide a brief update on code enforcement activities for the last year, and also to seek conceptual approval on 4 proposed amendments related to Section 9.02 of the County Code and code enforcement. So, brief overview. The Code Enforcement Division has 9 FTEs, full-time equivalents, and 6 of whom are code enforcement officers, thanks to the board for recently helping us get 2 additional code enforcement officers. Each of the code enforcement officers represent a supervisorial district. As well, we have 2 specialty areas. One is in cannabis enforcement, the other is in VHR, vacation home rental enforcement. In October of 2020, our new supervisor commenced his duties with the Code Enforcement Division and quickly set to work standardizing policies and procedures for the division. The division has grown significantly over the last few years. It was only a few years ago, we only had 2 code enforcement officers. We now have 9 if you include our 3 admin staff. So as you can imagine, the workload has been increasing. The team has stepped up in a significant way, and I'll share a few figures with you. So whereas code enforcement had 1,500 open cases a year ago, we now have 1,164. I'll break that down a little bit further. This includes 691 new cases that were opened just this year, 216 of which were VHR related. So hence the reason we got that VHR code enforcement officer. It's a big issue, particularly in the Lake Tahoe Basin area. And year to date, code enforcement has closed 995 cases. So again, open 691, closed 995. And over the past year, our code enforcement admin staff have been working really hard to cure our backlog of processing, mailing the following items: 300 notices to correct, 100 VHR notices of violation, and 200 violation letters. So code enforcement is now also processing the final backlog, which is going to record 130 notices to correct with the recorder's office. So when you receive a notice to correct, it goes to our county recorder's office and it's attached to that particular property. So it follows in a title search if you ever go to sell your house or buy a property. Significantly, code enforcement has participated in 31 administrative appeal hearings, and there are 9 more scheduled for this year. That is a significant increase year on year. We had between 3 to 7 in the last fiscal year. So that administrative process is working very well for us. But understanding that code enforcement's workload was increasing, again, the board authorized our 2 code enforcement officers. They started yesterday. They're now receiving their training and will be working in their specialty areas of cannabis and VHR. As part of a new strategic approach for the Code Enforcement Division, work commenced on a review of Title IX. Title IX is where our code enforcement code of ordinances is housed. This is where code enforcement derives its authority to enforce across the county. We did a strategic assessment and came up with the following 4 proposed amendments that we're going to discuss with your board today. We tried to find kind of the issues that arise the most in our cases and our investigations, so we can make sure we have the proper authority to work through that. So that concludes the brief portion of it. I'll move into now each of the proposed amendments one by one. And I will say, I'm going to give an overview of each of these, and we'll stop. And obviously, if there's any questions from the board or the Youth Commission, Happy to take them. And Jeff will probably come up and share some kind of boots on the ground perspective as he runs the day in, day out operations of our code enforcement division. And of course, for any legal questions, Roger Runkle, our county counsel, will handle that. So the first proposed amendment is adoption of health and safety code 17920.3. So whereas other chapters of the health and safety code were previously adopted into the county's code of ordinances, the health and safety code pertaining to substandard housing was never incorporated. So adoption of this chapter would allow code enforcement to investigate and pursue substandard housing complaints, which of course endanger the health and safety of their occupants. Code enforcement agencies throughout California use the health and safety code related to substandard housing as their legal authority to investigate and of course carry out any type of violations that may come. So examples of common substandard housing complaints include moldy rental units, water damage, leaking roofs, leaking windows, improper heating, structural hazards, unsafe wiring, unsafe plumbing, those types of items. So adopting this chapter of the Health and Safety Code, incorporating the Title IX, gives again the appropriate enforcement authority for our code enforcement officers. So you'll hear this as a theme. Code enforcement does not like to operate in the gray area of code. We want to be sure that enforceability is very plain and clear so that when if a case ends up in an administrative hearing, there's very clear legal definition and defensibility. And again, that question will probably come up and Roger may explain it better than I, but each of these is getting to that point so we can have a clear legal authority to enforce.
Chris, before you move on though, because I've talked to code enforcement a lot, and I appreciate you guys so much. So you're saying there's a health and safety code out there, but we can't use it unless we adopt it. Is that what you're saying?
Correct. So if you think about this in terms of, so the state passes and they promulgate regulations, the state legislature passes new laws. Think of it as the building has a new code that comes forward every 3 years that the board has to adopt into our code of ordinances. We're just taking what the state has done and putting it into our own ordinances, so it has enforceability at the local level.
Okay, wow, thank you.
So a quick clarifying question. So if we don't adopt those codes, then we can't enforce them at the local level, even though it's a state code. Is that correct?
That is correct. So let me just draw a distinction here. Because code enforcement is an enforcement entity, we need that code specifically in our code of ordinances. It's a little bit different than say CEQA, where I mean there's state law and there's interpretations. I mean, we as a planning agency have to interpret the best we can within the confines of the law and make recommendations on a discretionary level. That's a slightly more gray. And as I was mentioning, we need direct enforceability so that's defensible when it goes to administrative hearing and potentially into a superior court setting. So there's a higher bar, there's a higher standard to meet when it comes to enforcement.
All right,
Yeah,
thank you.
Roger's gonna comment, but Sue wanted
I'm gonna
to
chime in.
Well, maybe he can get an answer.
Okay, all right,
Might
so
be able to answer
Roger,
my
please.
question.
Roger Runkle, Deputy County Counsel.
There you go.
So that's true to an extent. It is a correct statement that local code enforcement isn't enforcing state regulations, and I think we can all understand that. In this particular case, the substandard housing issue, of course, we have building codes that we can enforce. So we could certainly enforce a building code violation. And you'll hear this from me a couple of times in this presentation. We also have a very general catch-all public nuisance provision that allows us to enforce anything that is injurious to the health or safety or might be injurious to the health or safety of the public. However, as Chris said to you, and I'll verify this, having spent 40 hearings with code enforcement this last year, they do not like gray issues. They want black and white. And it also raises an issue in our hearings about what the intent was, allows for argument about whether there's a constitutional due process argument of whether they're on proper notice of what the code is, and allows interpretation issues, which sometimes cloud that process, is what I would say. So I think it's correct to say we don't enforce those state standards unless we adopt it like the building code. There are other provisions in a general sense that we could enforce, but I would certainly support that we be more specific and that we adopt a code or not, based on what the board's preference is, so that that is very clear.
And the jurisdiction on this is still the unincorporated area. The cities have their own municipal code enforcement process.
Yes,
All right, just
correct.
want to double check. Thank you.
So that was my overview on the health and safety code. Some of these are gonna be very quick. There's not, it's just incorporation of a state code in many cases. So if there's any additional questions, we'd be happy to answer.
Please
Yeah,
proceed.
That was good.
Okay. So the second proposed amendment is amending 9.02.470A. So actually what that is when an administrative hearing occurs, based on the outcome of that administrative hearing, it is appealable to the Board of Supervisors. So this would be, it's a notice of citation. It moves into an administrative citation. That property owner appeals, becomes an administrative hearing. There's a determination by a hearing officer. Then they have the opportunity to appeal to your board. You've seen 2 instances this year where administrative hearings were appealed to your board. And in both instances, we didn't end up having to have that discussion at the board because settlement conversations occurred prior to having that conversation. So we're yet to have a full-blown kind of appeal hearing at the board at this point in time. But again, putting that number out there that we've had 31 so far, and there are 9 additional coming, 9 additional administrative hearings. So if you put that in perspective, if each one of those property owners were to appeal to your board of supervisors, that would be on this year, it would have been 40 appeals to your board. So the other piece of this is by eliminating the intermediary step of going to the board of supervisors, we align ourselves with what other jurisdictions are doing. Best practice in California is to go from the administrative hearing. If you have an appeal from there, it goes straight to Superior Court. So if you got to remember, the administrative hearing has an impartial administrative hearing officer. And the same would follow if you take it from there and appeal to Superior Court, where you then appear before a judge.
So what had been the advantages of bringing it here? Was that to help alleviate the issue of them having to go to Supreme Court or to Superior Court rather than being a localized situation? I would imagine this might be easier for property owners to appeal to us first.
Roger, you may be more familiar with the history of how it came about. But
Well, I think that what the process we have now was a traditional process that existed when the board had far less regular business to do. And it has been eliminated county after county in this state as all boards have had more business to do. I think Chris pointed out, but I do want to point out that we're not eliminating appeals. There has always existed an appeal from the citation to an administrative hearing, as he said, and an appeal under this proposal from the administrative hearing to Superior Court. We actually had 3 levels of appeal, which is quite unique. And so that's the issue here is there's already an appeal to the administrative hearing. Did I answer your question? I think
You
I
did.
did.
Quite unique. What do you mean by that, though? I mean, is this are any of the other counties using this still?
I don't know whether any of them are. I know I personally looked at a number of counties that are not using them. I did not find one that are currently using, other than say for planning commission issues. They're not using a full board for code enforcement appeals.
Okay. I think
To follow up on that though, Roger, so if, with the process we have right now, if someone were to want to appeal it to the court, did they have to go through the board to exhaust their remedy? That it's not like the CEQA thing.
Oh,
where you have to-
presently they do. So
Okay,
presently
they
they
do have
appeal
to
to
come
administrative hearing, appeal to the board, then appeal to the Superior
So we're
Court.
just cutting us out of the middle because
Yep.
if they want to go to
Correct.
court, we should want to enable them to get there faster.
Right, that would be, the way we do it now, they have 3 de novo, 3 new trials each time. Where it's not an appeal where you say, oh, they did something wrong. It's a brand new trial each time.
Wow. Okay. Thank you.
Okay. Yeah, that's a lot.
Okay. So again, that that was the overview on that one. Again, just we tried to, I won't call it low hanging fruit, but really essentially we wanted to look at the issues that are rising within the division. These are the ones we came with. And this one again would be would make the path a lot clearer for the appellants. So that concludes Amendment 2, unless you have any additional questions.
Good.
Okay.
Seeing none, proceed.
All right, adoption, number 3 is adoption of Board Resolution 202, 2015, relating to parking and loading standards. So I'll take you back a few years. You're all familiar with 2015, the board approved the targeted general plan amendments and zoning ordinance update, affectionately known as the TGPA ZOU. Included in those amendments was board resolution 202, 2015 related to parking and loading standards. Specifically, the issue we're seeing obviously is with design standards on RV parking, which is section 4.6 of that. We receive a number of complaints and we're previously doing investigations when we kind of realized that we're operating in that gray area and we need to be able to actually incorporate this as an enforceable act. So what that means is right now we can't enforce design standards, and essentially what the parking and loading standards are design standards. So by adopting this particular section into Title IX, it gives us the enforceability to enforce on RV parking violations. So again, we operate with a high burden of proof. We need defensibility. This is another one of those items.
So Chris, would you describe a little bit TGPA, the general plan amendment, what that is for the participants here today who may be lost in the acronym soup, right? So
yeah, so the county has a general plan that generally governs our land use across the county. On top of that, we have a zoning ordinance that prescribes what types of uses are allowed within those zones. So there are multiple layers of this. So generally, land use authorities, in this case, the Planning and Building Department, update our general plan every 20 years. In 2004 was the last full update of the general plan. So in the midst of that, we did amendments. So we're able to target certain pieces of the general plan to be updated and amended throughout the years before we get to another full reboot of our general plan. So in 2015, we did the targeted general plan update. So again, just kind of focusing on several areas of the general plan to amend. And then same thing with the zoning ordinance. So when we give this kind of acronym soup, the TGPA ZOU, that's what we're referring to. Just certain pieces, a targeted set of amendments for the general plan and the zoning ordinance. So it wasn't a full redo of the general plan.
So I'm a little confused because I'm looking right at the resolution, the 202-2015, right? And it was adopted as a resolution. So how did it not get in?
I think I know where you're going with this.
Yeah, you do.
So maybe I
Dave
can help
knows
you
me so
out.
well.
And I think it's just when Chris
So
noted.
Amy, on this inventory, what's missing?
I'm sorry.
Hi, Joe.
Nothing's missing.
hey, Joe, would you please mute yourself? There you go. He's got it. Okay.
When Chris noted, when he said that we lack the ability to enforce design standards, he was referring to we in terms of code enforcement. The county, to the extent it's a project comes through subject to a design review in the planning process, of course, can enforce those design standards inclusive of the parking and loading standards. That is part of the project design review. But because it was really designed for and applied as a layer of review in the initial approval process, it wasn't incorporated in the way that provides the clarity for code enforcement, similar to the adoption of building standards, wherein that they can say, okay, you failed to comply with these standards, notwithstanding the fact that, whether it did or didn't go through that initial level of review. These are kind of blanket standards that would be applicable to, any sort of parking or loading within the county. So I think it's just connecting that and kind of filling in what a bit of a hole in the process.
Sure.
In that they were in fact adopted.
Yeah.
They have been applied for the review of planning projects as they come through. But I think we encountered situations where we had an existing facility and it was questionable whether or not those standards could be used to ensure, could be applied to that particular project kind of after it's already been built. So this is clarifying it as, again, to Chris's point, the theme being ensuring that code enforcement has clear lines of authority when they're going out in the field.
Thank you. That's a great explanation. I appreciate it. You knew where my mind was going. But that begs the question, are there any other resolutions that were adopted? Because there were so many parts to the TGPA ZOU. Are there others that need to be put into the ordinances, or do you think that?
So that's something we continually look at.
Okay.
So the answer very likely is yes,
Okay.
but right now, we were strategic about the types of complaints that we were receiving and looking at the authority that we currently have or need to gain to enforce upon those. So again, the RV parking standards was an area of that received a fair amount of complaints. I mean, received 67 in 2019 and 99 in 2020. And so again, we trying to target areas that we know we need additional authority, and this is one of them.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Hey, Chris, can you do me a favor and clarify that a little bit more when it comes to parking and loading, so these young people here can understand that?
Sure. And I will not bore you to tears by reading the entire.
No, you don't have to do that.
Just send them all a copy.
So that way they get an idea of
Yeah.
what's kind of going on here.
So for the record, I have stated, which chapters are an actual citation of where you could go and look at a later date. But for instance, again, section 4.6 of that particular resolution related to parking and loading standards is relating to recreational vehicle parking. So it's very prescriptive. You may have one such vehicle per lot, and you shall not encroach in any required setbacks, or you should be screened. So if you're driving down the street, folks aren't looking at, 3 RVs sitting on your property. You should only have one, but it should also be screened. It can be any number of approved items from shrubbery, bushes, plants, any of that nature. So you kind of get into the weeds real quick with the very prescriptive nature of how many you can have on a property, how you store them, how it looks from the street. These are design standards. So we're trying to create an environment where folks can agree about what each of their neighbors are doing in a certain situation. So those are design standards.
But it all goes back to health and safety, because vehicles
Correct.
parked, emit, they drop oil, they do all kinds of things that can contaminate, and you're allowed one, but making it a campground sort of type of facility is not allowed by law. And that's why I think we're trying to get the code enforcement to step up the game there to make sure that health and safety aspect is maintained for the community.
I do have a question. So I assume that, this board took action in light of the Caldor fire to relax some regulations regarding RVs. And I assume that there's no conflict with what the prior action the board took versus this.
No, there's no conflict. Those are, that was an urgency ordinance by the board that was very specific to ash scar fire burned areas related to Caldor. So this will have no effect on any temporary mobile home permits, temporary RV permits that are issued related to the Caldor fire.
Okay, great.
Not. Yeah.
It's important for folks to understand
Yeah.
too. Thank you.
So that's it for item 3. And Jeff, at any time, if there's a boots on the ground perspective that I'm not capturing, please. He's in the trenches, so to speak, every day, kind of working through these cases with his officers, and he's doing a fantastic job. So any additional questions on 3? All right. Moving on to our final proposal, and this is, again, very similar, but slightly more broad. So we're looking for authorization via our code amendment to allow code to investigate and enforce violations on conditional use permits, temporary use permits, special use permits, conditions of approval, and similar approvals. So right now, we can enforce general county, like say noise and nuisance issues without a CUP. But if an entity has a CUP, our enforceability stops at that point. And I don't want to wade too far into the legal weeds. I can let Roger give more update on this. But again, this will give kind of more ability for the code enforcement division to enforce upon certain types of cases that may come forward. So before I fall in too much on the legal side, I'll let Roger, if he has any comments on this.
Yeah,
Sure.
I'll weigh in on this. So I actually am of the opinion that code could enforce these things. I think planning is doing some of that now. However, it's not very clear in the code, as Chris said, and code likes to work on black and white direction. So I think the request here is to ask for that direction and then a specific authorization that code would be the entity enforcing those conditions on those permits. So I think that's how I see that issue.
So I will say, there are several different models of this across different jurisdictions. We refer to this as code enforcement, and code enforcement obviously has authority over a number of areas from the building code and the zoning code. There are other entities, other jurisdictions out there to have kind of a building enforcement side and also a zoning enforcement arm that focuses more directly on just enforcing conditions of approval and conditions within CUPs and TUPs, so on and so forth. As you can imagine, those are numerous. There are many. And right now, I mean, obviously, we lean heavily on our planning staff to make sure that those are being done. Conditions of approval are being carried out. This just gives more authority, more black and white authority to code enforcement to assist in that process.
But Chris, would you give a little bit more definition on the zoning ordinance and how we have tables in that are prescriptive for a certain type of application with a certain zoning? Some of it's by right, some of it requires a conditional use permit. Could you just give the youth here a little bit more explanation of how all of this flows?
Yeah, so the easiest way to understand this is if we have certain types of zoning, R1, 2, we have agricultural zoning, we have industrial zoning, we have planned developments. Within our zoning ordinance, we have what's called a table of allowed uses. So you can go and say, you look up a piece of property and say, oh, I'm in, I'm R1, I'm residential. What am I allowed to do on my property? There are tables within the zoning ordinance that specify allowed uses within that property. So, and there are many, and I don't have it in front of me, so I'm not gonna.
Yeah, don't get into detail.
Yeah, but that's, if you were, if you want to open some type of business, you would want to obviously check your zoning and make sure that the business that you're trying to operate has allowed uses attached to it within our allowed uses table. So it matches up, your allowed uses match to your particular zoning. So that's kind of the fundamental baseline that we examine from a planning perspective. And yeah, there are, if you're within a certain zone and you have an allowed use within that zone, and you have what's called a by right use, which means you're in the zone, you meet these minimum standards, it is a ministerial permit. We have also discretionary permits, which mean that when you go, you might need a conditional use permit to operate your business based on our zoning ordinance. In that case, that's a discretionary decision. And discretionary decisions run through at least the planning commission, some down to zoning administrative, but mostly to the planning commission, and those are appealable to the board of supervisors. So you'll see, for example, kind of a large plan development within, say, Western El Dorado County and El Dorado Hills. It's multiple homes, it's a large community. That's a discretionary permit. They're going through an environmental document all the way up to an environmental impact report. And all of that is reviewed at a discretionary level at the planning commission and then ultimately at the board of supervisors. So again, there's ministerial, which can be approved at the department level, and there's discretionary, who has to go out to an appointed or elected body for completion.
So by the fact that you are increasing your ability to enforce this, does that change our model in how planning department and your department work? Do you see this as a, more of a symbiotic kind of relationship where you guys are working together more, I hope? And
Yes.
how is that? Okay. So do you have something defined? Are you changing that definition then by increasing this process?
I think since we're seeking conceptual approval at this point, if your board is comfortable moving in that direction, we're going to hash that out even more to define what that process would look like. And we absolutely will look kind of what our internal discussions look like and our internal flow for these decisions.
Okay.
And we can bring that as
Because the devil's in the details on that one, because I don't want
Right.
people getting stuck in the middle of, code enforcement doing one thing and planning department saying, it's discretionary, we can do something. So there needs
Correct.
to be a greater discussion on that. Yeah.
Yeah,
And I'll
absolutely.
just add, I fully agree with Chris's perspective on it, that I
Okay.
think that if the board gives its conceptual approval, I think there are quite a few details that, as you know, Supervisor Novosel, will need to be worked out.
Right.
For instance, right now, the traditional remedy, as Roger indicated earlier, for a code enforcement violation would be an appeal to the administrative hearing officer, whereas currently the traditional remedy when there's a violation of a CUP or some other planning permit, it really ends up at the planning commission for potential revocation. So we'll need to reconcile some of the remedies. I think what this would do, I think would help to, I think kind of leverage some of the expertise of code enforcement with respect to the investigation and the kind of administrative process against planning's inherent knowledge of the zoning code. And I think that it would allow for greater enforcement of the use permits that the county issues, but you're absolutely right. There's going to have to be some work done to ensure that there is some coordination amongst the
Yeah, because that's part of building is there's always going to be variance issues and little details.
Yes.
So
One of the questions I have, Chris, is will that take away the board's capability to help the constituents, especially when there's a problem from code enforcement? Because there's been quite a few that I've gotten from complaints because of, some issues that's happened in the past, especially that particular incident where about, where this person had this house, bought this house, and she's a third owner of it. And this thing was done 20, 30 years ago. And now she has gotten, now she has to pay this fine, which it should have been taken care of a long time ago, especially when the property's been assessed and it's been upgraded. And then we got a problem here and we're trying to address it and the problem still has not been addressed. So I just feel that, if that takes away from the supervisor's position to be able to help your constituents, I'm not in favor of that. I think the supervisor has a right because that's who else do they go to?
And I appreciate that. And no, the answer is no, will not take away citizens' abilities to coordinate with their supervisors' offices. Absolutely not. This would be, just by allowing a clear enforcement authority does not negate the process. Constituents still have their due process. If there are questions, if they're getting stuck in the process or they think an issue needs to be mediated, absolutely not. Each of your offices is still absolutely welcome to have that conversation with us. If we need to come together in a meeting, all of that is still absolutely on the table. Doesn't take away any of that ability.
So I just want to chime in there because I have maintained, and I think I've indicated this to a couple of supervisors in the past, when there's an appeal pending and then it's potentially appealed to the board, who in the past would have been the new decision maker. I've always maintained that it's improper for a board member who might then be hearing a de novo hearing to intervene. Taking that middle step out actually might make that more appropriate because you're no longer the trier of fact if there's an appeal. Does that make sense? Did I explain that? Okay.
So,
That's a good point.
and I would like to add on to that because I do think that's a recurring issue in El Dorado County because back in the day, quite honestly, we've talked about it before, it was kind of the wild, wild west here and things were done without permits often. And then the new buyer comes in, isn't aware of what they bought, guilty. And it is quite burdensome to try to bring something that's already built, people are living in it, up to whatever standards are current. And I'm trying to figure out how do we accommodate people that unknowingly bought maybe a lemon or something. How can we help people get into compliance without that huge burden? We've all experienced this, I think, in our district, especially the more remote rural districts, it's more common. And I feel that with increased code enforcement, changing demographics, there's more complaints now. I mean, how are we going to help people get into compliance without it being overwhelming and possibly run people out of their homes? And I get what you're saying. And in my mind, though, this is more about CUPs and stuff, which is a little bit different, right? Situation. However, this is something that's on our minds every day when people call and say, help, I need help. What do I do? What do we do, Chris? We want to help people and it's tough.
So I think having a clear record will help a lot, because some of those properties that we're referring to, I mean, some of them, again, when you go to purchase a house, you do a title search, try to see if there's any liens on the property, what's been recorded against the property. Sometimes it doesn't show up.
It doesn't. I
So
actually looked into that and they said it's not part of the process.
It isn't.
It's not.
It should be, but
And
it's
the
not.
title insurance doesn't cover it either.
So this is right. No, so this is where I was going with this. So
Okay.
having a better record of what's happened on those properties is going to help a lot. And obviously I mentioned we had a backlog. There's a number of items that we're recording. We have some notices to correct. Those are actually recorded documents. Those will show up. Those will. Some of the just a notice of violation or has been a violation on the property will not. So you're right. We do have to be more strategic about how this information is reported out. And maybe that has to do with having conversations with local real estate offices and making sure that, there's a phone call made to our department to check on properties when they're up for sale.
How do we fix that on our part, though? Can we put a notice on title on an open violation? Is that practical?
Yes. And something I was just saying today, something I've been advocating for a couple of years now is when we had 1,000 open cases, some of them dated back a decade and there wasn't necessarily notice to a bona fide purchaser. So even though it may not be our primary responsibility, I would advocate that when we have a violation, putting it on the record is protecting that bona fide purchaser. I know we've started to do that in code particularly on certain cases, and I'm advocating that we do it on all of our back cases, quite frankly.
Does that need to have board action to do that?
I don't think you need to have board action. It may be a resources issue. And I mean, code is working their tails off. I can tell you that because I work with them every day. So it may be that. I want to also chime in a little bit on the question about how do we help people who fall into that situation. And I would point you to 9.02, which has I don't have the subsection in front of me, but it has a very specific intent expressed that code shall work with the public to try to resolve these matters without code violations when possible. And one of the discussions code and I have had for the last year is discretion, discretion, discretion. As was mentioned, we had a couple of appeals that didn't reach here because code made an effort to work with bringing people into compliance months beyond the time that something should have happened as a discretionary way to resolve something without a more punitive operation. So that would be my answer to that, is there's already an expression that code is supposed to try to work with the public. I can tell you when the code case has reached a hearing, it's usually because someone has said, there's no way I'm doing anything. And you're left with enforcement. But generally, when someone tries to resolve the issues, there's extensions of time and continued work towards compliance. So that, I think, is the answer. It may not be a full answer or a satisfactory answer, but the answer is discretion, the discretion to work with the public, the expression that we should work with the public when possible to resolve those things short of a punitive action.
Well, I, for one, would very much like to, pursue having violations show up on titles. For example, I like both my fellow supervisors said, have an open case right now. In fact, I'll be talking to you, Chris. A young couple bought a lovely piece of property. They scrimped and saved. They're late 20s and they have 2 little kids, and they bought their first house, which is so hard to do in El Dorado County. And they found that there were a couple of unpermitted sheds. So the cost of housing is so burdensome. They scrimped and saved and brought those up to code, because I understand that especially buildings can't be unsafe. But then they found out that 3 owners past had done grading that was illegal. And so now they're left with a huge grading issue that is on their own property, but they're saying, we're out of money and we didn't know about it. And their moms are a top realtor. So that's just really unfair to a young couple, perhaps. So I would like us to pursue that.
And we're making up for years and years of lack of code enforcement.
I recognize that.
We've actually encouraged over the past years these things to happen because nobody was monitoring it.
I recognize this will be a layered process, but at least alerting folks to the fact that there is a problem on their property so they can make an informed decision
To the
whether
extent
to
we know
buy it
about
or
it,
not.
but there's always going to
Exactly.
be new discovery.
And there will be, this will be incremental progress on this issue, no doubt.
And just to be clear, the only things we're going to record on are things that we have noticed and have a complaint and have pursued an investigation, which is going to be a fraction of
Okay.
all those violations out there. So it's not going to solve that problem from
All
somebody
right.
not disclosing. It's only going to help on the cases that the county and code knows about, which is a fraction of those cases.
Point taken,
So,
yeah.
In the past, if I remember correctly, because we've talked about this a lot, I think Supervisor Veerkamp and I had wanted to kind of approach the real estate industry about this and maybe funding a position or doing something so that when someone's buying, it actually goes and they check what's on the records here somehow, because that's another big mismatch that's happening. So do you guys feel that that would be a worthy effort to try to do that, to have the real estate industry help work with us so that we don't keep having this happen so often?
So of course, in the transfer of any property between two people, there's a disclosure statement required, right? So as the seller, I am supposed to disclose any unpermitted structures. Not that that always happens. We see I practiced in the civil arena for years, and those are common cases, the failure to disclose all sorts of different issues. It does give rise to potential recourse versus the seller, and sometimes even the real estate agent for failing to properly investigate that. But I don't know what else. I understand what you're saying. I don't know what else the real estate industry could do in that situation. They're filling out that disclosure statement. They're asking their client, is there anything here that's out without a permit? I know they're doing that.
Yeah.
It just doesn't always result
Well,
in.
it doesn't, because often these things happen 3 or 4 owners ago.
Yeah.
So the most recent owner doesn't even know there's something going on. And then there's nobody going over and checking the records at the assessors to say, oh my gosh, there's a huge discrepancy. Because seems to be happening a lot, where people are inheriting somebody else's problem that was ignored.
But that's the recourse. There is a legal recourse there if they have a disclosure.
Well, but if it's not found for 10 or so many years, there's no recourse. And I think that's happened a lot, is that somebody gets in and they don't find out for several years that there's no recourse. And I would just like to figure out how we could get in front of it. That's all. I'm really wanting to do that. It's happening a lot. People are really being burdened with something that they unknowingly got. So we'll talk about it, Wendy.
Okay.
I appreciate that closing comment, because I
Yes.
think this is something that might be worth a subsequent conversation, though
Right.
the
Yeah.
discussion has been, I'd say, within the scope of the item. I think we're starting to get a little
We're
bit
getting
We're
beyond.
getting off track quite a bit.
Track.
So we're being
Point
creative.
taken.
We could
Too
talk
creative.
about code enforcement for days.
So, all right, so back to the subject matter.
Yes.
I think you've done a really good presentation on number 4. Do you have any other final thoughts on it?
I do not. Of course, if your board is comfortable giving conceptual approval, these amendments, we'll move forward, go through that process of drafting actual amendments, first hearing, second hearing, and then, yeah. So we don't have anything else at this point in time. Again,
Okay.
we're available to have questions. If you have some day-to-day operations questions, Jeff's available as well in case you want to go.
That section 1306730 that's referenced in item 4 is just one little paragraph that references Title IX though. So you're just going to add some verbiage there.
Correct.
That's it. And just
Yeah.
say we can, okay. So it's gonna be that simple.
Well, I wouldn't,
Yeah, it's never that
I would
simple, but
hesitate to say it'd be that simple,
Conceptually, you're
but
going to get it
that's-
back.
Yes, conceptually, that's correct.
Yeah.
We would seek to, add that
Okay.
additional authority within Title IX, correct?
And then I've had a laundry list of things that Jeff and I have talked about that I'd like to see in code and stuff. How do I address that? I mean, I have very specific things. So, and I'm guessing that's not today, but I really want some more things addressed. How do we go about that?
So.
I think it's a future
Any-
presentation of the board.
Yeah, I was gonna say,
On that subject,
we can
yeah.
do that and use the standalone item, just again, a general update on specific items to the board, or
Okay.
we can have this discussion in, in context of could be even a budgetary
So-
discussion if it's related to positions, anything of that nature.
Okay, so then I'll just start out there. A situation has come up with repeat offenders. So a violation happens, somebody cleans it up, and then they just do it again. And then they clean it up and they do it again. It's a waste of our staff's resources. It's frustrating for the neighbors. Is that something that's potentially going to be addressed in all of this? Or is this something I could ask the board if they would like to conceptually add that to the list of things?
I think we're getting a little bit off topic for what's here again. So I think we need a separate presentation where we can really
Well,
take,
that's what I'm asking.
because I have several of those things, but that's a later meeting.
Well, I'm asking, can we give direction to staff to say this is another item that has happened over and over and is wasting your time? Is this something that the board would want to see conceptually brought back?
I
with
think
us?
maybe we should give them a list of things that we'd like to see.
Yeah, that's my point.
For
is
Because
I-
we all have our lists.
Right,
Yeah.
so.
And I know this is not something you want to hear, but we do have a list.
We do, and that is my point, is like, are we gonna get an
Yeah.
opportunity to provide more input or?
I think Chris was offering just that. And if the board was amenable to that, I hear Chris saying that perhaps another presentation that would provide the forum for the board to provide the input on some additional proposed changes into the
Yes.
code
Some
ordinance.
subject
But I would
matter.
suggest we all submit our list to code enforcement before the meeting so they know what's on it.
Right,
And then they can structure their presentation and really address it.
and
Yeah.
yes, because that didn't happen this time, and that's why I was wondering when the opportunity was, so.
Yeah.
Thank you.
And my apologies. Obviously, we're trying to,
Well, we've
focus
got
on
a
getting
lot
down
on
to
code
these
enforcement.
particular amendments, but very happy to have that conversation. We are
Okay.
fully cognizant that there has been a lot of change in code enforcement and still needs to be a lot more. And again, I don't want to put him on the spot, but Jeff has done amazing work with the division and kind of just getting started. So we want to make sure that we're on the right path with your board, come forward, try to peel off what we can as far as the amendments and continue this conversation as we go. So we're more than happy to address that. in a-
So
in a later
perhaps
date.
as the planning department does, where they meet with us individually, you can meet with us individually. We can go over our special requests because, we
Yeah.
hear repeated.
That's the other way to do it. Yeah. Have the
Requests.
dialogue.
Yeah, have that dialogue.
Actually, you meet with two supervisors at the same time. to cut
Yes,
down the
that's
amount
a
of
good idea.
meetings.
Sometimes.
That would probably be a good thing to do.
Sure,
Because
absolutely.
we agree that without the clear policies, you guys are stuck. And so, we see what some clear policies could perhaps be with these situations that keep happening. So we really want to help you.
Yes,
That's our point.
absolutely. And we
Thank
want to
you.
help you.
Yeah, thank
So,
you.
so yeah, that it's absolutely happy to do that.
Okay.
We can make that happen.
We
Thank
sure
you.
appreciate your work. This is a vast county that's very
Yes.
complex.
Yep.
And appreciate all you do to ensure the health and safety.
And
And
this is tough work. This is
Yes, it
catch
is.
up from years of non-enforcement, right?
Yes.
From the standpoint of things that were issued and done, we're cleaning things up incrementally. But the progress that's been made to date in the last year and a half is incredible. Let me tell you, from where we were when I first got on the board and the stuff we were dealing with. So we're on a good course. We've got the staff dedicated to get things done. It's just going to be a continual discussion until we get to that point that we get ahead of it a little bit, right? Because we're playing catch up. That's what we're really doing.
Yes.
So very good.
And again, thank you for your support. And obviously, we feel that with, the additional staff that you provide us. So we're
Yeah,
very thankful.
It's
Thank
become
you.
a priority and that's what we do. When we think it's a priority, we give you more staff and try to help out. And this has been something for 8 years that I've been on the board, 7 years that we know has been a priority. It's just been tough to be able to move things around. Government is not it's not an easy process to move from one section to another section and start a new department or in your case, start a whole new program basically. So really appreciate all the work. I
Yeah.
really do. We're very excited to
Yeah.
help you.
It's good. So are we.
Are we ready to move to
Thank you.
public
Yes.
comment or do we have?
Yes,
Okay,
yeah, we're ready.
public comment, please, Kim.
Now taking public comment on item number 28. Individuals will have 3 minutes to address the board. The timer will notify you when you have 10 seconds remaining to comment. Public comment will be taken first from those participating in the boardroom and then from those participating through Zoom. For those participating by Zoom, please make sure you unmute yourself when called upon. If you're joining the meeting by phone, press *9 to indicate a desire to comment. If you're joining by Zoom, press the raise hand button. Please voluntarily state your name for the record.
Chris Payne, Diamond Springs Youth Commission. Congratulations. I wanted to be here earlier, but I have to take my wife to get some eye damage taken care of. And so I've been Zooming with you. So I saw a lot of what you've been doing. Code enforcement is one of the toughest jobs in the county. The reason why I say that is because these gentlemen that are representing code enforcement, they're not actually field type people. The people behind the scenes are the ones that go out into maybe a dangerous situation. They don't know, they're trying to do assessment on these individual properties. And with that comes then anything that we can improve on, and that's thus this item today. What I'm using is the Legistar backup to the item that you'd see on your agenda. And so staff prepares this. And I've highlighted some of the things that I caught my eye related to Supervisor Parlin. Yes, anything we can do might be beneficial in understanding this world of code enforcement. There are 4 items I understand today. One has to do with the California Health and Safety Code. That's 17920.3. They're asking for the ability to use that to do enforcement. Makes a lot of sense. Item 2, amend County Ordinance 9.02.470A, capital letter A, has to do with the step of the hearing process, appeal process, taking that out because it might be simpler to do. I'm not so sure, because taking that step out might be a step where something is discovered, and therefore you wouldn't have to go to the Superior Court, which is the final step. So I'm not sure on that one. Item 3, adopt Board Resolution 202-2015. Now, the way these resolutions are usually identified is by year. So when I see that 2015, I'm not sure if we're speaking about a prior resolution or adopting a resolution that we already have for another purpose, which would then require additional work by you supervisors. So that's my question on number 3. My question on number 4 is, when we talk about temporary use permits, conditional use permits, special use permits, conditions of approval, and then say, and similar approvals, what do we mean by similar? Typically, we don't use that word. It's not a good word to use. We would rather have a list of things that are similar. And one of them that I had talked to Linnea Marenko, she submitted a public comment to you. It was the only one on the agenda. She said ranch marketing and winery ordinance. She has an interest in that. So if she calls in, fine. If she doesn't, I wanted you to hear that she had a concern about that. The other thing I wanted to say, I'm almost finished, Supervisor. The last sheet here talks about alternatives. Just to identify, alternatives today would be direct staff to return with suggested changes on any of the items. 2, board could choose not to conceptually approve any of the items. 3, board could direct staff to further study one of the items and then bring it back later. And then finally, there's a financial impact section, and it just relates to the fact that services cost money. And so somebody has to be paying for services. Staff depends on these services.
Yep.
Okay, but I appreciate the extra time. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay, I see you nodding your head. Okay.
Chris.
Good morning, Chair and
Morning,
Board.
Janelle.
It's great to see the young youth here. Thank you for joining us. I just wanted to just give a comment on maybe a possible idea on working
And please
with.
introduce yourself.
I'm sorry, Janelle Horn, Recorder Clerk for
Thank you.
El Dorado County. I just wanted to give the idea of possibly working with the Realtors Association here in our county in regards to the recording of clouding a title. It can cause a lot of headache and struggle when you're trying to sell a property and the title is clouded. But if you have them redo all of the search beforehand, before they even get into escrow, it can be a bargaining tool. So basically having them make sure that they clean up all of this information, they can put it in with that contract when they go to purchase the property, and then it would relieve all of that. So you kind of kill all the birds with one stone per se. Also, I just wanted to as you're going to go forward and continue to put multiple notices on a particular property, just wanted to let you know, the county puts on the document for free. It doesn't cost anything. But when it goes to release, that is actually charged to the customer. So that's additional fees that would be charged to that customer. I just want to make sure that they understand that before you guys move forward. So this is a little bit of information. I don't know if it's helpful or not, but I thank you for the time. Thank you.
Thank you,
Really
Janelle.
quick clarifying question. What's the name of that search you said? A what search? A what search? You
A
said?
title search? No.
Is that the one that will, I thought you said there was an additional search that they could do.
A clouded title?
Clouded title.
That's usually,
There's one,
so
okay.
basically when you go into escrow, you open title and they do a title search, and to make sure they pull the name, it's all by name, and then they actually do a little bit additional information on the property, but it can hold up the escrow. People will fall out of escrow because of that. If they didn't negotiate in the property and it wasn't in their contract, then, and the owner isn't willing to clean it up, then it might not go through. So just,
Let's talk later.
oh, yeah, sure. Anytime you have questions. Was there any more?
Thank you, Janelle.
No.
Thank you, Janelle.
Thank you.
Please sanitize your microphone after you speak. Okay. All right. Hi, good morning. My name is Uncle Fuzzy, AKA Rich Mason. I want to welcome all the students here. I will give you a fuzzyism before I leave, so I may need a couple extra seconds here. I did something like this before your parents were born. So I also got tear gassed and San Jose State back in the 60s and Sacramento State. San Francisco. All right, I'm here to give a little bit of an update on the item we have here. I want to suggest, I saw you on, I guess, on the video on the 18th or whatever last month when you came in and said there was a settlement. Was that you? Okay, very good. You know, what I have to say here is I'm concerned about item 2 and item 4. These are the only two. And I think that if you take the board out on item number 2, what you're doing is you're taking that due process where people have a place to come and complain. I sit on the AAB, which is the Assessment Appeals Board. I worked with this gentleman over here many years, and he kept me from going berserk sometimes. But anyway, we need to keep those processes here. Otherwise, we get everything crammed down our throats. We don't have the proper process. And yes, I can see where it's come up. If you have somebody you're supporting or whatever, you recluse yourself. Hello, so you got 4 other votes. Well, if you all recluse yourself for the same item, I guess we got a problem. They go to court. And I think with this item that we will do what? We will keep litigation from happening. Because, you know, if I get stuck in a place and it's going to cost me $40,000 to fix something, and I'm feeling this and justified and so on, I'll spend $30,000 and go to court. What's it going to cost the county? Okay, this is a day and age where everybody wants to sue. And I can say, being on the AAB, we haven't had one case go up that I know of that's gone to Superior Court. What does that mean? I guess we do a good job. So I want to say we should work in a solution here. We've identified the problem. I've heard some solutions coming up. I think this should be postponed, where I will donate my time pro bono to help these folks, because I am sitting on something, and maybe we should take this process and kind of go along what the AAB does, how they work. Okay, they are kind of the last resort before you go to court. So, and this I think is something we need to change. I always like to say there are problems. Identify the problems. Don't spend a lot of time on the problem. You've identified it. Work in the solution. So I think what you guys need is the solution. And on number 4, I'll agree with Chris back here. Now, I got this saying, and I understand on the 9th or whatever date that was, John, you did a big sigh, said we don't have to see this. This is what we get with the AAB, this type of stuff. So anyway, I understand your dilemma on doing this. And, you know, youngsters, you guys are the youngsters. This gentleman over here, I have 4 daughters. That's why I don't have any hair. So I'm used to that part. So, you know, there was a wise man at one time, very intelligent, beyond my generation, a little bit before. His name was Albert Einstein. Anybody, you guys know who he was? You know his story a little bit? He was a great physicist, terrible person to deal with at times because he didn't have any social skills. But that's okay because he was that. And he happened to mention in some of his writings, which has been used, is that, you know, what is intelligence? Okay.
And please wrap it up, Uncle.
Okay,
Fuzzy.
okay.
Let other
Hang
people-
on, John.
Yeah.
It's intelligence, but it's not education. Intelligence does not equal what you do and how you learn. It is what? Anybody know? It's a big, long word about this guy. It's something that 5-year-olds have. 75-year-olds don't have. Imagination. So as you progress in life, keep your imagination. Do the wonderment of a 5-year-old. Be inquisitive. Go out there and look. Find your own path. Thank you, John. Thank you,
Uncle
board.
Fuzzy.
Thank you,
Appreciate
David. And Mike, is that you? Yeah. All right. Thank you. I'm
Very
done.
good. Anyone else in the boardroom wishing to speak to this item?
Melody Lane, founder of Compass to Truth. When I bought my property in Coloma 23 years ago, my real estate agent didn't reveal to me the problems that reside at the foot of my property, the Coloma Resort and the American River Resort, who are constantly in violation of their special use permits in various forms and manners. This has created a problem, not just for me, but for all of the residents on my side of the river, you know, where I live in Coloma. It's been an issue that has been addressed in the river management plan when it comes to enforcement, code enforcement. Law enforcement is supposed to get involved according to sections 4.3 of the river management plan. And it says that when more than 2 noise exceedance citations in 2 consecutive years may result in a formal recommendation for limitation or revocation of an SUP to the county code enforcement officer and planning director. The problem is that there isn't anybody on the weekends when most of these violations, noise violations, are horrendous, where these events are being held that literally can be heard over 2 miles away. This affects the property values and the aesthetics of our historic community. And of course, when you go to sell your home, you're required to reveal if there's anything that would cause a homeowner or a potential buyer not to want to buy a piece of property. I was not told that when I bought my property. But anyhow, I've gone through in the last 23 years, actually trying to work with planning and with code enforcement, only to find that the petitions that I have circulated, the complaints that me and my neighbors have submitted to planning and to code enforcement have gone into a black hole. And there's been no follow-up on them. There's been no adherence to the law. And it does not help when, like I said, law enforcement doesn't do their part in coordinating services on the weekends. They will not respond. Every citizen has the right to live in peace and in safety. There have been times I have gone down resorts after midnight because the noise was so horrendous and law enforcement wouldn't show up. I have been assaulted. As a result of my being very vociferous about the code and law enforcement violations, I have been retaliated against. I have been shot at. I have been assaulted. I have been harassed, libeled, and slandered. These are my neighbors. But when it comes to code and law enforcement and the process is very broken. And a lot of that, the process has to do with the fact that Don Ashton has blocked my ability to communicate electronically with the planning department and several other individuals as well. I've been denied due process of law, as have several other people. But again, I'm not here just to talk about the
Please wrap it
problem,
up, Melody.
but the solution in itself is there needs to be some remedy. We have the laws in place. The remedy is in place, but they are not being utilized. Therefore, citizens are being denied their due process of law. We should not have to spend $30,000 like my neighbor did for the Villa Florentina acoustic situation. But what I'm also submitting into the public record, and I'd like an answer to two
Thank you, Melody.
questions. One of them, how many code enforcement officers are there for the entirety of El Dorado County? And secondly, why have the Public Record Act requests for some of the information about these requests not been responded to as required by law? And again, I'm entering this into the public record. County Council, again, will be required to respond publicly for the benefit of the audience.
Thank you, Melody.
Public record.
Anyone else in the audience wishing to speak to item number 28? Seeing none, let's go to Zoom.
Seeing no public comment from the boardroom, now taking public comment from Zoom participants, taking public comment from 390.
Yes, I see the frustration that our last caller or last person, Ken Greenwood, District 2 for the time being. Code compliance has always been an issue. I remember when I first started in 1989, there was a hearing that was rather incredible. I remember my boss telling me to go up and take a look at it. And oh my God, the place is, there's obviously only two people who care today. That day, probably 150 people showed up. It was out the door and into the foyer. The joke was many of them were armed, and when fellow workers said it looked like the cast of Deliverance was there, et cetera, et cetera. But anyway, moving on. There's a lot of problems with the system. I'm glad that they've upped their staff and gotten things done and reduced a lot of the backlog, and that's good. I think 1 through 4 are a good idea. I do agree that we should maybe be careful about on item 2, I believe it is, the board needs to be involved, and as Mr. Mason, he does have a name, pointed out, there is a recuse yourself if you've already handled this and become actively involved. Well, there you are. It's going to be a 4-person vote. Anyway, use permits, item 4. As we have seen on Snows Road with a WTF, that planning's way behind on their follow-up. And it wasn't, but code enforcement getting involved, this stuff actually got done. Plus, I also went to my board supervisor person and made a formal complaint in that manner and got some relief to an extent, but that's another issue. But this would provide an additional venue, if you will, for enforcement of use permit issues. As far as the person who wrote in and regarding ranch marketing and all of that and winery, yeah, that should be an integral part of any discussion here on code enforcement, because I'm sure that's where a lot of problems are. And they're on weekends, as Ms. Lane pointed out, and it's hard to get people out there to get it done. As far far as ready built or already built stuff, that's been a heck of a problem. I used to be a code enforcement officer for the county up in Lake Tahoe. Ms. Novacell may remember that. It generated a whole lot of heat and not much light because I was the first person up there actually doing something for probably 20 years about zoning and building issues, or mostly zoning issues. It's a very unpopular place to be, and it's uncomfortable at times. Finally, I have had complaints, numerous complaints to the code enforcement regarding a sign on Bass Lake Road, just south of Safeway, and one at the county line. And these are off-site signs that are illegally placed. I've been complaining for almost 2 years on them, and they took care of one on Missouri Flat.
Please wrap it up,
Number 3,
Ken.
but I am 1 and 2 were also, or would have not been dealt with. And, you know, I've kind of given up on it, but I will make another call later today, if not tomorrow. Thank you very much. There's much to do here. This does help the situation, provides clarity, which is always good. And obviously the board supports this, which is good, because the board in 1989 didn't want to have anything to do with this. Trust me. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ken.
There's no additional public comment.
Okay, so we'll ask if any staff want to respond to any of the public comments that were made. They're welcome to do so.
Hello again, Chris Perry, Interim Director of Planning and Building. To a couple of the comments, this will not affect ranch marketing, the ranch marketing ordinance. There's a separate conversation going on about that right now. But this will not in any way affect that conversation. And another comment on the amendment number 3, it will not trigger a new zoning ordinance update. It's just, again, to increase enforceability. And just wanted to agree with Janelle, what it would be, you know, worthwhile endeavor to engage the Realtors Association, just have that conversation and kind of reopen that line of contact, just so we can maybe try to preempt some of these. And that would be a victory in and of itself. So we're more than happy to have that conversation as well. So that's all I have.
All right, thank you. Any other staff want to comment at this point?
I know there was a question of how many code enforcement agent.
Yeah, I thought you summarized that ahead of
He
time.
did.
but
I just
please-
thought maybe you would
Yeah.
repeat that for whoever didn't hear that.
Yes, there are currently 6 code enforcement officers and 3 admin staff.
Thank you.
Thank you. Chris?
All right.
Any other comments by board members or questions before we bring it back to the board for decision?
You know, the only thing that I want to say is I just don't, one of the big issues that I've had, especially with dealing with code enforcement and building and planning, I want you guys to get on the same page. Because it's very, very critical what's been going on, because I have intervened with a lot of different things that happen, Chris, with other of my constituents. And it seems like I don't get back, people don't get back to me on certain issues, and then it ends up blowing out of proportion. So I want to make sure that you guys work together to solve these problems, because that's one of the biggest issues that I've had in my assistants. They wouldn't have a job if it wasn't for building and planning, with all the issues that's going on. So I want to make sure that you guys are on the same page, that we can solve these problems so we don't end up dragging all this stuff down the road, which it has been in the past. So anyway, that's my concerns.
I appreciate that. And sure, I mean, are there sometimes miscommunications and the folks who drop the ball? It happens everywhere in every entity. And all I can pledge is that we continue to work on it.
Yeah.
And that we're, you know, working really well together and bringing together our divisions to make sure we're solving some of these issues. And, you know, I only have the benefit of having been here for a year, so it's not, I don't have a long tenure, but even in my year, you know, I've seen drastic improvement in communication between our divisions and the way everyone's working together to support each other on these cases. So
Perhaps I can rephrase that in a little more respectful manner, in that we're all trying to work together on this. We appreciate the fact that we have more people working on it. We do have issues, but you know, again, I think that would be great if we could meet individually with you and kind of go over those issues as we have been doing with planning department. I think that's really helpful to do.
Sure.
Thank you.
Absolutely.
Thank
And
you.
Open door, please.
I just had to bring that up, that's all.
No, I appreciate that.
So with that, I would like to move staff's recommendation.
Okay,
I'd like to second it, but I question, do we need to add the board direction with that, or is it kind of obvious that we're gonna meet with you guys and follow up? Do we need that in there?
I don't think you need it in the motion. I think I understand if Chris would acknowledge, I think he understands that he's being tasked
I
to come
think
back at a
so.
point.
Yeah, very good.
We made
All
that
right.
pretty clear.
Yeah, I know. I just want to make sure, like, I know
Okay.
meeting minutes are important, so.
True.
All right, second.
so, all right, so Kim, would you read this, please, just from the standpoint, this is conceptual, this is not final, so I want to make sure that's emphasized.
As I understand it, you're just approving the
Yeah,
matter
we didn't
as
make any
stated.
changes.
Yes, as proposed by staff, so
Yes.
all those in
Okay.
favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Okay, motion carries unanimously.
Thank
Thank you, Chris.
so much.
Great presentation.
Jeff, you talk
Thank
too
you.
much.
Thanks, Roger, too. Thanks, Roger.
We need a break.
Yeah.
Okay, all right, so let me just explain time allocation for our guests. We normally put time allocations in the agenda so that we try to hold to that as much as possible. It's not time certain, which means if we have other items that carry over, then we try to get back to the time allocation as quickly as we can. But that's the difference between time allocation and time certain. At this point, we're going to take a 5-minute break as requested by the board, and we'll be back to take on item number 32. So be prepared, item 32 in about 5 minutes, but we'll take our quick break.
And for board members, if you go out at commission members, if you go out that door, there are men and women restrooms out there as well. There's more of them than back here. So,
Just on the other side of the lobby. Yeah.
all right. I can-
We're back in session. Everybody's have their microphone on, is that correct?
Microphone on.
Microphone's on. Okay, got that taken care of. So we're going to move to item number 32, which is our 10:30 a.m. time allocation. Obviously, we're starting late, but with Kim, would you please read item 32?
Of course. Item 32 comes from the Chief Administrative Office, recommending the board, one, receive an update on the efforts taken relative to the establishment of a homeless encampment, and two, provide direction to staff.
Very good.
Good morning, Mr. Chair and members of the board. Don Ashton, your CAO. I'll make a few introductory comments and then turn it back over to you. As identified in the staff report in Legistar, on August 10th, the board provided conceptual approval of the hostess program and directed county staff to move forward with implementation plans, including identifying funding sources for our homeless encampment. You also directed staff to return to the board on August 31st with an update. The primary reason at that time for the urgency and the quick turnaround was the board's desire to try and have an encampment implemented prior to the peak fire season. Based on that direction on August 10th, on August 13th, my office convened a meeting with a variety of departments and organizations that would be involved in the implementation. Those agencies are identified in the staff report. And after that meeting, everyone was directed to provide my office with implementation plans, any concerns, any needs they have, and estimated financial costs by August 18th. So again, trying to meet that quick turnaround. Unfortunately, we all know what happened on August 14th, and that was the Caldor fire broke out, which required dedication of resources from multiple departments that were involved in the implementation of the homeless encampment to respond to the fire needs. So on August 23rd, I notified all of you that the board and the city of Placerville that all actions taken relative to the homeless encampment were going to be put on hold indefinitely. That's why we're back here today. We're at a point where we can allocate the resources needed to implement this homeless encampment if the board chooses to move forward. Since that time, though, you have received legal advice, or you received advice from county council of potential legal risks of moving forward with the hostess program or a concept similar to such a program. You've also recently received input from Health and Human Services of potential financial risks if we move forward with this program. And I want to remind the board and the public that it was about 7 or 8 years ago, the Board of Supervisors made it a priority for county staff to pursue or to set up an infrastructure to make us more competitive for federal funding and state funding. And that was through our continuum of care and what we now refer to as the Opportunity Knocks. And your staff have been very successful in doing that. With these risks, I felt it was my responsibility to come back to the board to see if you want to move forward with developing a concept that was shared with you in early August. I also need to come back to you to discuss a revised timeline, because obviously we missed the timeline. We're not in the peak fire season anymore. And if you want to move forward with this, what is a reasonable timeline? My recommendation to you would be to have if you decide to move forward, is to have something implemented by June 2022, which would be before the fire season next year. And that's assuming the concerns are still the same. So that's why we're here today. We are not here today to talk about other homeless activities or actions, Project Room Key, Project Home Key. I'm sure those are going to come up, but that is not the purpose of today's discussion. Today's discussion is simply to decide if your board chooses to move forward in light of the new information you've received. So with that, I'm happy to answer any questions and turn it over back to you, Mr. Chair.
Okay, board questions at this point?
So I'm a little confused on this because what our actions today will have or could have effects on Project Room Key and Home Key. So what you're saying is you don't want us to discuss this, or you think this doesn't have, because it has impacts on all of our programs, whether we decide on something today or not.
I would argue that today's actions don't have a direct impact on those, because you could continue moving in both directions. Because you could have a scenario where you have an encampment that the sheriff presented, similar to the hostess model, and a model where you have Project Room Key or Project Home Key. The concern is there's risk you could lose the funding to fund such projects as room
Which
key
would,
and home key.
which would in effect stop
Mhm.
those projects. So there is an impact, direct impact.
I would say there's a nexus to it, but staff are not prepared to talk about home key and room key and all the efforts being taken. That's part of the homeless strategic planning efforts that the board has directed HHSA to pursue. And they're not prepared to give an update on those strategic planning
Okay,
efforts
I'm
right
just
now.
going to argue that I think it is critical to have that discussion about both because
Okay.
it impacts, it has a substantial impact from what I'm understanding. So. it's just-
And to follow up on that, then when are we getting our next strategic plan update on the homeless? When's that coming?
I will ask Don Simone, our HHSA director, to comment to that.
Because if
You
it's
can
all
do it now.
related, it seems
is.
like we should talk about it as if it were strategically related.
Sorry, Don Simone, Health and Human Services. We actually have some folks from EDOK who are probably better equipped to answer this question than I am today because they're the ones that are kind of hosting this, the strategic plan. But my understanding is they have two more community meetings. I believe one on temporary housing, one on permanent housing. And then that needs to be incorporated to a draft that I'm thinking we're going to get around December or January. Then I believe that draft that they're doing would go kind of out for public comment, take that into consideration, and then come back to be finalized sometime after, let's say, January.
Wow. And then what? How fast can we build something?
It most
what
likely
everybody wants to
depends on,
know.
it most likely depends on what it is. I'm sure because of our housing deficit in El Dorado County, I would imagine that the strategic plan is going to say we need almost all types of housing, whether that's temporary, permanent supportive, all of that. If the board directs me to look into whichever priority we do with the strategic plan, it'll kind of depend on the size, the scope, and what the specifics are to be able to come back to you with some sort of a project.
Okay, so in the staff report body, it talks about how so far we've received $17 million in funding since 2017. Is that like, what have we spent? What do we have? Where's that going? Is this to go to building a shelter of some kind or what?
Well,
I know this is all
that's a-
really
We're
messy.
That's a
kind of
huge
getting
question.
off topic again, I think.
Yeah.
So we're trying to narrow and not necessarily broad. We need to have a separate discussion. Totally agree. But I'm
Right.
not sure we want
But
to.
I agree with Supervisor Novosel. I think they're highly related, talking about one without the other.
I don't think
knowing
we
where
can
we're going.
talk about this concept in a vacuum. I agree. I mean,
This particular
the
item
board's
is to
judgment.
provide direction to staff on whether to proceed with the hostess implementation.
Sure.
true.
That's what the focus is.
But I'm asking about money that's mentioned in a staff report. I think that's fair game. What's that money allocated for? What's been spent? What's still sitting there? That seems like a really fair question.
So I don't have a running list of all of those projects and where all of that money has been spent and what's remaining to be spent. Again, a good portion of that money goes directly to the COC. Another portion has come to the county. HHSA is the administrative entity for the COC. And what that means is the COC doesn't have staff. So they need an entity that can negotiate contracts, that can do the board items and bring those things to bring them to fruition. And that's HHSA's role with the COC. And so it would be difficult. I mean, there have been an array of homeless programs, whether they have been for transitions age youth, adults, families, probationers. There have been a number of funding sources that have come from the state and the feds that some of which come with some pretty specific uses and application. And most of it, what we have done is create contracts with service providers in the community to then deliver those services. We do have a couple, three, I think, HHSA staff now that are funded by some of those grants full time. Again, I think there'll be some people that'll probably speak later that can answer those questions.
So is there going to be any presentation by these groups or nothing? This is going to
No.
be a free for all.
No, I hope it's not a free-for-all, Supervisor. When this concept was presented
I'm really
in early
concerned.
August, we didn't talk about Project Room Key and Home Key.
Right.
It was, that was a parallel path.
Right.
This is specific to the direction to build a homeless encampment. which is what was talked about in August, absent all the other conversations. The context has changed, the information has changed, which makes it more complicated and why we're here. Based on the past board direction, I'm in violation of your order to return on August 31st. And no one's gonna hold me accountable for that, I hope, because there was an emergency.
Right.
But we have to reset that conversation and that timeline. And I don't see how you can have, I still believe you can have parallel paths with this if you so choose. But Supervisor Heidel always reminds us, me especially, of risk and what's the risk analysis. You have information now that you didn't have in August when you conceptually approved this, that there is risk.
But I think that was part of one.
Yeah.
I think that was part of my bringing this up immediately when you said that is we didn't understand when we talked about this, that there was a risk that these two other programs are possibly a risk. And that's a huge piece of information that was omitted or just,
Right.
we didn't know about
Wasn't
whatever.
available. Right.
Okay. So I think it is an important part that we need to discuss when we have this discussion today. Just was laying that out there that no, we discuss this. It was
Agreed,
critical.
relative to the hostess project. So-
Relative, absolutely.
So Don, while you're here, I thought your memo dated October 22nd, really in a very short summary, kind of highlighted what those risks are. I have it here if you'd like to read it, but I think for the youth commissioners, it would help set the stage of what it is the board is trying to consider here relative to risk, because it's kind of two categories. But I thought this was a very well described one-page summary that kind of gets everybody on the same page, looking at what do we do with the hostess project, the conceptual approval we had. Now we have more information. How do we proceed? That's what Don is asking for, direction for staff to proceed one direction or another on hostess only at this point. That's the topic.
I'd like to jump in here at that point.
Sure.
Some questions. Thank you for that direction, Chairman Heidel. I do think it's important on our board item today that number 2, like you said, is to provide direction to continue the development or of implementation plans of hostess, or to discontinue these efforts at this time. And to my fellow supervisors' points, we cannot have a meaningful dialogue and discussion of that without taking into consideration the new information as provided by El Dorado Opportunity Knox and in terms of funding. So at this point, I have some clarifying
That's the risk
questions.
relative to, yes.
I have some questions on that. May I proceed on that?
Well, let Don read the framing language if you can,
Okay,
the one memo, because I think for our youth commissioners in particular, this one page summarizes it, that sets the stage for all the ensuing discussion.
Okay, great. And then I have some
we'll come back
direct
to you for-
questions
yeah.
on that.
So-
Thank you.
Summary.
I think I can hopefully bring this together. The CAO mentioned, he put together a meeting quickly after that August 10th board meeting. I think it was August 13th. We attended this meeting and we kind of wanted to gain a better understanding of what the development of the project was going to look like. At that point, I was asked to reach out to Marshall Medical, EDOK, and the Community Health Center to seek their assistance with this project. And so within a day or two of that meeting, I sent emails to all 3 of those entities. On September 9th, the CAO said that one of the challenges was a Caldor fire. So it was delayed when we submitted our staffing request, but we were asked to submit a staffing request to staff a 100-person encampment that the sheriff was going to run. On September 9th, we did that. HHSA submitted a staffing kind of a view of what it would take to provide services to 100 folks in an encampment. And then on August 18th, the COC responded to that initial email I sent out. And it was Dr. Marissa Muscat, who's one of the co-chairs. And in that, they voiced concerns around a few aspects of the encampment. The first concern that I believe they voiced was that neither the encampment as it was presented at the August 10th board meeting or the hostess document appeared to be compliant with state and federal regulations. The second thing that they had, I believe, contained in that email was that they felt as a result, no COC funds coming from the state and feds could be used to support such a camp. The third thing in that letter was that the county and the COC signed a document saying that we would follow housing first principles, and that by not doing that, we would put the county's funding coming from the state at risk also. The final thing they mentioned was if this was to be a private venture, they thought or felt no staff funded by state or federal grants could work on this site. They also in the letter indicated they were reaching out to the feds and the state to get answers to those concerns. That was August 18th. On September 16th, about a month later, we received an email from Housing El Dorado and the board of directors of the Upper Room Dining Hall. In that email, they stated that they were unable to give support to the encampment project until they could better understand the legal and funding compliance issues that were raised in the EDOK letter that I just talked about. The next day, the CAO requested that I look into the validity of the concerns voiced by EDOK and Housing El Dorado and the board of directors at the Upper Room. That was on the 17th of September. On the, let's see here, on the sometime after that, I don't have the date. It was the first week of October. EDOK sent a letter to the board confirming the concerns that they had around jeopardizing the funding. They talked to the state, I believe they talked to the feds, and said that the project as described in the board item and in the hostess document would put at risk all federal and state funding currently and I believe future if used. I believe they also raised some concerns about the legal ramifications and Boise versus Martin, but I think the state said you should consult counsel. Within about a week, we actually had the call scheduled with the state. Chief Assistant Director Daniel Del Monte talked to the state. They confirmed what EDOK had said in that letter. That yes, moving forward as written described would put at jeopardy all federal and state funding to the county and to the COC going forward. So that I sent a memo requested, the CO requested in preparation for today. I sent a memo kind of explaining that to the board. And that is the new information we didn't have back on August 10th.
Very good. I think that's a good summary. And I'll just note that the EDOC letter was dated October 8th, and it was directed to you and signed by Marissa.
Thank you.
That was her final summary. So
thank you.
Okay, so now to questions. Yes, please.
I do believe Dr. Muscat is here from the COC. I do have some direct questions for her.
Please come forward.
Thank you for driving.
Marissa,
Welcome.
is that correct? Yes, thank you.
Welcome. I know you came down from Tahoe to be with us today. And so, thank you so much. So I guess as I'm wrestling with this agenda item, I'd like to be fully aware of what is potentially at risk. I think that has to be something that we are cognizant of as we weigh whether we move forward with this or not. And we've long been talking about the strategic plan, and I know that will be coming back from us, but you are an integral part of the COC, or the co-chair, I believe. And so you've made it clear as to what you have found out in terms of funding. What solutions do you anticipate being recommended in the strategic plan? Is it a campground, managed campground? Is it a congregate shelter? Is it a navigation center? What do you anticipate coming from that as we try to wrestle with this today?
Okay, can you guys hear me okay?
Yes.
Yes.
All right. First of all, as said, I'm Dr. Marissa Muscat, and I want to thank you for allowing me to be here today. And the last time we talked was August 31st when I popped in from my evacuation site at a KOA in Ely, Nevada. So it's really nice to see some faces. And I wanted to just address something that Supervisor Parlin mentioned, that August 31st meeting, if you reference your notes from that, or if you go to the new EDOK website that just published the last couple of days, it's edokcoc.org.
I believe. It'll tell you about all the finances that we've received and what funds have gone towards or what they're allocated to go for. So just so you know, that was presented at that August 31st meeting, and there's slides that were presented by myself and HHSA that will address that question that came up earlier.
Okay, so you can't just throw out some numbers though, ballpark numbers? Just
I mean, I can do those things, but that's not why we're
Okay.
here. So I want to honor.
It's just we
Chair
want to know
Heidel.
what we have to work with,
Yeah.
I think, what we're
Yeah.
working with. So that could be something maybe I'll look up in the meantime and then throw numbers out for everybody else.
Okay, great, thanks. And so just for background, because a lot of people here probably have no idea who I am, I'm a physician at Barton Health. I am one of the founding board members of Tahoe Coalition for the Homeless. I served there as 5 years a volunteer executive director. And then now, after I left that position, I've spent 2 years as the co-chair of the COC. When we talk about the strategic plan, we should have had this maybe a year and a half, 2 years ago, and then worldwide pandemic hit, kind of rocked my world and everyone else's. I wasn't quite sure where the meeting was going to go today, but I have just a little bit of information and recognize we've not developed a strategic plan in El Dorado County before for homelessness. And so I've never done this before. And we have been working with Homebase, our technical consultants. And the whole point of the strategic plan is to use consumers and providers and the community and to engage all of them in creating an outline. And we've got 4 goals that we're aiming for our strategic plan: to stop homelessness before it begins, to increase access to housing, to increase access to services, and to partner across El Dorado County to build solutions and access resources. Well, those are, draft goals, but those are the things that a group of folks came together in the community a couple of years ago and created those as our mission and our goals for this. I think that a variety of options can be discussed, and the local community is going to be able to continue to provide input about what the solutions will be in the strategic plan. So it's not 100% yet what it will be. But we want to focus on the providers who maximize outcomes from program types. So the way that COC works is that the better you do and the more good outcomes that you have, the more funding you get. And so I think that our plan will have both temporary and permanent solutions that are, housing focused solutions that are temporary and permanent. So we know there's a housing shortage. And so we need time to develop those short-term solutions in order to build the long-term solutions, because we can't end homelessness without long-term solutions, and we can't end encampments without short-term solutions. So we need both short and long-term parts of the plan. And there are a whole bunch of different things that we can talk about as a community related to that, as far as, options are things like navigation centers, bridge housing. You can talk about temporary shelter. You can talk about encampments. You can talk about all sorts of different things. I just think that at the high level, we're going to be looking for temporary and permanent solutions. The meeting for temporary solutions is November 15th. And then maybe Don or Daniel, if you guys are, I don't know where Don is. Oh, there you are. If I think it's December 15th or December something is the permanent solution meeting. So there's the next 2 community meetings that we have to have participation around those 2 topics. And then like Don mentioned, we'll probably be looking at January for finalizing the draft, and then bringing something back to you in early 2022 to get community input and then approve.
Okay. But the research and the discussions from your executive team with both federal and state agencies have confirmed that if we were to move forward on this idea of a managed campground, it would likely threaten the funding for all of those solutions that may emerge from the strategic plan that we have funding in place to move forward with.
Sure.
Is that correct?
That is correct.
That's huge. It's huge.
That's why I drove down here today.
That's huge. And I know we've been working for 7-8 years to qualify for federal and state funding. It's kind of ironic that I was there in those early infancy years, spent 2.5-3 years working with communities on the theory of change. And that was a long, deliberate process, which then led the way to the COC, and, was on the board early on the COC is with Daniel Del Monte, as we were just trying to align our local processes to qualify for federal and state funding. It was a long, arduous, intentional process. And I find it so interesting that we're here today to really weigh that, because we are on a precipice of being able to move forward. And so this is a very big item before us today. So I think that's really important for us to understand. I think I have one more question for you. So through the COC, you've talked about some of the solutions that could emerge and that would be funded through our federal and state funds. Are there any other nonprofits or entities that are funded through our COC that may be in jeopardy?
Absolutely. So I think I have the COC. The whole point of a COC is to create a dynamic system response to homelessness. So we have many participants in the COC. We have great participation from all sorts of nonprofits and faith-based groups and advocates. There are seats for the government, like the HOT team has a member, or the Sheriff's Department has a member, and City of South Lake Tahoe has a member, City of Placerville has a member. So a lot of people participate, and a lot of people participate on or depend upon participation in a COC for funding, or actually directly receive COC funding. So some of those participants, off the top of my head, forgive me, would be domestic violence and sexual assault survivors. Those folks have to be a part of a COC. So the Center for Violence-Free Relationships and Live Violence-Free in South Lake Tahoe both serve survivors of DV and SA, and they could be affected. Transitional age youth are another, and foster youth and families are a component of that as well. So New Morning and Youth and Family Services, those who are veterans can be affected because they have to participate in a COC, and there are COC related veteran programs. There are COC related programs for seniors and disabled. So I think we have to really be cognizant of the fact that the COC is really important to solving homelessness, and doing something that threatens our funding will actually threaten nonprofit organizations, their ability to hire people. If they lose COC funds, they may have to, eliminate some jobs in the nonprofit sector. So those are things to be aware of.
Okay. I don't have any further questions. Thank you, Dr. Muscat. Appreciate it.
Okay.
Does anybody else on the board have
I
questions?
just,
for Dr. Muscat?
there's some things going on that I did a little bit of research on this. And in Riverside, California, they had an issue with the homeless there. And the city of Riverside was faced with an urgent crisis. As of January 2020, more than 400 people were living unsheltered in the city. Well, the city was working on other plans to expand its shelter capacity beyond the 180 beds. They had a moment. Elected officials were also seeking a rapid emergency shelter solution as residents facing homeless. They adopted a program, basically what the sheriff is going to propose today. And what they call these things are pallet homes that supplies them shelters. Now, these pallet homes offers two shelter sizes, 64 square feet foot pallet and 100 square foot. And the prices start anywhere from $4,900 to $7,000 respectively. The sleeping cabins consist of aluminum frame and fiber reinforced plastic composite walls. These walls are insulated, but the home also comes with a heater and air conditioning, and also a thing to charge your phone. Now they have done this in Riverside, and we could adopt the same thing here in our county. Let's do it. And they move forward with this. And not only that, it supplies them shelter.
Absolutely.
Is what it does. And this, we could give them all the services they need, especially when we set up this homeless camp here in our county. Riverside took the step, and they tried other ways, and I read a lot of stuff about it, and it was not working.
George, who funded that? Do you know?
The city of Riverside.
Bingo.
There we go.
Okay.
Cities have authority that the county can't.
Well, I
take
know
on
that.
because it puts things in jeopardy.
But
so.
we can look into something like that,
Sure.
because I think it would really be a good thing. And these pallet homes, I think they're awesome. I've got all the literature and everything here for it.
But that's
No,
not
and
the
that's-
hostess program.
I
that's been
know that.
proposed.
I know, but the hostess program is especially design area, but we can look into that to maybe implement it into that particular area.
Agreed.
So anyway,
But you have information that none of the rest of us have in terms of what. the
sorry, I just got it
modifications
today.
are. So,
So
Okay.
anyway,
New
Can I-
discovery.
Yeah.
Can I
new
just say,
discovery.
Supervisor Trumbo, I think that pallet houses could be a great addition to our strategic plan. And I think we're going to talk about things like that at the November 15th meeting. The nice thing about pallet structures, from my limited understanding, because I have information about that as well, is that they can be kind of put together quickly.
Less than 30 minutes.
And it's one of those short-term solutions until we can build longer-term solutions, which I think is really important. I think that for me, when I look, and I have a hostess concept document from September 15th. It wasn't shared with the COC before it was presented to you all on August 10th. We never actually received any formal information about hostess. It was circulating around the community and eventually it was sent to me that way. So we didn't get a chance to participate or share our, thoughts or the expertise of any of the non-profit providers that address homelessness in the community. I think for me, the problem with the hostess document, when I read the mission, is it actually states to eliminate homelessness in public life and commercial places and provide a more pleasing environment for all public and private property within El Dorado County. So to me, that is not the mission of the COC. Our mission is to end homelessness and to reduce homelessness and prevent homelessness. And so while I don't disagree that unsanctioned encampments can be challenges for every hot team person or law enforcement officer or city of South Lake Tahoe or whoever is in law enforcement that has to address it, and it can be a challenge for the environment. It can be unsanitary. To me, living in an encampment unsheltered is just a difficult thing to look at for human beings, because I don't think it's compassionate to have folks living there. I want shelter as much as you do, but I want it to be compliant and I want it to meet the state and federal guidelines so that we can all actually continue it. Because if we don't have a renewable source of funding, it won't be able to be continued. And so to me, our mission should be to create something that's a best practice, which is low barrier and housing first, which is how we get the money to operate temporary and permanent solutions. So thanks.
Thank you, Director. Any other questions for Dr. Muscat at this point?
Well, I just want to, so what I'm hearing though, then is you're saying that the pallet houses aren't out of the picture. They could be a part of the solution.
Sure.
But maybe not packaged as the hostess program itself.
The
Correct. Is that
information that was presented at the last board meeting is not in compliance with federal and state guidelines. I can definitely say that. I can say that I am firmly against the hostess program as I understand it from the 47-page document that I reviewed. And that doesn't mean that there aren't other solutions. And I think that what we need to do is, instead of arguing about a concept that threatens all of our funding, we should be coming together on this idea of ending homelessness and reducing unsheltered populations in our community, which means finding temporary solutions. And I don't care if it's pallet houses or a navigation center with temporary beds or a big congregate shelter. That doesn't matter to me. What matters is that we put together some temporary solutions that are best practice and that are low barrier and that will help us maintain our funding.
Right. And that your next meeting on November 15th is for
short-term housing.
Short-term
Yeah.
housing. So I would think that the pallet housing
I have
could
a-
be discussed then.
It is, and I have a draft kind of about that talks about sort of the cost of each type of short-term housing. And so you brought up Riverside. There are proposals in here from all across the state and all across the country of all different sorts of short-term housing that we're going to be talking about on November 15th. And by taking that information and saying, okay, these are the choices. These are the ones that cost a lot. These are the ones that cost a little. These are the advantages and the disadvantages, and these are the impacts. So I encourage you guys to participate in that meeting. It's 9 to 11 on the 15th. If you really want to know more about the options, we're going to hear from Home Base, who are the experts in gathering this information and creating a strategic plan.
Yeah, and just to jump on what George was saying, I told you a couple of weeks ago, I was at the Homes for Homeless area in Sonoma County. It's very similar. Again, it's kind of, my concern is exactly what you were saying is, we all have the same wish in life, and that is to end homelessness. It's just how we get there. And we as funders understand that is the big issue. Is
there are rules attached.
Right. And so, working within that, the confines of our rules, is there a way to take this hostess program and bring it into the discussion on November 15th? Or is this just so not are you saying there's no ability to change that to make it fit into a funding situation?
So the COC doesn't provide technical assistance on how to be a nonprofit homeless provider. That's not kind of our role. We do have technical assistance for a couple hours here and there for folks who have a program or have a question. We can kind of help get that answered. So there are encampments that are considered best practices. And so I think that if that's something we want to look at as a county, we can look at a best practice encampment. But I think what you need is a homeless service provider to operate it. I'm not really comfortable having someone who's not a homeless service provider and hasn't done it before operate it, because I think that our goal is to maintain and renew funding. And so I think that the goal would be to find a service provider who is familiar with Housing First and who is familiar with the low barrier programs, whatever they may be, whether it's an encampment or other temporary housing, to work on that. So could someone take Hostess and start over and make it an encampment that meets the criteria? They certainly could.
Okay, that's a good place to start.
Okay.
I would think that would be a good place, conversation for us to start today.
Absolutely.
How do we make that? How do we get it in there? Okay.
Right.
Yeah.
Thank you, Marissa.
So
Appreciate it.
Wendy, did you have a additional comment or question?
No further comments
Okay.
at this time. Yeah,
Marissa,
thank
did
you.
Thank you so much. Appreciate
Well,
it.
that's all right. She could leave, but I'll.
So,
voice my
so
opinion.
Marissa, please come back.
Supervisor Heidel, I thought I was getting away.
Almost. So my remedial understanding of state law is that cities have different authorities than counties do. The counties are an administrative arm of the state of California. Therefore, as you have talked about, if we were to move forward as a county in putting together the as proposed Hostess project, we would put that funding in jeopardy. My interpretation, and maybe I need county council's help with me, if a city were to do that, it might not put that county funding in jeopardy because cities operate as separate legal entities within state law.
So you are correct that cities and counties do have very different levels of authority. I'm not sure, however, that the basis of the allegations here concerning funding were necessarily dependent on that city-county dichotomy. Obviously, those would be things we would look at more closely, but I just, for purposes of reviewing other proposals that cities may have engaged in, while they may, again, have authorities that the county does lack, I'm just not sure that the basis for the state's opinion here regarding the use of Housing First based funding is necessarily dependent upon city or county.
Because I've seen sanctuary cities and other things that, there seems to be disparate.
Agreed. But again, in this
Authority
particular,
between cities and counties. So
I don't disagree, but in this very particular and narrow context, I'm not yet convinced that discrepancy is has as much bearing as it does in other areas. So we would certainly need to explore that.
Okay, and that may be something we need to look for in future. It is from the COC perspective, if a city, i.e. the city of Placerville, let's just pick one of the two in the county, right? Were to implement something like what we've talked about with the Hostess project, would that compromise the current COC funding coming from the federal and state governments for the purposes of the county administration? I know you can't answer, but it might be future,
Sure. I think
inquiry.
I think that the county Department of Health and Human Services is our administrative entity.
Yes.
For EDOK, for Opportunity Knocks, for COC, whatever you want to call us. So if the county is involved, if it's on county property, if it's staffed by county people, I think that puts the program at risk. It puts COC funding at risk. A lot of cities participate in COCs, and they may apply for COC funding, or they may apply for federal funding that is possibly still linked to being low barrier or being Housing First. So I think it depends on the funding source that the cities are utilizing.
Agreed.
I want to get clarification on some of this stuff. It seems like to me we've had this issue and this talk forever. It's been going statewide. And the problem is we had the sheriff has stepped up and proposed this because everybody couldn't figure out what to do. And this is this kind of thing that's been going on. And to me, it seems like all they have done, our government, is throwing money at certain things to try to solve the problem, but throwing money at these things do not solve the problem. That's why I think that's good that the sheriff has brought this up, especially this homeless encampment. We got to do something. And the thing is these pallet homes, I think is a start we could look into, you know, as a board. I mean, I think it'd be a great thing, but we got to do something, because just throwing money, it doesn't solve the problem. And we got to solve this problem, because it's been going on way, way too long.
Yeah, it's homelessness is a issue.
I don't disagree with that.
Right. I don't think anyone is disagreeing. I don't think,
How do you do it?
I don't think anyone is disagreeing.
I know
with you. It's,
Okay.
but money is important.
Can I point out a statistic from the last board meeting that I attended at the 31st of August? From
What happened to life?
2018 to 2020, COC related funds exited over 900 people out of homelessness. That's multiple households and families. And that was done at a cost of about 59 people per $1 million. So it's around $17,000 per human being, which is very inexpensive when you consider what an ER visit costs, or time taken away from you know, a law enforcement officer trying to just do their job when they could be doing something better than enforcing something on the street. So the COC works. It's just slower than all of us would like. And that's why we created a war room in South Lake Tahoe 5-6 years ago. And that's why we're all here today, and why I've actually bought into the COC, is because it works.
I so appreciate your work, because I see it
Thanks.
up in Tahoe, and it does make a difference. It has made a difference. And George, I agree with everything you're saying, but we have to, you know, we are government, we're working within a system. And that's what I'm trying to figure out, is how do we get within the system, how to make it work? No one in this world, not just in our county, not just in our state, not just in our nation, in the world has figured out how to end homelessness yet. I haven't seen it yet. We're all trying, you know, but it's a constant battle.
It is.
Yeah,
I agree with you, Sue.
Yeah.
But
so-
we got to take a step. We got to do
I
something.
think this is a good
Yeah.
step, and what I'd like to, you know, I hope we're getting to is how to figure out how to incorporate everything.
Yep.
Because there's a lot of ways to do it, hopefully.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Dr.
Thank
Muscat.
you, thank you, Dr. Muscat.
Okay.
Appreciate that.
So I do have one other question to staff before we open up for public, and that is, has the city of Placerville commented to you, Dawn, in terms of what their interests are in proceeding with something at this point? Have they had an opportunity to discuss this in one of their agendized meetings?
They have not, as far as I'm aware. I believe it is on their agenda this evening, if I
Ooh,
remember
okay.
correctly. And I talked to the city manager today, and he doesn't have a position because he's waiting for direction from his council.
All right, so that's a to be discussed, sounds like item, but at least it's agendized. So yeah, that's good to know, because I hadn't heard anything back in terms of their interest on it. So,
And
go ahead.
Mr. Chair, before opening it up to public comment, I put him on the spot, but the sheriff's office is here. If they want to make comments at this time, I think that would be more appropriate than public comment first, so you can hear from them.
Okay, I wasn't aware that they wanted to make comment. We talked
I don't
about
know
that
that they
before.
are,
So
but they're here. And
excellent.
So-
Let's hear it. Let's hear it.
We were part of the staff that were directed to come back.
Oh,
Yeah. I brought something for these young adults up here. It's something that every one of our deputies carry. It's one of the 3 books that lives on my desk. Hope you keep it with you. Hope you read it. Hope you try and understand it. It's not too hard to understand. Thank you. It's a constitution with the Declaration of Bill of Rights. So board, Sheriff John DiAugustini, you all know I'm nothing if not blunt. A couple comments that I've heard here today from the COC or only Kansas itself. We want to operate it. That's what we're talking about. And maybe there was a little bit of confusion. Our hot team does not get one COC dollar, not one. We work with the COC and we need the COC, but we don't get any money from the COC. So I'm going to try and stick to this as best as I can. As your CAO said on August 10th, the direction was to return your board on the 31st and provide a report on exploring appropriate funding sources and feasibility of a managed homeless encampment near the Placerville Jail, or better referred to what was proposed, the Hostess Project. Unfortunately, after just getting started on a plan to tweak the Hostess to meet legal and constitutional muster, the Caldor fire broke out. And all my resources were directed towards that disaster. The August 31st meeting, as you've heard, was put off until today, and what has come to light since then has been, at least to me, very confusing. Confusing that on one hand, I hear all the homeless advocates constantly preaching that the county needs to do something to give our homeless somewhere to go, somewhere to be safe, somewhere to receive the treatment and transition programs to end their homelessness. And on the other hand, your sheriff's office offers a rather interesting and possible preliminary framework to solve those concerns, Hostess. And after the initial excitement from the board on that day that we stepped up, the concept shortly thereafter, as you've heard by the dates that were talked about, were immediately shut down by the same people and the same special interest groups that have been doing the preaching. So I'm confused. Not one of these groups, not any individual, not your county council, nobody reached out to your sheriff's office, to my office, to my desk, to my hot team, or anybody to discuss the concept of Hostess. Not one of them called to ask if we could sit down and discuss ways to make it happen, how we could work together to get it done, or even if they opposed it, to talk about that and see if we could compromise. Instead, it became very clear very early on that they were more interested in the money they received than actually solving the problem. El Dorado Kindness actually put that in writing. They don't want to jeopardize their $5.6 million in funding. Therefore, they could not support it. They wrote in there, supporting programs like COC, support programs like the COC have proven to be effective in our community. If they're so effective, why are we here today having this conversation? And while I can't disclose, as I said, I can't disclose attorney-client details or closed session information, but some of you were there. County council never even reached out to my office. Hostess was a concept. It was a framework. Speaking of Don Simone, two of you were there in that 2x2 meeting when I said in front of him that this would take cooperative support and strong leadership of everyone involved, that his department would need to be heavily engaged and supportive. You heard his responses in that meeting, that he couldn't guarantee that for various reasons, and actually sounded like he was opposed to it from the start. You heard his comments. Well, I can't just do that. I just can't do that. And it's obvious from the feedback that I just mentioned that he was in direct communication of as well. You missed a very strong leadership opportunity at that point by telling him that he would work with my office, with the plan that would work. He's an unelected department head. He works for you. It's your job to give him direction, not the other way around. And to exacerbate this confusion, the vast majority of the people that I speak with in our communities, different functions, different places, different dinners, different breakfasts, different coffees, they support the concept, the Hostess concept. More importantly, and I know we're not supposed to talk about this here, they're adamantly opposed to the home key, turnkey, or any housing first type of projects in their neighborhoods. The majority of your constituents don't want a hotel or other housing for the homeless in their backyards, nor do you. Because if you did, we'd be talking about putting it in El Dorado Hills, or we'd be buying property in Christmas Valley. I'm sure you're going to rebut what I'm saying, and that's fine. I got a thick skin. I want to wrap up. This isn't our job. Fixing homeless in El Dorado County isn't our primary function. Our primary function is public safety. That's what we do. But the homeless issue falls under our purview and how it relates to that. Trust me, we don't want to take this on. I don't want to. If you remember when we were sitting in that meeting and I leaned to my undersheriff, you probably saw a look on his face because I said, you're going to kill me when we walk out of here. But we're willing to do it for the safety of our communities because that's what we do. And we're not afraid to fail. If we were afraid to fail, our hot team and our PERT team would not exist today. As far as where we are on the plan, on the hostess plan due to the Caldor fire, then seeing what the opposition was, I directed my staff to hold off. Don't do any more work because I can kind of see the direction this is going. I was prepared to just send you a letter to let you know that we were done and not going to pursue it anymore. But after meetings with the community, listening to the community and different constituents, we're willing to entertain moving forward, but with these conditions. If your board desires to move forward with the hostess concept, then you will need to be strong leaders. Don't ask Don Simone what he thinks. We already know what he thinks. Tell him to get it done. And if he doesn't get it done, find someone who will.
Amen.
Supervisor Heidel, not too long ago, you stated in one of these meetings that the devil's in the details. We'll deal with the details. There's a way through this. I'm sure it can work. But as I said prior, with total cooperation from everyone, including the nonprofits, especially HHSA. And if you can't absolutely guarantee that, then we have other priorities to work on. I'd like to also remind you in your governance handbook that your vision includes safe, healthy, vibrant communities. Your mission refers to safety, protection, and well-being. And your strategic goals are, number one, public safety. I'm going to close with this. If you decide to let the homeless issue continue to move in the same direction it has for the last decade, then the next fire started in a homeless camp, the increased crimes surrounding a homeless camp or turnkey or home key project. If a person, God forbid, or a child gets stuck with a found needle around a homeless camp, the next rape that happens in a homeless camp, they'll be on your conscience, not mine. Thank you.
Thank you, Sheriff. Any other staff comments before we open it up for public comment?
I just want to say one, that was just not wrong. That was offensive. No, point a finger at us. Seriously, Judge? Seriously? Absolutely out of line. Absolutely out of line. Like you said, your law enforcement, we have health and human services here that provides these services. That's professional. Out of line.
Okay, so let's calm that. Kim, if you would please open it up for public comment at this point.
Now taking public comment on item 32. Individuals will have 3 minutes to address the board. The timer will notify you when you have 10 seconds remaining to comment. Public comment will be taken first from those participating in the boardroom and then from those participating through Zoom. For those participating by Zoom, please make sure you unmute yourself when called upon. If you're joining the meeting by phone, press *9 to indicate a desire to comment. If you're joining by Zoom, press the raise hand button. Please voluntarily state your name for the record.
Thank you. I have to move this down for the short people. Good morning, and please allow me time to get through this. My name is Colleen Hearn, and I represent the concerned citizens of Cameron Park. I'm going to be speaking fast so I can hit that timer. In our county, we have proven leaders in Sheriff DeAgostini and Lieutenant Lykoff. We all witnessed the incredible efforts of the sheriff's office during the Caldor fire. We watched on the sheriff personally react to the crisis and implement a temporary housing solution on his own property. He maintained a compassionate, open door, safe, clean, and supportive environment. These same leaders are offering to engage in and explore innovative, creative new solutions to a very complex problem. Much like the residents of this county, the sheriff believes in homegrown solutions, making your own way, and looking towards the community to come together. On the other hand, we have the county agencies who are actively looking to the state to come in and solve our problems by dedicating millions of taxpayers' dollars to what I view as an unvetted program. After much effort, we know that HHSA intends to dedicate the following resources and support Project Home Key, which will grant money to purchase hotels in our community for semi-permanent to permanent housing. Don Simone indicated the Volunteers of America would be engaged for Project Home Key. 2 HHSA social workers would be committed, and we would seek grants to offset some of the operating costs not covered by Project Home Key, and I'm sure the list goes on. There is no doubt that HHSA has been working diligently to meet the qualifications to apply and be approved for a Project Home Key grant. But what I would like to know, and what the board should be asking, is what solutions have been offered or what resources have been committed to the sheriff to assist in developing this proposal that was unanimously and enthusiastically supported by this governing body. As an Air Force veteran, I quickly learned how to identify the true leaders. It was easy to spot them as they were often people you naturally gravitated towards and trusted. We trust these individuals because we work beside them. We have seen them in action. They're innovators, and they do exactly what they say they will do and do not look to others to solve the problem. From where I'm sitting, Sheriff DeAugustini and Lieutenant Lykoff, you are the leaders, you are the innovators, and you are who we trust. These county agencies are followers, lacking innovation and looking towards the state and our governor to throw millions of dollars to continue funding and perpetuating this human tragedy. Let's just call this what it is. It's said today. It's never been about solving it. It's about money. It's about continuing to manage the problem rather than solve it. Millions of dollars in grants, programs, and services have been allocated already. And as Jonathan, we all know him, passionately points out week after week, they have only had micro success at best. The followers are failing, and lack of money isn't their problem. This is a quote from the United Nations Foundation former president and CEO, Kathy Calvin. We've all learned that you can't throw money at a problem and solve it. You have to change the way you think about the problem. You have to think about new solutions, and you have to engage all kinds of players, she said. We don't have enough money, and we never will. So you have to empower different organizations and individuals to be problem solvers for themselves. Board, it's time to stop frantically looking to the state to bill us out. County agencies should be working collaboratively with the sheriff to develop our own homegrown, cost-effective solution to our own challenge. I will leave you with this last quote from General Stanley McChrystal. There is likely a place in paradise for people who tried hard, but what really matters is succeeding. If that requires you to change, that is your mission. This moment requires change. Thank you.
Thank you, Colleen.
Oh, I don't have to adjust the microphone. Thank you, Colleen. I always go back to this grant hustlers. This is what's
Please
happening.
voluntarily identify yourself for the record.
Oh, my name is Mandy Rodriguez.
Thank you, Mandy.
I live downtown Placerville. My street runs into your property. My neighbors have to look out their window and watch, not homeless, open air drug use out of their window in your parking lot. Okay. We keep calling it homeless. It's not homelessness. This is a drug and mental illness problem. And to call it homelessness is pure propaganda because we're not actually addressing the real issue. To conflate mental illness and drug use with mothers leaving abusive situations becoming homeless is a disservice. It conflates the issue. It's wrong. I do believe in shelter first. I don't believe in a hotel room left to your own devices first. 621 people died in San Francisco from overdoses in 2020. In 2019, it was 173. We all know without Narcan, it would be a lot more. Despite the Room Key project, we still had deaths. What does it matter if someone dies in a hotel alone or in our streets or in a homeless camp? Have any of you ever been up to the homeless camp on Newtown Road? Have you actually walked up that muddy hill and spoke with people that live up there? It is a crime against humanity, what's happening, and it's all of our faults. But if you are looking to grant hustlers to solve the problem, look at San Francisco. It's only gotten worse. What they are doing is not working, and we need to do something else. We need to give these people hope And you can't give somebody hope by giving them a room in a hotel and leaving them to their own devices. We have to give them responsibility. It is a stick on a carrot type approach. It absolutely is. And you need to know this about these women. And when I went up to the camp up on Newtown Road, this is what I was told, is that if you're a woman, you have to sleep with another man so the man next to you doesn't rape you. There is sex trafficking happening at those camps. I believe the sheriff would not let that happen. I know he wouldn't. We need to start somewhere, but what they're doing in San Francisco and in Portland and all those places are not working. I commend these people for trying to do something, but let's be real. This is not working. It's not a homelessness problem. Thank you.
Thank you, Mandy.
So Marisa Muscat from El Dorado Opportunity Knox. And based on the information, the letter I addressed to you on October 8th, I have 4 questions for you as the governing body. My first question is, why are you willing to potentially jeopardize more than $5.5 million awarded to address homelessness and millions more moving forward? Roughly 4 to 5 years ago, the city of Placerville, the city of South Lake Tahoe, Marshall, and Barton all contributed tens of thousands of dollars for technical assistance for the COC. And the goal was to increase capacity and increase funding. COCs are inherently designed so that when you function well and you have outcomes for exiting homelessness, you receive more dollars. For an agent of the county to pursue a non-compliant project undermines the good faith of those contributors, and it negates the hard work of the COC in the last 5 years. My second question is, without those funds, how will you actually impact homelessness? No general fund dollars can be used for short or long-term housing at this point. So without millions of state and federal funds and without a compliant COC, local non-service providers will lose critical funding that will decrease services and lose jobs in the nonprofit sector. We've talked about the different agencies that depend on the COC to do their good work, like DV, sexual assault, transitional youth. My third question is actually, what is the guidance provided by County Council regarding the sheriff's proposal as it relates to Martin versus Boise? I'm specifically concerned about a statement during the August 10th meeting about getting around Boise. I was raised in a Christian household where I was taught about the letter of the law and the spirit of the law. And to me, the spirit of the law in the case of Martin versus Boise is framed around the idea we shouldn't be criminalizing homelessness, criminalizing people who have mental illness or who have substance use challenges, threatening people with incarceration if they do not participate in the specific programs is not in the spirit of the law, and it violates personal freedom and civil liberties and those constitutions that you were just handed. Lastly, I have a fourth question, which I think is the most important, which I brought up before. Why are we discussing a non-compliant program instead of working together to promote sustainable and evidence-based solutions to homelessness? The sheriff could have brought this to the COC and he didn't. He brought it to you. And we all know that there's a housing crisis in the county. There's a housing crisis in the state. It was exacerbated by the Calder fire. We know around 600 people were counted in a homeless count in 2019. But no one program can end homelessness for all those people. As we talked about it at the August 31st meeting, COC funded programs assisted over 900 people in exiting homelessness from 2018 to 2020. So the COC does work and we're just getting started. We haven't started low barrier programs in El Dorado County. We haven't started housing first programs in El Dorado County. So you can't tell me it's not working here because we've never had funds to do it. I believe that the sheriff and his supporters come from a well-intentioned place. No one intends to bring a proposal that jeopardizes funding, that is not aligned with best practices, and that is potentially illegal. People in this room have worked for years to address the problems, and we see people suffering outdoors and unhoused. It is terrible to see people without dignity and without hope. People are compassionate, and I think that's why everyone wants to advocate for something versus nothing. But just because hostess is not in line with best practices doesn't mean there are no other options. It would be great if you'll support proposals that meet the state and federal guidelines, whether it's congregate or non-congregate or pallet, a navigation center, temporary beds, it doesn't matter. It can be a big site, it can be multiple small sites. Any of those things will immediately reduce homelessness and homeless encampments in the county as soon as they open, and they can positively impact the lives of people experiencing homelessness. That should be the goal of every person in this room. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Muscat.
Good morning. My name is Margaret Lewis, and I'm the Vice Chair of Opportunity Knox. I came here today with prepared statements, and following Marisa's comprehensive talk about what's happening with the hostess concept and where we are at, I don't feel like I'm going to follow them. I am troubled deeply by the comments I am hearing as I stand in line to speak and as I sat waiting. People who are telling you how to do your jobs, people who are telling our other professionals at the county level how to do their jobs, are at the same time whispering what I am hearing to be inconceivable comments about Dr. Muscat and her dedication to this work and to all of our dedications. Yes, I have been at the camps. Yes, I have spoken with the mother with 2 children who are living in their car because they cannot find housing. They are not addicted to drugs, although if they were, that should not be our measure of caring for them. Forgive me for my impassioned speech. I didn't anticipate coming here with such passion, but after hearing what I'm hearing and hearing people tell you how to do your jobs, I'm deeply troubled. So what I'm going to do is calm myself, ask for compassionate conversation, that we listen to one another. But I'm also going to ask you specifically as our board making this final decision, that as we watch together suffering that happens for so many, and then we have the urge and desire to come up with something for anything, to be able to call it a step forward. It can be overwhelming and drive us to grasp at ideas, recognizing them as movement forward, allowing us to say we have a plan, even if just conceptually. The problem is that this plan, even in concept, as we have heard, is too problematic. So to be concise, what I'm going to ask you today is, per your agenda item, discontinue any effort toward development or implementation of the hostess program or the current submission for a managed campground. I'm going to ask you instead to allow the COC and the county to do the work of the strategic plan that you have all mentioned as being so important. We have not yet had that opportunity. Give us a chance. You have the dates, you know the structure. Let us do our work. There is nothing that anybody working in this field wants more than a plan, but it does have to align. We do have to have funds. That is how the work gets done. And those funds do come from grants. Let us align with our funders to provide housing, to provide systems navigation, to provide safety, and to provide humanitarian care for all of our neighbors, housed and otherwise. Thank you for your good work.
Thank you, Margaret.
Hello, my name is Lauren Kathleen and my last name is Sturgeon. I'm not a doctor, but I am a taxpayer. And last night I drove through the parking lot at the Quality Inn in Cameron Park. Sue, I know you don't live here, but Miss Parlin, Mrs. Thomas, Mr. Heidel, and Mr. Turnbow, when was the last time you have driven through the parking lot at the Quality Inn in Cameron Park? It's packed full of expensive automobiles. I kind of wanted to find out why this was happening. And I'm not afraid of the homeless. I feel I was raised in a Christian home. I feel like I am a compassionate taxpayer. My feet hit the ground every morning at about 5 o'clock and I don't quit until 10. When I have an opportunity and I see someone who looks like they're down and out, I talk to them. And yes, I've been talking to the homeless who sit in front of the Safeway store in Cameron Park. For the past 2 months, I've been talking to several people. As soon as I get them their Starbucks, they kind of open up to me. And I ask them, where did you sleep last night? In various places, behind Safeway. One of them kind of etched out a little shelter of his own over by a dumpster. Like I said, in various places, which probably doesn't matter. But my question to these people is, don't you have a voucher for the Quality Inn? Yes, they do. But they sublet their room to their buddy who had a date, or they sublet their room to their friend who gave them cash. And I said, what are you using the cash for? Well, of course it's for food, because God forbid that they would go to any of the food shelters that we provide in El Dorado County. But really, who are we kidding? Is it really for food? So all I've heard this morning from the good doctor and from the lady who spoke ahead of me is more money. We need more money. We need to support these government projects. Why don't you guys quit thinking of Hostess as a cupcake and give our lieutenant sheriff and our sheriff an opportunity to see if this works? Thank you.
Good morning or good afternoon. My name is Steve Ferry. I'm from El Dorado Hills. And I was in a meeting last night with Supervisor Hydall and the commissioner, I think, that's sitting next to him. Great job. In that, I asked a question of Nicole, who was there from the mental health department of the county. I've asked her 2 or 3 questions, but then the final 2 questions, and these 2 people can tell you that this is either true or false. But I asked her, I says, what are your metrics for success with mentally ill people? And she looked at me like I'd come down from Mars. Like, we don't have an answer for that. And I said, well, what is your metric for giving us an answer as to the success of your mental health program from, say, 2010 to 2019, that 10-year period? We don't have that either. I leave that up to the HHS. I'm surprised, absolutely astounded that they don't have reasonable records to show what their success rates are, much less do they have some kind of format for what success is. I have talked to many young people at Oak Ridge High School. I've been asked to be a lecturer there, or a debater, if you will, and I've debated several times, and it's always fun to do that. And I know one fella, Matthew Hodgins, who's kind of a really good guy, and I know each one of you young people are coming here out of other high schools as well as Oak Ridge. And I would suggest you go back and look at this film from roughly 11:45 until this is over, to see what people are saying about this issue, and create questions and answers for your classrooms, because that's why you're here. You one day are going to be sitting there, I'll be gone, but you'll be sitting in a boardroom like this doing this. And I applaud you for being here to learn what the process is. Now, last night they were asking for $7 million, $7 million plus, for the program that they were looking at without having metrics. And I look at that and go, that's just nuts. I don't doubt they need the money, but they need to change their program and put it together properly. Chairman Hydall here is a rocket scientist, in case you people didn't know that. He really is. I actually worked on the Atlas rocket back in the 60s.
Wow.
And know something about that. When we went to the moon, that was something you couldn't do. Elon Musk decided to go to space. He was told, you're private side people, you can't go to space. That's government stuff. That's the money that's already set aside. And yet he went. God bless him for doing it, because he showed that you can't always stay within the government budget and budgeting process to achieve success. Success is something that was brought to you this morning by the sheriff. That is something that could change the way homeless are dealt with throughout the state of California, throughout the country, throughout the world. But if nobody gives it a chance to run, then why are we even here? Just go ahead and throw the money at something and keep throwing it 10 years from now. In any case, I want to thank the sheriff for putting this together. I want you all to know that I am very proud of you young people for being here. I'm just an old man coming in to say hello. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Steve. So I do want to ask for a pause at this point, because I know our youth commissioners have some time constraints in terms of things they need to do. They talked about having to leave sometime between 12 and 12:30. It looks like this item is going to go on for an extended period. So feel free to leave if you have to, but I think I want to give Supervisor Thomas an opportunity to make any final comments, and then if you have to go, please leave according to whatever your other commitments are, but
Just
Yeah, go
like to
ahead.
thank each and every one of you for participating today. Look forward to being with you throughout the rest of the year, and look forward to supporting you during your wellness week and your project this year. It's just very excited about that. I would also encourage you to later on listen to what happens on this item. No doubt there will be some continued rich dialogue and debate, which is how our system works. And that is a really valued part of government in America. So just thank you for being here, and please continue to stay engaged, and we're always open here for you. So thank you so much.
thank you. Thank you for your participation. Yeah, all right. Yeah, grab food on your way out, please.
Thank you.
You want to take the name tags?
Blake, you want your name tag?
I want to take these. Yeah. Give that to Lauren if you could. Wendy, you want to enter that one too? In the event they want to hang on to them. Mementos or whatever. All right. Nice meeting you. Thank you. Yeah. Yeah. Yep.
Thanks, John, for doing
Thank you, Chairman Heidel. I appreciate
Yep.
it. Bye, Amy. Thank you.
And Don, you guys stay down there, okay?
Okay, we can proceed now. So please, Don.
Chairman Heidel, supervisors, excuse my voice. I'm Don Vandekar, a 42-year resident of this county and somewhat of an activist. I'm just absolutely delighted to see young people see this work in action and the stress and strain and problem-solving techniques presented. As I have mentioned in an earlier statement before this board, my wife and I have worked for about 3 decades on issues having to do with homelessness in our community. I have worked with these young people who have no shelter, who have no limited barriers with the cold and the snow. Perhaps they have tents, perhaps they have some tarps. I've worked with Hangtown Haven, a very successful shelter that did not cost public agencies anything. My wife and I have worked with the Atlantic Shelter and have, as have many others, another successful program that was funded by private means, not by the government. All who volunteered have gained some knowledge and skills regarding operating a shelter and providing navigation skills, and which would lead homeless people to become permanent residents. One of the saddest and most troubling aspects of our efforts is to participate in memorial services for homeless people who we have gotten to know. We must get homeless people off the street and into safe and supported environments. We must provide navigation skills, training, and support that will assist homeless people in living productive lives in our community. Currently, Peg and I are working with Housing Eldorado. We cannot assist people to get out of homelessness if there's no housing to put them in after they've reached that stage. Our sheriff has made a gesture. Can public entities work together to develop mutually acceptable avenues to address this problem? Can public agencies do something with this winter, and maybe before we go into yet another season, can we provide some type of minimal shelter, at least a warming room where they can be? Any solution is going to take some time. Let's see if we can't fill the gap in supportive ways to keep these people warm and to continue to work on them, with them, to get them out of the homeless situation into some type of permanent housing. Thank you. It's a privilege to be part of this process, and I recognize it's a huge challenge to all of us. Let's work together to solve this problem.
Thank you, Don.
Hi, my name is Craig Stiles. I'm a 30-year resident of Placerville, and Don and Peg are my mentors, among others. As I have volunteered my time with a nomadic shelter over the last 6 or 7 years, and more recently served as a board member with Hangtown Haven, I've seen growing frustration among the volunteer groups due to the general hands-off approach taken by city and county government in caring for the homeless. I've also seen evidence of that this situation is changing now with the success of the HOT team and the new proposal being offered by the Sheriff's Department and the work of HHS and EDOC in developing a strategic plan. There's also new energy being generated in the volunteer community through recognition of the need for better coordination of efforts among groups. Housing El Dorado has emerged as a new force, merging the efforts of Hangtown Haven, the Western Slope Coalition on the Homeless, and other groups, and we are now better prepared to mobilize for the benefit of the homeless community. This is a critical time when we are all engaged to do our best to work together for the common good of the community. As indicated in the attachments for this agenda item, there's also a great deal of potential grant funding at stake in excess of $5 million. In order to access these funds, which are urgently needed to successfully achieve any goals we have to help the homeless, we must develop our plans with the principle of housing first clearly in mind. In order for this to happen, it seems that the Sheriff's Department and EDOK must find a way to collaborate around the soon to be completed strategic plan coming out of the COC. I would urge the Board of Supervisors to encourage this collaboration so that we can reach a permanent plan for helping the homeless through housing, mental health, and other navigation services. The volunteer community will do our best to provide housing assistance for the homeless this winter, as we always have. But this effort cannot be sustained beyond this winter. The time is now for the county to step up and lead us to a permanent housing first solution. We are ready to do our part to help find a solution we can all get behind to help our homeless neighbors regain dignity and for our community. Thank you.
Good.
There's a lot of emotion here, that's for sure. I'm Maureen Dion Perry from Camino. I've been working on providing services for our homeless neighbors for quite some time through the Empty Bowls Supper, Upper Room, Project Room Key, and now Housing El Dorado. I want to start by thanking the sheriff for changing his mind about advocating for a shelter here in El Dorado County. That was not his position some time ago. And I think that is a welcome change to have him in a position to advocate for a shelter that we so much need. As everyone said, Dr. Muscat, we too remain concerned that the shelter would need to adhere to best practices summarized in the Housing First principles. And I would remind you that Housing First is not government regulation. What Housing First is based on research and metrics that have been provided in order to develop the Housing First principles. It's not just someone coming up with these regulations for the sake of regulations. They truly are based on studies that have looked at what gets the best outcome in getting people out of homelessness. And I think sometimes we lose sight of that important principle. Some of the Housing El Dorado board members recently had a field trip to the Volunteers of America Congregate Shelter and Navigation Center in Sacramento. It serves 100 people using Housing First principles. This is one example of Sacramento's efforts to house the homeless, and it was very impressive. It became apparent to me that even with the decades of experience that our Housing El Dorado board members have, we may not have the capacity to build and operate a shelter. And we do not believe that anyone else here on the Western Slope has that capacity either. I think that the quickest and most effective way to get a shelter up and running here is to contract with Volunteers of America to develop and operate a shelter for us. They have the capacity, they have the experience, and they have the outcomes, and they can get the funding. I would like to work with an organization like that to help us build our capacity here in El Dorado County. I ask everyone's patience to work with EDOC. We're almost over the finish line. And I believe that all supervisorial districts need to have housing and services for our homeless neighbors. No one needs to be left out, not even El Dorado Hills. Cameron Pap, every district needs to do that. This is how Sacramento is doing it. I ask the sheriff and HUT team to participate with this along with the rest of the community. That's what this is all about. I thank everyone for the important work that is going on and the deliberations that you are having. This is democracy in action, that's for sure. I challenge our community to get a shelter operating as soon as possible. So this will be the last winter of operating the winter lodging program here on the Western Slope. Thank you.
Thank you, Maureen.
Melody Lane, founder of Compass to Truth 2 decades ago, actually over 2 decades ago. I served as the El Dorado County Community Services coordinator doing targeted case management, working with the psychiatric health facilities, Marshall Medical, law enforcement, Section 8 housing, women, infant and children, et cetera, but essentially dealing with the very individuals who were living behind Safeway or living on somebody's property or living, who knows where. There are mental health issues, involved in this, but there was a solution and actually a model solution, which was Hangtown Haven, which I'm sure you all remember on Upper Broadway. I was given a tour of that, and there were many people there who were just really victims of circumstance. They did not have mental health, issues, but they had strict rules there. They had a beautiful communal eating area. They had a technology center set up for those who were looking for jobs. They had an automobile, to transport people to get their jobs or for interviews. They had the tiny homes that they were developing and building until the city came down and basically dismantled Hangtown Haven. There's an old saying, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. Well, this was a real good example of the government coming in and fixing something that really wasn't broke. It may not have been perfect, but it was not broke. Hangtown Haven was conducted better, cleaner, and more organized than the Coloma Resort at the foot of my property. And I'm saying that literally. There have been drunken parties in the river in the middle of the night.
You're getting a little off topic.
I'm not off topic, John, and stop interrupting me. This is very relevant to the Coloma Resort has approximately 30 tiny homes. But what they also are known for is that they wouldn't, when it came to working with the county and going through the planning and development services to get their permits for some of the housing and dealing with some of the issues, they didn't come to the county and ask permission. They went ahead and did it anyhow and asked for forgiveness later. The point of the issue is what I'm saying. You've got a homeless problem that needs to be dealt with now. Don't deal with the government bureaucracy. Deal with solving the problem, setting it up now Now is the time to get these people set up and deal with the details later, the way basically our county works anyhow. Get it done. Just do it. And Nike is probably going to want royalties for that statement. Just do it.
Thank you, Melody.
My name is Cheryl Trainer, and I am a resident of District 3, Miss Thomas, and I thank you for listening to my comments. I have been a volunteer with a nomadic shelter. I have worked for a nonprofit in this community, which did home visits all over the county. And I was like a case manager as a therapist working with children with special needs. And what I found right now today that's disturbing to me is that this has become a political issue that's dividing sides. And I believe, I don't know why the sheriff and COC have not got together. I'm hearing, and I agree, Dr. Muzek, that's very important. I agree, Amanda. I'm sorry.
Talk in the
I
microphone,
agree.
please. Yeah.
I mean, I agree with people from both sides that we need a short-term solution. In my own personal family, we had someone that had mental health issues and substance abuse. Without our family support, she would not be sober and she would not be living a productive life today. Many people, when I work with the medic shelter, do not have that. They do not have a family that will walk alongside them. So that navigational system is important, whatever way we're going. Short-term solution, I understand is important. I really appreciate that the sheriff has worked with NAMI, the National Alliance for Mental Illness, because mental illness and substance abuse for me are not a crime. So I would love to see more collaboration between the city, which I've also spoken at, the county, COC, the sheriff's department. That is something right now that I feel like in our community and in our state is not occurring. I'm hearing name calling, finger pointing, and I appreciate that this is a difficult job that you all have. And I wouldn't right now choose to have it. I appreciate that you're listening to both sides. And I think that's what we need to do is see what is our common ground, because I think if we're united, we will have more power to make a difference in our community. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Cheryl.
Good afternoon. I'm Peg Vanderkar. I live in Placerville. And I want to make 3 points and hopefully stay well within the 3 minutes, although sometimes I digress. First of all, I want to offer my deep support for all of you elected officials, you county officials, all of you, and that includes the sheriff. I know I need to go the other way.
Yeah, there you go. Yeah.
Includes support for the sheriff and the HOT team and everybody's work. This is an incredibly complex problem. If it wasn't, it would be solved in other parts of the country already. And we know how much difficulty everybody's having. So first of all, my deep support. I wanted the kids to hear that because I wanted them to feel like there were people in the community that would support them if they ran for office, which I don't plan to do, by the way. Follow on my last speaker's point too. So one of the second point I wanted to make is that the several speakers made a point that seemed to get passed over. This motion, the thing on the docket today is to go forward with the hostess plan, which the staff was directed to do or not. But in passing, both the sheriff and Dr. Muscat used the term in that form, or I think the sheriff said something like, we hadn't had a time to tweak it yet. There was this passing whiff of the possibility of the hostess plan as presented and the concept was voted on. And I heard that, I was here when that happened, as a concept. Nobody gave it time, and there hasn't been time to redo it and make it fit with parameters that would bring in money. And I applaud the sheriff for offering space and doing something. So I would encourage everybody to think about the fact that that was mentioned, that it was this particular thing that won't fit, but there's possibility of change. So my third point is I beg you all, everybody, including the audience, to maintain respect for each other, respect for all of us and each other, and work together on projects that fit all the parameters, and do it fast, please, because yes, we won't be able to manage this. We who do the church nomadic shelter things, and we're trying hard to get all 7 nights covered this winter. We have 3 nights covered, maybe. so far, and that's for a small group of people. It's just a drop in the bucket. So please work together, find solutions that fit all the parameters. And I have the deepest respect for all of you that are working on it. Thank you.
Thank you, Peg.
Hi, Jane McGinnis. First of all, I wanted to say, I wanted to share what I told Don Ashton earlier, and it goes for all of you. I am so impressed by the grace with which you receive abuse. And having said that, don't throw the baby out with the bathwater. We've got a good sheriff. He's offered us a piece of land. We've got a plan that doesn't fit the federal guidelines. So throw out the hostess plan. If you look at today's agenda item, it doesn't say, are we going to go forward with hostess? It says, are we going forward with an encampment, a homeless encampment? Nothing's married to the hostess program. First of all, I think we do have the people and the skills locally to run a shelter, but there are plenty of people that can be hired to come in and do it. Many of the transitional services that are normally provided are provided by linking up with existing organizations like NA or AA. Job training could be provided through union apprenticeship training programs and other specialty services. Small business is desperate for workers in our area. Since COVID hit and the federal heat and quiet money has come out, people are choosing not to re-enter the workforce. We've got a unique opportunity here. Local restaurants, auto shops, tire shops, retail stores, bakeries, wineries are not just potential employers. They could serve as part of an offsite job training program. These are just things that people sitting around a table can work together to put together. Housing first does not mean that drug addicts are allowed to use drugs within the shelter. It does not mean that alcoholics are allowed to bring alcohol into the shelter. It means that people who are homeless, regardless of their habits or their addictions or their illnesses, are qualified to be in the shelter simply because they are homeless. Then we deal with the problems. Get them housing first and deal with the problems. And that's where the NA and the AA and the job training and the counseling come in. These are the services provided to everyone. It doesn't mean that they're not going to be asked to sign an agreement on behavior standards. Doesn't mean that we can't enforce an agreement about how people will deal with one another. But housing first means everybody is welcome with their animals, low barrier. So I am urging you to continue working with the temporary housing encampment idea. And I'm going to go over, and I apologize. I went out and talked to the sheriff after he spoke, and he is perfectly fine with offloading hostess as long as he can be involved in providing a solution. It's not going to be permanent. It's going to be temporary, and temporary is what we need to get us through to June. This does not mean we're not going to pay attention to EDOC COC. Yes, they're going to have a strategic plan. It'll be on paper. Then we've got to do brick and mortar. That's going to take time. We could be using the housing, the homeless encampment with a program that uses housing first, that doesn't jeopardize any federal funding for any programs, past or future. But we could have something in place probably in a couple of months. The sheriff is perfectly fine with getting around a table with maybe no more than 8 people, because it's too many talkers when you get more than that.
Please wrap it up, Jane.
To put the pieces in line to be able to put together a tiny housing temporary encampment that would get us through until June. And if it's successful, maybe go on for another year after that if needed. So I'm just saying, I think we can all do this together without fighting with each other.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Jane. Yep.
Good morning, Board of Supervisors. My name is Charlie McDonald. I am a resident of District 3, and I'm looking at friends. I wasn't going to speak because it's pretty much already been said. And I don't like to repeat, but yet I feel I need to. I am on the board for the EDOK, the COC. I'm also on the board for Housing El Dorado. I'm also a supporter of the sheriff's program or his attempt to build one. I understand the dynamics and the problems and the issues. I'm also, I also work, my history is working in the trenches with the homeless and with the broken. And that's where my heart is. And I just encourage the board and the county and the sheriff to work together to solve this problem. I think our experience with the Caldor fire shows us what kind of a community we live in and what can happen when we all pull together and find a solution. So I know this can be done. We just need to make that decision and make it happen. And so that's what I encourage everybody is let's just come together. I have been in contact with the sheriff. I've been to some meetings. I know that the original hostess program has kind of been, let's revamp that or let's look at it. Let's make it more compatible to housing first. I support that. And to see if we can't make that, it's a quick solution. I think he can make it happen faster than anybody else. And I also support what the EDOK is doing with the strategy. I'm looking forward to Monday's meeting to see how that pans out. These last 6 months is my first experience with politicians. And I find it very frustrating. I like to get things done. I'm a person of action, and it's very frustrating knowing that people that I know that I consider friends. I think somebody mentioned what it's like for a woman to sleep at night is they have to find a man that's safer than getting raped every night. That is true. There's trafficking going on. It's not a safe place. And they deserve better. And I know this county can do better. So I just thank you for your support. And I encourage you all to, let's figure this out. Thanks.
Thank you, Charlie.
Hi, my name is Ruth Carter and I'm a resident of Placerville. And I'm just going to read down what I wrote. I support the hostess program and working with our sheriffs, DeAugustini and Lykoff. The sheriff department is tasked with maintaining public safety. The city of Placerville makes sense for caring for the homeless and connecting to services. This will funnel those in need of services to the center of the county resources and focus efforts to improve our entire county's efforts in the overall homeless problem. The nonprofit organizations want to do things their own way instead of partnering with our sheriff. This is a money issue for them first. Homeless camps are located on property that does not belong to the individuals camping. The illegal activities and problems of daily life that occur as a result of this act of trespassing are included, but not limited to the following: unsanitary bathrooms. They don't have facilities. And if they do, they're not using them. Rape, trafficking, all been mentioned before. I know drug use, obviously that's a given. Littering, the trash in our city is disgusting. We need to have a program. Let's partner with this homeless program and have a garbage pickup included in that. The mental illness, animal abuse, physical abuse. A lot of these people don't want to participate in programs because they have to follow rules. They have animals that they can't take with them into rooms. Let's talk about making this a temporary situation into, like everybody wants, transitional housing, right? Getting back on your feet or getting plugged into the services that you need. In Sacramento County, I have some friends that work at the Department of Housing. During COVID, they were directed to spend millions to book hotel and motel rooms for homeless, and they mostly sat empty. The reason that they mostly sat empty is because the homeless don't want to follow those rules placed on them for housing. We need to send a message in our county that you participate in this program if you're homeless. You'll be punished for illegal camping. You can choose to participate or you can leave the county. If everything is centralized in Placerville, we don't have to worry about people camping in the snow. We don't have to have problems with trash If people know that there are repercussions for their actions, they'll take them elsewhere or they'll participate. Thank you. I support our sheriffs.
Thank you, Ruth.
Hi there, I'm Julie Robinson. I live in Placerville. This Sunday, I took the opportunity to talk to some homeless folks at the Sierra Harm Reduction event. And I did so to make sure that I was accurately using my voice for the unhoused and not only talking from my point of view from listening to my daughter, who is a school child without a home, or her bio mother who has been in and out of homelessness for years. So I spoke to 5 folks. They were all very well dressed and very clean. I wouldn't have actually guessed they were unhoused. I asked them their opinion on the hostess plan. They all said they hadn't heard of it. One older gentleman said, "I was in and out of prison my whole life. I've been out for 7 years. I like my freedom. I just want to be left alone and respected as a person. No, I don't want to live in a camp run by the police." I grew up in South Africa and Southern Africa, and I worked as a student nurse in several townships in Cape Town where people built their own homes out of found materials. There were thousands of homes, too many that were an eyesore, hard living circumstances. But they were a community and people had self-respect and from being self-reliant. I advocate that if we do build some kind of tiny home community, if the homeless could be involved in also building those homes. I know there's a lot of cheap material and I know that the technology is quite simple, but yeah, the hands-on building a home and building a community will give people more control and involvement. Thank you.
Thank you, Julie.
Hi, hopefully you can't hear my heartbeat through the microphone. My name's Heather Locker, and I'm over a 30-year resident of Placerville. Hi, Lindy. And my concern is a little bit different than everything else that's been said here, and that I live in the neighborhood where this would take place. I live off of Dusty Gold Lane, and it's a big, huge concern of mine. As I drive around the city, I see homelessness. I see the problems with it. I see that there's a high volume of drug use. The Mountain Democrat had posted a couple months ago that 85% of the homeless population are meth addicts, which is a deep concern of mine to have that in my neighborhood. I worked hard to buy in a neighborhood that I felt was very safe, even though it is by a jail. It has been very safe. And my concern is safety. My concern is that this project, I believe there needs to be something done. And I'm a compassionate person. However, with the amount of trash that I see in town that's not being cleaned up, I'm wondering how are we going to support this? Because if you build it, they will come. I've heard from good sources that Nevada pays their homeless $100 to hop on a bus and go to another community. That's how they're taking care of their homelessness. And once we have an established program, are other counties and communities going to send their homeless to us? And then it's going to become an overwhelming issue that we have to deal with. It's very concerning that it's going to be in my neighborhood. I want to feel safe. Our county, our town, I don't know if it's a county that's done the El Dorado Trail. I mean, I use that. I walk on the trail. Now I drive up to Camino to access that part of the trail because the section between Forney Road and Ray Lawyer Drive is kind of sketchy. And if it does go in by the jail, is that going to become a homeless freeway? Is Upper Broadway still going to be, is the town of Placerville going to be sandwiched between 2 homeless camps and they kind of take over? I want to feel safe in my community. We are a small town that thrives on tourism. I'm a 4th grade teacher. I get to teach about the history of Placerville in my classroom, which I absolutely love. And I love my community and I want it to stay safe and I want it to stay clean and I want it to be a place that people want to come. We thrive on our tourism. And I want this to be, I guess my goal is I want this to be thoroughly thought out because if you build it, they will come. What happens if it doesn't work, then where do these people go? What do we do with them? I'm afraid of fire. I already lost my insurance because I live in a highly fire zone. It's like one of the #1 fire zones in our town. That's a huge concern to me as well, especially after the Caldor fire. So there are so many issues, safety issues, health issues, fire issues. Whatever decision is made, I just hope that it is thoroughly thought through and isn't just what I'm hearing today kind of scares me because there's not a lot of definitive stuff that's all over the place. And and I know nobody wants it in their backyard. I know that there's a problem and I want to be part of a solution, but I want this to be something that, yes, we know what's going to happen. What happens if it doesn't work? What happens? What do we do with the trash? What do we do with the safety? What do we do if they're breaking the law? Because right now it seems like they have more rights than we do. And I need to be a voice, and thank you for your time. And thank you, Wendy, very much. So anyways, those are my concerns. There are many, and 3 minutes isn't enough, certainly 4 now, 4 and 16 to discuss it, but I will continue to show up at these and be part of the solution, not just somebody who's complaining.
Thank you, Heather.
Okay.
Good morning, afternoon again.
Yeah,
Jeannie
afternoon.
Harper from Community Economic Development Association of Pollock Pines. I am here today representing my community of Pollock Pines. I heard someone mention a little earlier that there were people here that were not really coming from well-intentioned places. I can assure you that I definitely am coming from a well-intentioned place. And let me just share a little bit about my own history. On May 4th of this year, I got a call from the local PD telling me my homeless brother had been found dead. I also have other family members with children who have been out on that street and alone. My community and the school district in my community has over 50% free and reduced lunches, and we have McKinney Vento going on. So I am very familiar and very much involved with homeless folks. Will do whatever I can do for my homeless folks in my community. Beyond that, what I need to say pretty much carries on with what the previous speaker spoke. To think about putting a permanent 10-year contracted place at our one and only name recognized hotel in Pollock Pines, that would be the Best Western, is inconceivable to me if we are really morally and ethically concerned about our homeless folks. There is nothing. I said to Don Simone last Friday night, you might as well be sending them to Siberia. Where are they going to go in the middle of a snowstorm? How are they going to get the food that's approximately 2 miles down the street from where there will be? No services are going to be there. I am told that services will come with that application. And let me go to that piece. Somebody else mentioned earlier this morning, or a few minutes ago, maybe, the timeline, the concept and the timeline. My concern is that I am understanding that there's already discussions going on with that Best Western Hotel to see if they would sell it. I'm also told that the application is already being written. Well, why has our community not been involved in any of this? Our community has a right to know this. Our community has a right to respond to it. Don shared with me last Friday night that there was a 78% success in Project Turnkey, which is there right now. And I said to him, and I'm saying to you now, not according to the community. I don't know what the definition of that success was, but if you talk to community members, business owners, they will share a whole different story with you, a lot of which you've heard tonight, the drug needles, the thefts, the damage, all of that. That's not my point here. My point is we've got to work together. There is only one way that this is going to happen. Some of you are going to be at the Stars in Action on Thursday, and you'll see flags hanging all over the place that says, "No one fights alone." And in this situation, no one is going to be able to fight alone because there's just too much to it. So we've got to work together. We've all got that moral and ethical responsibility. I feel like I have the responsibility for my homeless folks in my community. I don't need or want any more to be brought into the community. Thank you. And I also appreciate what all of you are doing with what our sheriff's office is doing, but we need to come together and work on that together. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Jeannie.
Good afternoon, Board and Chair. Jonathan Gainsborough. It's been great listening to all the manifold sides of discussion this morning. We need to give me the courtesy that you've given a dozen other people to go a minute over, please.
Keep it within a minute. You got it.
Yeah, thank you. In 1 Kings chapter 3, it talks about Solomon having two mothers come to him with one baby. They were both prostitutes, but that's not the point. They both cared about their child. They argued over whose was the living child. In 1 Kings chapter 3, verse 20, so the king said, bring me a sword. And they brought a sword before the king. The king said, cut the living child in two and give half to one and half to the other. Well, then the woman whose child was living, one spoke to the king. She said, no, give it to the other woman. I want the child to live. We all want the child to live. We all want the homeless to live. Nobody's mentioned this morning that the county has a $50 million general fund reserve. Nobody's mentioned the $37 million that ARPA has given American Rescue Plan. To rescue what? To rescue institutions or to rescue our 500 Western Slope homeless that were out in the rain last night, living like dogs. If somebody had their dog out in the rain, all 5 of you would be outraged. You would shame them, you would arrest them, and you would jail them, and you would fine them. But how can we leave 500 human beings out in the rain in their cars or couch surfing or living in garages? Dr. Marissa Muscat, doing great work, but in all of the COC meetings I've listened to, especially the last one, there was almost a negative feeling toward Ron Saxon need bringing up a specific shelter. I'm glad to hear her talk about options this morning, but I've never heard it, and it was against that at the last COC meeting. She talks of a public meeting next week, the 15th, for the community. Nobody in this community has spoken for the homeless more than I have. Not that I brag, but I say it in shame that I can't weep for the homeless that are living like animals. But I haven't been invited to the meeting, nor have my homeless friends, nor have much of the community. So the COC is based in Lake Tahoe, and I salute her for originating the Tahoe Coalition for the Homeless. But they scored 3 motels up there for 100 homeless, and 80% of the homeless here, we have no motel, no roof, no shelter. Something is wrong with the occasion. Don Simone has said to me, he needs a champion. He needs a champion. He needs you, Wendy. He needs you, Lori. He needs you, Sue. He needs you, John. And he needs you, George. And George did speak up this morning. And maybe you lose your political base, but maybe 500 human beings get shelter over them and not being treated like animals. I've brought up basic human hygiene for Upper Broadway again and again. I got one letter from a supervisor saying, oh, we tried that. No, you never tried it with the pit stop, which is proven in San Francisco to have a paid attendants watching over the porta potty. We've got to do something. Philadelphia at the end, during the Depression, they rented a warehouse and they slept 1,000 people just in cots, in beds, just to get them out of the elements. We've got 2 things. The baby is not cut in half, but we've got to do an immediate
Please wrap
solution.
it up, Jonathan.
Yes, we need an immediate solution for the 500 Western homeless. Get a roof over them. I'm for the sheriff doing something rather than all the experts doing nothing this winter. It's been 8 years that it's been shoveled on the nonprofits. It's your responsibility. Stand up, stand up, stand up for those who have no voice, the Bible says. Jesus says, I was homeless, and you either brought me in and gave me shelter, or you did it not to the least of
Thank you, Jonathan.
Good afternoon. My name is Hervé Lecomte. I'm a Camino resident and also helping veterans and with a nonprofit organization, Military Family Support Group. And of course, when I say the word veterans, oh, by the way, any veterans in the room? Oh, any veterans in the room? Thank you for your service from the bottom of my heart. Well, when I say veterans, we all know there is also homeless veterans. And for many years, I asked myself, what can we do for homeless individuals? I stopped asking that question to myself. I have no answer. I heard on the news, newspapers, nobody has the answer. One thing I know, I can see a leader when I see one. John D'Agostini. I see a leader when I see another one. Future Sheriff Lykoff. So I'm going to refer to them. That's all I have to say. When I don't know anything, I listen to the leaders. Thank you.
Thank you.
See no additional public comment in the boardroom. Now taking public comment from our Zoom participants. Now taking public comment from Tiffany Ralston.
Good afternoon. My name is Tiffany Ralston, and I hadn't intended to speak. I wanted to raise my hand earlier to say that the meeting was muted, and I apologize for not taking my hand down. I will say that I've heard very, very rigorous debate today, and I feel reassured by the process. I really want to support innovative and effective programs. I live in Cameron Park. I won't go shopping up there off of Coach Lane anymore because it's too scary for me and I'm getting emotional about it, and I don't want to do that. So I just want to say that Cameron Park is very afraid of the direction that the county is going with the homeless programs, and we're feeling like we're getting kind of identified as being a place where this should all be happening, and we don't want that. So appreciate all of the effective dialogue and looking forward to a collaborative and calm solution. Thank you.
Thank you, Tiffany.
Now taking public comment from Dawn Wolfson.
Hi, Dawn Wolfson, Cameron Park. First of all, I disagree with the previous speaker. If we need to put a shelter here, among other places, then we need to put a shelter here. But what I really wanted to say was, thank you to the sheriff for putting something forward. I'm not sure it's exactly what we need. I do echo the sentiment of the person who stated that we should have the county council look into this first. And the reason I say that is that if we aren't in compliance with Boise with what he's proposing, I don't think you want to be fighting off a lot of lawsuits from homeless people who are, suing you based on this being a violation of Boise. That's number one. And number two is, if we're going to do it, let's tweak it so that we don't lose that $5 million of federal funding. But I do agree with everybody who's spoken. We need short-term housing and we need it now, and we need to figure it out. Thank you.
Thank you, Dawn.
Now taking public comment from 390.
Looked like we had two hands up and they both kind of disappeared. Now David's back. So I guess we'll move on to David Zelensky.
Okay. Now taking public comment from David Zelinski.
David Zelensky. So in about 60 seconds, I'm going to join Tahoe Coalition for the Homeless for a veteran case management meeting. We have removed a number of veterans from our by name list for homelessness. I also have worked with inmate services today and El Dorado County Jail to help me process a thought on one of my homeless inmates should be conserved because everything else has failed. We'll never end homelessness because a lot of the homeless don't want to have anything else. One of my veterans jumped out of his COVID motel. I don't know if he's cleared of COVID or not, in violation of probation. He's on the street, although he's at Mather. And so we need infinite solutions because we have infinite problems. And the more solutions we have, the better. I've got a list of 11 homeless shelters on just Western County alone that I work with. And so everyone's part of the solution, and I want to thank everybody. And hopefully the sheriff's idea can go forward in a way that everyone can be happy with. And so now I got to go take care of my case management meeting. Thank you.
Thank you, David.
Now taking public comment from 390.
Well, there we go. Yeah, Ken Greenwood, District 2 for now. Gee whiz, another hard decision. I hope the kids are still there. Maybe this will cure them of their desire to get into politics. Who knows? Don't really want to get some on you. But anyway, this is not an easy decision, but it seems that it is a easy decision, if you will, to put forth the hostess program to the extent that it will not interfere with this other funding that seems to be so sacred. And as several have suggested, maybe some of this funding is unnecessary and doesn't really result in what we want to. I think the example given that people turn in their vouchers and pimp them out, if you will, to someone else speaks for itself. The fact that the homeless community is living in fear and, I mean, raped every night is disturbing. And I'm sure is going on. We have to stop that, if nothing else. There's so many other compelling issues here, but that is the most compelling. That would not happen at Hangtown Haven. That would not happen at the proposed site because there are rules, there are regulations. And yes, a lot of homeless people are homeless because they choose to be to an extent. And their freedom is more important to them than perhaps other things. Again, the homeless or the hostess program will provide the services that these people need and tie them in with the people that care, that matter, and that have the wherewithal to do that. Vouchers, putting people in hotel rooms just simply creates more opportunity for crime, honestly. And I think that's pretty clear. The number of calls for service to those hotels in Cameron Park didn't get mentioned today, but I think they should, and it would probably be a pretty shocking number. So I say we go on with this opportunity that we see before us and work towards retention of our sacred cow money, if you will, and get something done, because nothing, as was quoted in one of the letters, nothing is the wrong thing to do. And that's kind of where we're doing right now. We're spinning our tires. So I support the sheriff's move. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ken.
Now taking public comment from Brandy Collenborn.
Hello.
Hi, Brandy, go ahead.
Hi, thank you. Hi, board. My name is Brandy Collenborn. I'm a resident of El Dorado County, and we built our home in El Dorado County about 3 years ago. We moved here from Sacramento County, where I was a volunteer on various housing boards and commissions for the better part of a decade. It's what I did for fun. But it also made me very aware of a lot of these programs, how they work, what their costs to the community can be. And my concern with these programs is that the long-term cost to the community is greater than we can even assess at this point. Using hotels and things like this creates depressed areas of the community that we are saddled with for decades to deal with. Nobody wants to develop near them. The businesses near them are affected. These are long-term problems that the community signs up for by making these safe havens. I very much support the sheriff's hostess program as an alternative. When you centralize services and make them easier to obtain, they're more likely to be used versus spreading it out amongst the community makes it less likely because it takes more effort to get there. And it's already taking an incredible amount of effort for some of these people to participate in the very hard steps it can take to, for mental health services, for drug services, for whatever services they need. It can take a lot of work to get there. And sometimes the alternatives are easier and preferable. So, making them centralized and easy to obtain. I have seen too many times where housing first programs are not successful. If they were, then Sacramento would have no housing. But there's a saying that says, if you build it, they will come. And it's true. If you build it, they will come. All it does is create more need, because you can never fulfill a need when you're constantly trying to do it in this way. I've seen too many programs like this that don't succeed, and the community ends up with long-term leases on these things that, the last gentleman spoke about calls for service from law enforcement. They are concentrated on these. I know that a lot of them don't track it because it can be considered discriminatory, but if you track it, it's very apparent. So in closing, I just want to say, in my experience, these types of programs are not successful, and they have a detrimental effect on the community, and I very much support looking at alternatives that have better long-term impact. Let's do this right the first time instead of just doing it quickly. So thank you, board, for hearing my comments.
Thank you, Brandy.
There's no additional public comment.
All right, I'll accept this last public comment, please.
My name is Taraj Agahi. I'm a business owner in Pollock Pines. Next week we'll be there for 42 years. I've been up in Pollock Pines for most of my life, and I just want to share that since we've had this program where the housing for the homeless has been a motel in our community, I can personally attest that some of the issues have come inside of our community. My employees are always concerned when they have to clean our facility, our bathrooms outside, that they're going to be stuck with a needle. Now, I'm not saying that our drug use to our community is exclusive to the homeless, but I would like to express that since this program has come to Pollock Pines, we have noticed a difference. I'm here just to share with you a personal experience that we're having in our community as you make your decision of where to go with this program. And I would like to support Sheriff DeAugustini's program that he's offering, only because the facility that you're offering to house people needs support. Pollock Pines, as a small community, can never offer that support to our homeless, where if it's centralized, as it's been said many times, I think the program will work better only to solve the problem, not to just house the problem. So I encourage you to consider all that, excuse me, consider all that and not just the money, because I think if we put our heads together, we can solve it and money won't be the issue. It's putting our heads together and having compassion for our homeless and do what's best for them. Thanks for hearing me.
Thank you, Diraj. Okay, so we've closed off the public comment portion. I'll turn it back to staff. Mr. Simone or Mr. Ashton, do you have any comments at this point?
Thank you, Mr.
In
Chair.
response to the questions, I should say.
Yes, sir. There weren't a lot of questions raised, more statements, and
Dr. Muscat asked 4 specific questions, so.
Okay.
Yeah. I wrote them down, but go ahead. Go ahead.
How about Don Simone answer her questions? I forgot she spoke in public
Yeah.
comment as well as
No
her
worries.
introductory comment. So, but let me start first, actually. The COC is not based in South Lake Tahoe. Mr. Gainsborough, that I just need to correct that. It is based, it's a countywide program. They meet down here in Placerville, but it is a countywide program. So I want to correct that statement. Ms. Harper mentioned, she said a word that I picked up on. It was well-intentioned. And I've been in this role for 5.5 years, and was the HHSA director for 3 years prior to that. I've never once seen the Board of Supervisors not be well-intentioned. I've never once seen our elected department heads not be well-intentioned, or your appointed staff not be well-intentioned. Everyone here, I believe, is well-intentioned in what they're trying to accomplish. It's a controversial issue. There's no question about that. And we're not the only jurisdiction trying to address it. Every county in the state, perhaps the nation, I know every county in the state is having very similar conversations like this. The reason we are here today is because there was a proposal that was presented on August 10th. I haven't talked to Sheriff DiAgostini about this. It's being called his proposal. Well, he brought forward the proposal, and if you remember correctly, the proposal was presented to him by members of the community, and he shared that with the board for consideration. He also made the point, which I think all of your department heads will agree with, that he can't implement it by himself. That is evidenced by the fact that 3 days after the August 10th meeting, there was representatives from 15, 20 different departments and agencies that came together to try to figure out how to implement it as best as possible. So everyone is trying to do what your board has directed them to do. I'm going to talk about Mr. Simone for a minute. He's taken a lot of heat on this. Being the HHSA director in rural California, which is primarily much more conservative, is an extremely difficult job. I don't know what Don Simone thinks about shelters or homelessness or what his personal opinions are. He has a job to do, and that's his job, is to carry out the direction of the state of California. So that's what he does. There is not, to my knowledge, every single piece of property he is looking at for a potential navigation center or shelter or anything like that has been supported and directed by your board. So he's not out there running rogue and doing these things. So I want to say that about his efforts. The proposal that was presented to you on August 10th does not comply with the Housing First guidelines. That cannot be disputed. When we talk about substance abuse, when you talk about shelter, tents are not considered a shelter. That is not to say that proposal is a bad idea. I'm just saying the fact is it doesn't comply with the Housing First principles. Supervisor Turnbull, you brought up the pallet homes. Great idea. Dr. Muscat said that was a great idea. That was not discussed on August 10th. If there's space to have that conversation, there may be space to make an encampment work. That is Housing First, but that is different than what the board conceptually approved. And you approved it because we didn't have time to gather all the information that was needed. Now we have some information. It sounds to me like there's a space to have a discussion of a type of encampment that complies with Housing First guidelines. I wish I could have had that conversation with all 5 of you without the public. That would have been much easier. That's not the way we're set up.
Right.
This is being transparent. This is having the difficult conversations. So my recommendation is that I would like the board to consider is direct staff to reconvene and see if there's a space to come up with a model that does comply with the Housing First guidelines. And we can return to your board. And if there's not, we say there's not. The downside to that, though, is that we'll compete. We have a resource problem. You heard HHSA saying we'll bring the strategic plan back in January or February. This is now a competing priority. So something may get delayed if you do that. That's your decision to make. And that's why we're here today. That's the only reason we're here today. So with that, I don't have anything further. Don wants to try to address Dr. Muscat's questions as best he can, and then we can take it from there.
I'm Simone again. And I forgive me, I thought most of the questions were directed more at the board, but
Well,
I didn't
let me
write
repeat the
those
first
down,
question. The
so,
first
okay.
question was why jeopardize $5.5 million?
I would not jeopardize $5.5 million.
Very good. The second question was, without these funds, how do you impact homelessness?
You're going to need a lot more general fund money or private funding, I would imagine, if you don't have state and federal funding.
Okay, so what is the guidance provided by the county council on Martin versus Boise? And this gets into some confidential information. I'm not sure what county council is willing to share at this point, but
I do not believe it would be prudent to have that conversation here.
okay, very good. So we're gonna have to avoid that. So the final question is, why are we discussing a non-compliant program?
It's not, this isn't my project. This is not something that I would bring to you. We're talking about encampments, and we need to be talking honestly about something more. Other jurisdictions, yes, they have managed camps, but they also have a significantly more robust system of care for homelessness. And when that system is strained, they can have some encampments that are managed, but we don't have that system. Some of the speakers talked about that today. We are about to have a strategic plan, and we're about to talk about what the availability and need for transitional and permanent housing. For us to focus on managed camps distracts us, in my opinion, from dealing with transitional, supportive, and permanent housing. That's where I think we should be focused. That's where all the data and evidence for 25 years through COCs has shown to work. Housing first works. That's not my opinion. Look at the data. I don't think this county can afford to say no to state and grant funding. I believe 3 of your 5 strategic plan goals, 3 of them, it's the most mentioned thing in the strategic plan is to make extensive use of grant funds to bring into this county because we struggle with general fund. So to not do that, I wouldn't recommend that to you.
Thank you. So I think that answered the questions that I heard in the comments and stuff. So we'll bring it back to the board to this thing. Thank you, Don.
Yep.
For additional thoughts or comments, I have a couple, but somebody wants to go first? Go ahead, Sue.
Thank you. Yeah, I agree with everything everyone's been saying about homelessness. We have to do something about it. And there's steps. And I've been involved in housing for 8 years now in various parts of our county, especially up in Lake Tahoe, my district, understanding that we have a housing problem that starts with homelessness and ends with homelessness, and that we really need to find a solution. And so far, as said, we've gone out and looked. I haven't seen one yet, one specific program that works. There's a lot of information out there that talks about how there's different systems of care, is what we've been talking about, that can help us go from one level to the next. And when we're talking about encampments, you're talking about the basic level, just getting them off the street. And I agree, we need to do something about that. My concern about with the sheriff's idea is that it does not afford us the funding to make it work. It takes money to make these things work. We know that. It's a basic concept, guys. We have to have services. You have to have the ability to be there for the people, or it won't work. And yeah, we can go out and beg and ask private donations to get us there, but that's not a sustainable program. It's not. We have tried this over and over again in our society. What government can do and what we are asked to do today is figure out if this one system works. And if it doesn't, what do you want to do? And in my mind, again, that was my big issue when our sheriff sat up here and pointed his fingers at us. Don't point fingers at me. Let's figure out how we make it work together. Okay? We are in this together as a society, as humanity. I want to make this work. Don't point a finger at me and tell me it's somebody else's problem or that we're not trying to help, because we are. I agree with our state, our CAO, that there's not one person here that doesn't want to see this work. It's just the devil is, how do you make it work? And in my mind, what we do is we have to collaborate. We have to stop pointing fingers and sit down and talk together. Okay, that's number one. And how we get there is we need to have that meeting, get down, sit down with sheriff, sit down with our director of our health and human services and all the other agencies, and sit down and have that conversation. Is there that first initial way of putting an encampment in there? How can we make it work? And how we get money to make it work? How do we get the people in there to make it work? That's all I think we're all trying to figure out. So to that, I would hope that we can just sit down and collaborate and have those meetings and have that conversation and figure out a way to make it work, because I'd love to see it work. I really do. And I think every one of us want to see this work.
Thank you, Sue. Lori, we'll go down the line here.
Okay. Right. So much was said. I took 3 pages of notes. And I really think that honestly, we all do want the same thing. We're trying to come together. And I think that when I was listening, it just seemed like a real shame that we got here the way we got here. It's unfortunate. I wish we could go back in time and maybe redo it, but here we are. I would like to, I appreciate, Sheriff, that you're willing to take the hostess, I think, out of your temporary housing situation, if I understood it correctly, and work perhaps with the COC to see if we could make it fit into what we're trying to do ultimately. Maybe I misunderstood, but I think that's what I heard out of it. So I would love that if we could have the sit down and see if we can make this work. Because we need a temporary solution and a long-term solution. We need both. I appreciate a couple of folks said that homelessness is not going to go away, because I don't see it ever going away. We will have new people with new struggles, new issues. We will always need to support folks that hit hard times. I don't see it going away, but I think we can improve our services to help folks get back on path and back on track. So I agree. I'd love to have that sit down. I know all 5 of us can't do it because that's illegal, but I do think that the core team maybe should, I'm trying not to tell people what to do. I'm trying to suggest, but I would love it if they would sit down together and have that talk and see if we could get the temporary something going on. Everybody agrees we want something, but make it fit the right parameters. So that we don't jeopardize that funding, because I truly believe that we need to be able to do this long term also. So yeah, that's kind of where I'm at right now.
Thank you. Wendy.
I actually have a motion I'd like to make, so I'd like to hear from you
All right.
both
George,
first.
go ahead.
You know, the thing is, Don, I didn't bring that up because I didn't do a lot of research at that time for the issues. And Jonathan has been up here preaching that we need shelter for these people. So I looked at different things. We talked about tiny homes and all these other different things that we could bring to our county. We got to do something. And with these pallet homes are absolutely amazing. You know, you're talking about, they got personal climate control, dining on site, electricity, lights, electronics, charging, mattresses, bedding, storage space, and they're pet friendly too. And that was one of the biggest issues that somebody talked about. What are you going to do with their animals? Well, these are pet friendly. Not only that, they're made out of this polyurethane where they can be hosed out and disinfected and then put back together again. It only takes 30 minutes to be able to install these things and put them up. We have to do something, you know, and I support the sheriff's idea. I think we need to try it, look into it, see what we can do to bring this forward. Because like Jonathan says, there's so many people out there that are living under trees or little tents and stuff that are probably not even waterproof, especially when we're coming to the winter right now. And these facilities would be a good start. It really would. And especially if they're only from $4,000 to $7,000. I mean, and we got 500 people or 100 people that are really that need this support or need this help. We need to do something. And I think this place would be a good start. Let's try it. Let's see if it works. So I'm supporting what the sheriff has brought forward today.
Okay, I regret that we ended up in this argumentative situation. I don't think we had to end up at this place. I'll recognize that our COC has a member from our probation department on the board of directors. It also has a member from our sheriff's department on the board of directors. I don't know where the communication broke down in terms of how we take and I'll call amend or morph a proposal that was presented by a citizen that we felt conceptually had a lot of merit from a board's perspective. How it got to the point that it became this argumentative from the standpoint of, I believe, as Supervisor Novosel said, we're all seeking the same thing, but there has to be a long-term solution. And having witnessed what's gone on with the COC and how hard they've worked to build up that funding that comes from the federal government and the state government to assist in those long-term programs, I'm not willing to give that up. I'll be perfectly honest. There's been too much blood, sweat, and tears put into coming up with that funding. That doesn't mean that that approach isn't compatible with a temporary sheltering provision. But we have to walk that fine line of how we make it integrate, how we make it all work without jeopardizing our funding. Or if we are going to end up with some risk associated with that funding, understand what the risk is and make a conscious decision based upon what we think that risk factor is. My guess is on a temporary basis, if we're talking about a wintering shelter type provision, a temporary facility, we can probably make those kinds of things work without compromising our funding. But we need to look at that longer term solution. And there's two parts, as we mentioned. You've got to find that longer term solution. And to me, that's a housing first proposal. We really need to find the housing, the sheltering that helps our homeless move out of the encampment, move out of the Project Room Key facility, whatever it is, into more sustainable housing and a purpose in life. And there's a lot of the homeless that want that. They don't want to be involved with drugs that some others may be involved. They don't want to have the mental illnesses maybe that affect them periodically. They want treatment. They want to be recognized. They want to be part of a community, and they want to be a productive member of society. Now, not all homeless are that way. I'll give you that. There's a certain portion of our homeless population that I'll call the critical forms of homelessness, that you're never going to get everybody out of homelessness. It's going to be with us forever, is my belief. But we can at least make a difference for those individuals who want to transform their lives, who want to do better. And with the wraparound services our Health and Human Service can provide in a navigation center, such as we've demonstrated with Project Room Key, such as we're considering with Project Home Key, I think those are all pieces of this puzzle. So I'm looking forward to the strategic plan that'll be forthcoming in January as part of that, but we're not going to wait for that. I do think the board needs to provide direction today to staff as to how to move forward, to blend these things and bring them together so that we have a parallel path that addresses both long-term and short-term. So
that's exactly what I wanted to attempt today. I appreciate the dialogue from everyone today. I think our dialogue has shown some of the complexities of this issue, and I do agree with my fellow board members. We are all aligned that we want to move forward productively with this issue. I think first and foremost, it is important to applaud the creative out-of-the-box thinking of this program, as well as the willingness of the sheriff to step up and initiate it. It's important that we support and champion this type of exploration. And I hope we never lose the courage to envision, to explore, debate, decide, and then pivot if necessary. That it is so important for us to be in a creative problem-solving state. So Sheriff D'Agostino, I truly thank you for getting us here. You've gotten us off our duff, very frankly. And one of my concerns is something that you did allude to earlier, that as proposed, the hostess concept as proposed is frankly as perhaps a square peg in a round hole, that law enforcement is tasked with ensuring public safety. And the Sheriff's Department and the Placerville Police Department and Tahoe do that exceptionally well, exceptionally well. But I think it's also important that law enforcement, its primary goal is not housing the homeless. So how do we bring all this together for the good of our community? I think that we've heard the consensus today that we stand to lose our funding for homeless solutions if we go down this road as proposed. And I agree, we cannot risk that. We've been working on being compliant for far too long to give that up at this point. And I look to my fellow board members now because I really believe we are at a turning point. I also think we should be talking about expediting our policy around issues that we need to resolve. We need to do our job. And these are the issues that I see it as have been articulated. We need to resolve illegal camping. We need to protect our business and our residential communities. And we need to support humane living conditions with the goal of lifting people out of homelessness. We need to address the fire danger associated with being unhoused. That's certainly a concern of our community every single year. We need to be compliant with federal and state funding and regulations. 4, we need to finish the homeless strategic plan, which includes community outreach and a final plan adoption. Number 5, we need to work cooperatively with the city of Placerville, who often bears the brunt of this issue. 6, we need a compliant program in place before next winter. We can't do it this year, but we can do it by next year. And then we need to recognize that there will never be a one-size-fits-all solution or a perfect solution. There just won't be. And I think an array of options will be needed to successfully address the many facets and complexities of homelessness. And the action before us today is to provide direction. So with that, I'd like to make a motion for your consideration that we have staff work with EDOK, and the Sheriff's Department has a rep on Opportunity Knocks, and assess potential sites for a congregate navigation center with an emergency shelter component or a pallet community run by a professional service provider, and return to the board with recommendations on funding sources, purchase versus leasing options, and program details.
Can I say one more thing, Wendy, before we, yeah. The only thing I get, this is county property, correct? But it's in the city limits, correct?
Yes.
All right. So the thing is, if the city of Riverside found a way around it, they got this implemented, these pallet homes, and they still kept their government funding. Isn't there a way we could do the same?
Well, I believe my motion would include an exploration.
Yeah.
of that.
Right. There you go.
Yeah.
I'll second that.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Any other board comments on this? I think it's clear. I don't think you want to read it back, Kim. I don't think it's necessary. There was a lot to it, but
Do we
if you
I'm
feel
a
comfortable-
little concerned though.
We
Is
need
it
a
going to
timeline?
derail anything? Will it derail anything?
Well, let's ask
There
staff.
was a lot
What
said. There was a
additional
lot said.
direction
It was a lot said, yes.
would you like that maybe you didn't get from that motion?
Yeah.
I would like a timeframe. Supervisor Thomas, you said before next winter. That might.
That was not in my motion, but the goal of having a compliant program
so if
by
we
next
could-
winter.
If you could have a time frame for staff to
Okay.
return to the board
Directing
with
staff to
another.
Bring it
Yeah.
back to
Okay,
the board,
got it.
right?
That would be
What
helpful.
would you recommend based
Well,
on?
before I get there,
Okay.
I think the question Supervisor Parlin what was that you just asked Supervisor Parlin?
Well, I'm just a little unclear as to, this is being proposed outside of the strategic plan, how's it blending in?
My understanding is, I think the motion is flexible enough to work with the strategic plan as it's coming out to, as we heard, shelters and congregate navigation centers are likely going to be a part of that. So once again, my motion was to have staff work with El Dorado Opportunity Knox, who is developing the strategic plan.
That's as far as I got. and then I-
Okay, all right. And once again, the sheriff has a representative on that.
Right, so that
Okay.
timeline, I believe, is January, when we believe the public will have access to that strategic
They were gonna talk
plan.
about temporary in November. and I
Yeah,
think
there's a
we're
meeting
talking
next
more temporary,
Monday.
Right.
Well, that's a discussion. I'm not sure that's a release. So,
Okay.
Mr.
Maybe-
Simone, can you
maybe-
help us with that?
Yeah, I think that would be good for
Yeah.
you.
Give us a better update on the
Kind of
timelines
timeline.
here.
Well, and I may need Marissa because we have there's a transitional housing meeting on the 15th of this month. And
then permanent housing is in December.
Okay. Do you want to come? I know you don't.
Yeah.
I apologize
Yeah.
if I get more
I'm gonna
hangry as we
fumes.
progress.
Yeah.
My understanding, and keep in mind right now, the COC is working on a couple of no fuzz with HHSA. So my understanding is we have a meeting about temporary solutions that was supposed to be, before the Caldor fire, right about as it was erupting. And then permanent housing, I believe, is December. I don't know the exact date off the top of my head. And then home base, who is our, who El Dorado County has contracted with to create this, sort of creates the finalized or the preliminary document. So I think you'll have a preliminary document in early 22, depending on I don't want to commit to what a date to home base. I think that maybe Don could get with Carolyn and the other folks at home base and get back to us about a specific date, but I don't want to say Carolyn's going to have it to you on January X or February X. So let's see what their specific date is for that. I think it's reasonable to assume that there will be temporary and permanent solutions, and that everyone here, whether you spoke for or against the hostess program, said we needed intensive support services for individuals experiencing homelessness. And that's the core of what a navigation center is. So I think that will be in line with the strategic plan. But I think early 2022 is what you can take that vaguely.
And my thought was that we work on a parallel path, recognizing that we've been working on getting funding. We're at that place now, but it's time that we move. And so my thought is, sorry, that we concurrently assess potential sites, do our due diligence on a potential navigation center or pellet community professional service provider while the strategic plan is being finalized. So when that comes together, we are ready to have a really meaningful discussion, not wait for the strategic plan and then go start exploration. That's my thought behind the motion.
I think that's a great plan.
Good. Okay. So do you think that works then?
So you
the way
can
that-
specify a timeline now,
Okay.
you think?
Based on staff's recommendations. So get back to with your recommendation. I'm not saying a finalized plan necessarily, but February.
Yeah, can we?
March?
Are you open to either a draft plan or at least a status update on where we are? And I could update you during the process. We need to talk and probably, yeah.
Yeah, and I'm just saying recommendations on funding source, potential funding sources, how it would work, purchase versus leasing, the sites, what program, what it
Let's
would
shoot for
be.
February. Let's try that.
No later than the end of February 2022.
Yeah.
Because
Let's try
if
that.
we get the information early, we can always move it forward, but no later than. Is that fair?
It's going to be a little tight.
It's not a tight, not a finalized draft. It's recommendations.
Yeah, I think we can do that. I think we'll try. Yeah.
Okay.
One more thing I want to add to this. There's been issues that the sheriff brought up about the COC not communicating with the sheriff. And Dawn, are you going to communicate with the sheriff so we can move forward with it, which is possible, move forward with this project? Or are you going to kill this project? That's what I want to know.
Whoa, come on.
I don't know. I
George,
just want to know.
George, that's, the sheriff is a part of the CFC. So
Okay, all right, but he
yes.
wasn't being communicated before. Is he going to be,
There's a motion on the table. There's a motion on the table.
Let's go back to the
Okay, I
motion.
just
So-
want to ask that question.
So
That's all.
for clarity, Kim, can you, as the best of your ability, repeat what the motion is with the added? Okay,
I
very
will-
good.
I will email her the
All right.
the
the
motion,
But
specifics.
I'm
All
not
right.
comfortable approving a motion that I cannot. It was really long and I want to see it before we vote on something.
Can I read it again?
No, I want to see it. I'm sorry. Because it's like, it had a lot of parts and I want to make sure that the sheriff feels like he's being included in
mean
this
you want-
motion. So did you get a sense, Sheriff, that you feel included, what you were proposing with the tweet thing? Or
We're talking as a board now.
Yeah.
Well,
I
I'm
would
not,
like
okay,
to
then
ask-
fine. I will abstain if you
No,
don't.
no, I'm just
I
saying,
can't
let's-
vote on something I don't
Can-
fully understand.
Can I answer, just have Kim just write it out? Is that what you're saying? You just need it written out? We've had
I
her
can
do
email
that.
her.
We've had her write it out for us.
So Supervisor Thomas is going to email it to me. I'll put it in the Word document. I'll share it up on the screen.
That'd be great.
Just give us a minute.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, because
Just
we've
a
done that
second.
before.
Yes.
Do you need a
I
minute or
have.
do you need 5?
Just give me a couple minutes. You can reboot my computer.
A couple minutes. Okay, all right, all right.
Honestly.
I agree. I just can't vote on something if I can't. And I'm so tired and hungry right now. I can't even tell you. Can't do it. I need to go eat. Getting ill. No, I have a salad. So bad.
Can we have the sheriff speak before we make this motion? It would be out of character for us to do that. But let's put up the proposal and then we'll see.
All right. Just try. See how he feels about it.
No pressure here. Sorry, everyone. Okay, on its way to you, Kim. Mhm.
Because you're right there. It's my day. I just can't do it.
No, I understand. I'm a visual person too.
This is too important.
Yeah, it is.
Get it wrong.
Okay, so here's the language of the motion. So Kim, do you want to read this so that people can follow? Because sometimes the screen's a little tough for some people to read.
A motion was made by Supervisor Thomas, seconded by Supervisor Novacell, to direct staff to work with EDOK where the Sheriff's Department has a representatives. And one, assess the potential sites for congregate navigation center with an emergency shelter component or a pallet community run by a professional service provider, and return to the board with recommendations on funding sources, purchase versus lease, and options and program details.
Right, very good. Do we have a second then to that?
And I guess the
amended-
only thing I would ask is that, did we want to add to direct staff to return by February 2020?
Yes, no later than the end of February
Yes, thank you,
2022.
Kim.
Yes, that should be added.
Okay.
All right, do we have a second to that specific language?
I seconded.
Okay. But
Already
it's
did.
it's slightly different than what I heard Wendy say.
No, that was my motion.
Okay,
That was my motion, except for the timeline. Yeah.
right, because I thought it was,
Second the amendment to it.
okay, fair enough. Any final comments by any board members before we take the vote?
I just think, can we let the sheriff speak on this motion first before we make a decision, before we vote on it?
Yes. Sheriff Augustini, do you have any comments on this motion?
No, it gives me pretty clear direction. I look at the professional service provider clause in there is no different than like WellPath that we use for the medical providing services in our jails. We'll work with, I'll give direction to staff to start the dialogue because they didn't reach out first. So we'll start the dialogue now with HHSA, with the COC and Opportunity Knox to see if we can come up with a plan to make this work for all of us. I think that talking with my staff a few weeks ago, I mean, if everybody could get on board, we should be back to you much sooner than February. We were hoping to have them in shelters, something similar to pallet before the rains. So that stuff can happen very quickly. We have providers already and volunteers ready to do a lot of work for nothing. So if we can make all that happen quick, get everything on board, hopefully we'll be back before you before then.
Quick question. Do we need to assess potential sites if we already kind of have a site designated? And that was a question. I didn't know why that was in there.
Maybe just put assess site because we'll only do it next to the jail. It's easy.
That's why I'm asking.
That's not my motion. That's not my motion. My motion is to concurrently work towards solutions, as the strategic plan is being developed, including, what can be worked out together. But if that can't be a compliant program, I want us to be working on assessing places that could be compliant. So my motion is to assess potential sites, to work through EDOK and assess potential sites for a congregate navigation center with an emergency shelter or a pallet community run by a professional service provider, which would be a compliant program, and then return to the board with recommendations.
We'll talk to them about it, but I
Okay.
can tell you coming here before the board with another alternate site in somebody else's backyard will not be popular. And I don't feel comfortable doing that.
But you're
we can
agreeing to
talk
work
about
with EDOK to have this conversation and
But we can
we'll
have the
figure it out.
conversation.
Perfect.
Okay.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, Sheriff. Appreciate your comments.
All right. Thank you so much for indulging me
that
on that. I
helps.
needed to see it in
Yeah.
writing.
And I wanted to make it clear though, that the direction is not just to explore this concept, but the concept, the potential sites for a navigation center, a compliant navigation center or pallet community that's compliant.
Multiple paths possible.
Right,
exactly.
concurrently.
Okay.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Is everybody ready?
Yes.
All those in favor say
Do
aye.
we need further clarification?
Well,
I'm
yeah,
seeing-
because
I'm
I'm
seeing-
seeing a
question?
puzzled face.
Well, are you directing, when you say staff, are you directing HHSA to work with EDOC?
Yes.
Who has a sheriff's presence on the board?
Yes.
To start looking at sites for a congregate shelter program?
Navigation center.
Or are you directing the sheriff to work with EDOC on the current encampment. I just want to be clear.
No, I am directing you, I'm directing our staff to work through EDOK to assess potential sites for a navigation center with an
Okay.
emergency component or a pallet community with a professional service provider.
Okay.
And yes, and the sheriff's department has a presence on
Right.
EDOK where those conversations can be held to see
Okay.
what collaborations are possible in our
Guys,
community
please.
through a compliant program.
Okay.
Yeah,
And the strategic plan is still going to keep going.
absolutely. This is a concurrent path.
And Health and Human
Absolutely.
Services already has an active role in those COC meetings. So
Right.
it's really saying, take it to the COC, get the discussion going on there, find the compatibilities, seek the alternatives that are available, and then bring
Right.
it back to the board with some recommendations if you can, or at least a presentation of alternatives.
Okay,
Right.
Yeah.
Okay.
Very good. With that clarification, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Thank you
All right,
all.
very good. Thanks, guys.
Thank you all. So with this, we need to talk about our lunch break. I'm assuming we need a half an hour. So it's currently 1:50. So if everybody be back at 2:20 for our 1 PM time allocation.
Yeah, I think that's good. I think that's good.
I just wanted to
Mute the microphones, everyone, if you're ready to speak. Okay, so we are back from our lunch recess and ready to take on our 1 p.m. time allocation item, a little bit late, which is open forum. So Kim, if you would announce that, please.
Now taking public comment on open forum. Individuals will have 3 minutes to address the board. The timer will notify you when you have 10 seconds remaining to comment. Public comment will be taken first from those participating in the boardroom, then from those participating through Zoom. For those participating by Zoom, please make sure you unmute yourself when called upon. If you're joining the meeting by phone, press *9 to indicate a desired comment. If you're joining by Zoom, press the raise hand button. Please voluntarily state your name for the record.
Come on, Lars.
Good afternoon, board chair, Lars. Woe to them that call.
Turn your mic on. There you go.
There you go. Thank you. Woe unto them that call evil good and good evil, that put darkness for light and light for darkness, that put bitter for sweet and sweet for bitter. So I'm going to bring in some sweetness, and I'm going to call it out for what it is. Yesterday was the 3-year anniversary for the campfire. I was there that day, did a lot of prayer, and we all saw the devastation. And if I remember correctly, that's when I was introduced to you, the board, back in, I believe it was probably the end of beginning of 2019. And I said that we have 7 months to prepare for next fire season. We're preparing now, right now. I was just up in Grizzly Flats, and it's actually looking, I was pleasantly surprised and blessed to see already a lot of change up there. So thank you. I came up with a phrase, John 15 mastication project, and this must be done now. If you want to know what needs to be done, it needs to be done now. So whatever is in your heart that needs to be dealt with, give it to God and he'll do some great things. Houston, we have a problem. If you haven't heard about the reports that was happening in Houston, pure evil, pure evil. Security was breached from the beginning. They literally trampled over, just knocked all the booths over. Law enforcement should have shut that concert down. And the reason why I'm bringing that up is because it's pure evil. But in it, God's still doing great things. So keep your prayers for Houston. We don't want that to happen in Colorado County. Amos 5:15. Hate evil, love what is good, establish judgment in the gate. Yahweh of hosts shall be gracious unto you and the remnant of Joseph. I just found out the cost right now is $270 million for the Caldor fire, $270 million. We would have taken 10% of that 27 million. We've got to do that now. There's not 7 months. It's got to be done today. And I like to leave in time. So I'm going to leave this again. And Father, I just thank you for moving on this county. This is your county. Loose hope, light, love, faith, liberty, and God Almighty, send your vengeance upon your enemies. Thank you.
Thank you, Lars. Anyone else present in the boardroom who wishes to speak?
Melody Lane, founder of Compass to Truth. George Washington said, if freedom of speech is taken away, then dumb and silent we may be led like sheep to the slaughter. I'd like to share an experience at the Taxpayers Association meeting yesterday that was witnessed by approximately 30 people, including Lori Parlin and tax assessor Carl Wayland. When I walked in, they were discussing the ballot for the upcoming year. I have been a member of the association since 2008, but since Todd White became secretary, he has deprived me the benefits of membership and the blessings of freedom by discriminately refusing to communicate or include me in distributions. In fact, certain members of the association have been quite hostile towards me for several years, some of whom have even threatened me. Therefore, I was legitimately concerned whether my name was even on the ballot on the table in front of me. George, you didn't walk in until the fireworks were over. I silently folded up the ballot and tucked it into my purse. That's when Gay Williard created a scene that culminated in a blatant display of hatred and hostility against me, a woman who has served in ministry for over 35 years. Chris Payne, Andy Nevis, and Todd White picked up on Gay's cue, but what happened next was even more shocking. Carol Lewis, a Democrat, shouted at me to shut up, then got up from her seat, walked around the table, and approached me in a threatening manner. I thought she was going to physically assault me. She said, "You've taken your advocacy and you've moved it into a form of bullying with the First Amendment and all this shit that you put out." I replied, "It's not bullying, it's standing up for my rights. You have deprived me the blessings of freedom." By the way, that's the big difference between Democrats and conservatives. The bottom line is that the Taxpayers Association has become a bully pulpit, pretending good governance and to do the right thing, all the while hypocritically doing just the opposite. The fact of the matter is that Todd White, Andy Nevis, and their cohorts have no intention of abiding by the law or honoring their sacred oaths. George, you are the only conservative, therefore I would expect you to do the right thing. Instead, you stood me up for a meeting in February and refused to respond to phone calls or correspondence. Same goes for Lori Parlin and several department heads who have outright lied and abused the public trust. That's due to the fact that Don Ashton unlawfully ordered my ability to communicate electronically to be blocked with most staff and with the blessing of county council. As you are aware, that is a federal crime and grounds for removal from office pursuant to sections 3 and 4 of the 14th Amendment. In closing, our constitutional liberties are under attack. The soul of our nation is at stake, and the future generations may never know the blessings of freedom again. Just as a reminder, Proverbs 16 through 19, these 6 things doth the Lord hate, yea, 7 are an abomination to him: a proud look, a lying tongue, and hands that shed innocent blood, a heart that devises wicked imaginations, feet that be swift in running to mischief, a false witness that speaks lies, and he that soweth discord among brethren. If you don't take a stand now for freedom, who will? If you have any questions or comments, please address them now while I'm here at the podium. By the way, I wish that was something that the students were here to have heard this afternoon. They need to know what really goes on in these Board of Supervisors meetings.
Thank you, Melody.
Good afternoon, Mike Deanda, Operating Engineers. Some handouts. I'd like to speak to you today briefly about last week. The meeting went long regarding the American Rescue Plan, and I have some handouts. It's a copy of the proposal that I sent to Mr. Ashton back in May. So that way you kind of see it. It captures 2021 and 2022. And I know the recommendations and all the programs that were spoke to last week are very important. I understand that. But I feel that the employees are a real critical asset to you. And $34 million, that's a lot of money. And I think there's a little bit of room in there to be able to spread some around. And I understand it has to go to probably everybody. And I represent the trades and crafts and the corrections bargaining unit. But I just wanted you to see that proposal and understand that if the door is closed, which I hope it isn't this year, maybe it's kept open for next year. I also like to shift over to your DOT department, your Department of Transportation. In a similar way, it's, as I spoke to you about your public safety dispatchers a few months ago, you have a staffing and retention issue there. And it's a pretty significant revolving door, and you have existing employees and new hires that are leaving pretty expeditiously. And the pulse is compensation. It's the wages that they just haven't kept up with the competing agencies nearby. So I just wanted you guys to be aware of that it's, you have knowledge and skill set and expertise that have been here for 5, 10, 15 years that is leaving to go somewhere else. So I just wanted you to be aware of that the new hires coming on, if they stay, some have worked just one day and left, then there's a training aspect that needs to go along with that. And I've been told by the staff that production is down and training is up. And because it's a revolving door, they're not getting traction on really getting production done. So I just wanted to kind of relay that to you, understanding that negotiations is starting back up for our trades and crafts unit here at the 30th. And just so you're aware of it. And I wanted to relay that to you from the employees' request and also at least one of your managers. So I appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you, Mike. And I think you recognize there's an item 34. There'll be continued discussion on that today, but it may not touch on all the things you're commenting to, which is why we allowed you to speak here. But
and I appreciate that.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you.
Seeing no more members of the audience. Oh, okay. One more.
Good afternoon, Chair and Supervisory Board. Jonathan Gainsborough. I wanted to read again the passage from 1 Kings chapter 3. And it tells us, starting in verse 16, that there's 2 women and both of the babies died during the night when they were waiting for wisdom from the king. And each woman claimed that her child was the one that lived. And King Solomon prayed for wisdom. And in verse 24, the king, that by some is called the wisest man that ever lived, this was one of his wise decisions. He said, bring me a sword and we'll cut the child in half and give half of the child to each. So the 2 women heard that decision. One of them said, fine. The other woman said, no, give her the child. I want the child to live. I'm speaking here about the bifurcation of an immediate emergency crisis in the county, which is the homeless Western Slope crisis, where we have 500 Western Slope homeless. We have no roof over them. Now, there was a wonderful progress commitment toward the end of February after 3 hours of public discussion this morning. But as far as the immediate need, can you picture yourself having no hygiene facility during lunch break? Or let me back it up to the morning when some people desperately need that. Or let me move it to tonight for yourself or your children. For a start, I've been speaking now for months and months and months for at least a porta potty to be placed at the base of the homeless camp, which is fourth world. And we have citizens living worse than animals, living less than our dogs in the rain last night. The pit stop program, I've mentioned it before to you. It is successful in San Francisco. The pit stop program. You can implement it, and it hires the homeless for a pittance to be attendants of the porta potty. Having worked with the homeless now 30, 40 years, actually more than that, almost 50 years now, I had never heard of the homeless asking for incontinence. But Jane, Sister Jane, working with the homeless women, says that they need the incontinence diapers because they have no facility to a rest home, to a restaurant, to a toilet during the night. There is a space to be leveled out at the bottom of the camp there. That's one thing. The other thing is that I've mentioned before, you can
you can pass a short-term 3-month homeless emergency housing statement. And therefore you can use without zoning anything that has a roof. And as human beings, you owe it to them, much less that Jesus said, inasmuch as you did or didn't do it for the least of these, my brethren. Please, I beg you.
Thank you, Jonathan.
Do the short-term solution while we're looking at the longer term. We have 2 children and we two issues here. We've got to care for both of them. The immediate need is the human basic decency need. It's a crime against humanity to leave them as they are one more night. Do something, please. I beg you in Jesus' name. Thank you.
Thank you.
Seeing no additional public comment from the boardroom. Now taking public comment from Zoom participants. Taking public comment from 390.
Good afternoon, board. This is Ken Greenwood, District 2, for now. Earlier, I suggested during the agenda that there be a Caldor fire update. And the CAO thankfully reminded us that, yes, there is one in his report, which will be brought up at some time today. May I suggest that it be an agenda item with a time attached, perhaps? So, and because it would be an agenda item, it would also have an attachment via Legistar that we could download and somehow retain and or look at and or have knowledge, if you would. There would also be in this attachment reminders and of upcoming deadlines and such, like November 15th, November 5, that's passed already, and such. And then there would be links to the dashboard and to the building department and to all the FAQs and stuff like that. And I think that would really, really, really help people out there. Please do this. Similarly, the CAO's report should have documentation attached to it. It should be an agenda item because as it is, all we can go on to look back on it is what's the word? The video when it comes out, which is very cumbersome. Our discussion earlier about the code compliance, unpermitted stuff. It's going to happen more often in this hot real estate market we got going, multiple offers and such like that. It's going to be hard to get through that because realtors are pumping them through, and so there's going to be some issues coming up on that. But it's generally easy research, and the realtors should be helping their clients take care of that. Regarding wireless telecommunication facilities, I have not received an update on my original request for written follow-up to my email to the planning department previously. That was wondering how long has the facility at Snows Road been operating, and in what function, and from what dates and stuff like that. Yes, we did give a verbal presentation at one time, but I have received nothing in writing that indicates that that place should even be operating. Thank you. Also, as far as code compliance, I've got 2 outstanding complaints with them that I've kind of given up on. It's illegal signs, off-site signs on Bass Lake Road, south of where the new Safeway is, and also on Green Valley Road, right as you come into the county on the south side of the road. Both of these have been there for a while and are not permitted, but I have not received, or they're still there. 2 other signs that I was lodged complaints with have been abated, and that's the good news. But the other 2 signs have not, and I would like to get that taken care of. Thank you very much, and it's been a great day. Just stay inside, out of the rain. Glad we're warm and dry.
Now taking public comment from Mandy Rodriguez.
Hi, you guys. Mandy Rodriguez again. I went to lunch. I figured you guys were too. So anyway, today is day 604 of 15 days to slow the spread. I am calling for all the people listening. We need mass disobedience. We're done with the mandates. They're unconstitutional. We have a huge movement. I'm not sure if you guys are paying attention there, but there is a huge movement of parents and children that are standing up against these unlawful, unconstitutional mandates. So, as Mandy Rodriguez, citizen and resident of El Dorado County, I am personally declaring El Dorado County a mandate sanctuary. So we will not be following the mandates. Our movement is growing literally by the minute. We were at a school this morning supporting one child who decided he was done with the mask mandate, and 25 of us showed up to support this child. During that time, we met lots of parents who were supporting us too. We have a huge movement going. I hope you guys are paying attention, because this is going to affect your reelections if you do not step up and recognize that we're done with these mandates. We're done. And I'm so excited because for the last almost 2 years, I have been one of a handful of people standing up and saying, hey, this is where this is going. And we know it started with masks. Now we're at vaccines. And next thing you know is going to be vaccine passports. What we are doing is we are creating two societies where some people are allowed and some people are not allowed. And we know how that ends, don't we? We've seen it before. So I just want to let everyone know on November 15th, county employees, those of you guys that are listening on the phone, November 15th, call in sick to work, pull your kids out of school. We're going to have a protest at the Capitol in Sacramento at 10 a.m. And then at 3 p.m. down at the courthouse on Main Street in Placerville, November 15th. We are taking action, and this is finally going to be over. And it's going to start right here in El Dorado County. So you guys have a great day. I'm super disappointed that you guys weren't able to come together with something with the sheriff on the homeless, but hey, gotta get that money, right? Grant hustlers, have a great day.
Thank you, Mandy.
Now taking public comment from Krista.
Good afternoon, supervisors. This is good timing. I'm going to kind of piggyback on what Mandy was saying. We have been working since July on a constitutional resolution for the county. Since I have your somewhat undivided attention, I wanted to point out what we're trying to do with that, because I don't know that all of you have read it. Obviously, the Constitution enforces our freedoms, liberties, and God-given rights. It doesn't give it to us, but it memorializes it. Basically, a lot of people like to make the example of my liberty ends where it bumps into yours. So an example might be where someone is forcing the mask on me. That's actually bumping into my liberty, or wanting to poke a needle into me. There's a backwards method of thinking lately where we obey the government, but actually the government works for us. So keep that in mind. We maintain, per separation of powers, Federalist number 51, we maintain that no agency, such as the alphabet agencies, established by the U.S. Congress can develop its own policies or regulations which supersedes the Bill of Rights, the U.S. Constitution, or the California Constitution. So OSHA, CDC, FDA, they have no power. We have given them no power. Nor does the executive branch or the governor have the power to make law, overturn law, or set aside law. So the whole issue with the mandates and the governor rolling this all out through the agencies, that hasn't even gone through the legislative branch. But also there's Marbury versus Madison, where laws repugnant to the Constitution are null and void. And that's where you guys come in. It's not only your right, but it is your duty in office to refuse to comply, to refuse to roll these mandates and these unconstitutional laws out to other businesses and other people. You took an oath of office to support and defend the Constitution, and that includes even domestic, even our state government. You must, not may, but you must refuse to enforce or comply. That's your job. I've heard a lot of people talking about, like, especially at the schools, insurance will be dropped, funding will be pulled. That's why they're complying. You know, they're making kids quarantine, separating them from their other classmates. You can't work. You have to wear a mask. There's a word for that. It's called coercion, making someone do something that they don't have to do lawfully. So I thought you may want to know what you are or aren't complicit in supporting. Criminal coercion. It's when a person unlawfully restricts another's freedom. And there's three pieces: committing a criminal offense, such as forcing a vaccine into someone, accusing anyone of a criminal offense, like a threat, telling the school that they will be personally liable if they don't comply, and taking or withholding action as an official. So if the state were to withhold funding. So let's not forget that all of this is still under EUA, the masks, the testing, and the vax. So that's just a snippet of what our resolution covers. I just wanted you guys to think about it, consider it. We're going to be retweaking and doing a final draft and sending it out to you guys. So I think it's perfect timing with the other resolution that's coming next week. So thank you for your time. And I hope when we send out another email that we'll hear from you guys. Thanks.
Thank you, Krista.
There's no additional public comment.
Okay, does staff choose to make any responses to any of the comments made? All right, seeing none. And Kim, I think we're ready to move to our 2 p.m. time allocation. I think we're going to take number 33 first of all. So after you announce it, I'll open the hearing.
Item 33 is a hearing. The board is asked to consider a request from the El Dorado Hills County Water District to adopt and authorize a chair to sign a resolution revising development impact mitigation fees for the El Dorado Hills Fire Department.
I hereby open this public hearing.
Good afternoon, Board. Jennifer Fanich, Chief Administrative Office. Today's hearing is to consider a request for El Dorado Hills Fire Department to increase their Mitigation Fee Act impact fees. As you are aware, the California Mitigation Fee Act provides for establishment of these fees on new development for the purpose of mitigating effects of development on existing public facilities. And the board adopts these fees on behalf of the districts. The El Dorado Hills Fire Nexus study and report includes a recommendation for an annual inflationary adjustment. However, the Mitigation Fee Act actually says that in order to increase a fee for any circumstance, there needs to be a resolution approved by the Board of Supervisors at a public hearing. So the board, the request today is for the board to approve that increase. It would increase all the El Dorado Hills fire fees by 4.27%. And that's based on the change in construction cost from July 2020 through June 2021, based on the city of San Francisco. And if the fees are approved by the board, they'd become effective 60 days after today.
Very good. Any board questions for Jennifer? All right, seeing none, Kim, if you please open up for public comment. Thank you.
Now taking public comment on item 33. Individuals will have 3 minutes to address the board. The timer will notify you when you have 10 seconds remaining to comment. Public comment will be taken first from those participating in the boardroom and then from those participating through Zoom. For those participating by Zoom, please make sure you unmute yourself when called upon. If you're joining the meeting by phone, press *9 to indicate a desire to comment. If you're joining by Zoom, press the raise hand button. Please voluntarily state your name for the record. Seeing no public participation in the boardroom, now taking public comments from our Zoom participants. There's no public comment.
So I want to move the item consistent with the CAO's recommendation.
Second.
All right, we have a motion and second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Thank you. So with that, we'll go to item 34, and I will close the public hearing. I should have done that officially, but it's now closed. It went so quick, I lost track of that. Wow. I blinked. I'm sorry. Number 34, please, Kim.
Item 34 comes from the Chief Administrative Office recommending the board, one, receive a presentation from Economic Development Division relative to small protection funding requests, to consider and approve all or a portion of the Chief Administrative Officer's recommendation for allocation for funding. This matter was continued from November 2nd, 2021, and the public comment period has closed.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just to try to reset the context of where we were last week, as Kim had mentioned, the public comment period, you heard that last week, and we closed public comment to this item, is now back to the board for deliberation and questions. You may recall that I provided a list of recommendations that were consistent with the direction given earlier in the year, but that recognizing that direction was given before we received all of the requests. So obviously it's your direction. You can revise and change that if you see fit. You heard presentations from all or most of the agencies that were requesting large amounts of money, and that I was supporting at least a portion of their recommendations. Specifically, it was HHSA for public health and behavioral health. We're from the Water Agency, environmental management, economic development from a couple perspectives, one from a small business nonprofit support program, and broadband. A couple things to keep in mind as you begin your deliberations. First, I recognize there are some significant dollar amounts requested from other agencies, and we didn't get into some of those requests from my office's read of the American Rescue Plan Act aren't allowable to be used for American Rescue Plan money. An example is the Fallen Leaf Lake Community Services District asked for $250,000 to replace their launch ramp facility. The only infrastructure identified in ARPA is for broadband, water, wastewater, and parks under certain criteria. Now, I bring that up because there are some jurisdictions that are taking what I would consider a more aggressive approach to how they're using the ARPA money. I've had conversations with some of those county administrators and city managers, and they recognize they're taking an aggressive approach and increasing their audit risk. So that's where we typically are very conservative in how we move forward. I believe you have requests for more money than is allocated that essentially have no audit risk. And those were the recommendations made before you yesterday, but you do have some flexibility there as well, if you choose to go that path. The second point that I want to highlight is in regards to the small business support program. If you recall, when we received the CARES money, the board approved $5 million for that, and that was countywide, including our incorporated cities. And the reason, at least that was recommended to the board, was because the cities did not receive an allocation of CARES money. With ARPA, the cities did receive their own allocation. So my recommendation, and it's not popular, I recognize that, is the dollar amount should be focused on businesses in the unincorporated areas of the county. It is my understanding, based on the discussion with both city managers, that they're not planning to use any of their direct allocation for small business support, and they have their reasons for that. My opinion is then we shouldn't give our money for small businesses in those cities, but that is your decision to make. And I think we would have to draw a differentiation between businesses and nonprofits. My opinion, nonprofits should be addressed wherever they are. But that's kind of the background. But I wanted to highlight that because in talking to one of the city managers, it's identified in my staff report, but that probably wasn't clear last week when we had the discussion. So I have nothing further. I'll turn it over to you, Mr. Chair. And Kim, I just emailed you the slide of the funding recommendations, so we could put that up.
Yeah. One pager.
One pager, if you could share.
You love that, Lori, huh?
I love it.
I like it when I could read my board members' minds.
Thank you, Don.
Go on and on.
I need that visual.
Okay, there it is for tracking purposes. So I'll turn it over to board members who would have any questions or comments for Don and the rest of the staff.
I think we need to. Does anybody have any questions? Because
I
think you have questions before we
but
start
I
going
wanted to
down.
ask if somebody else has questions.
Okay, no, I
have
want to
questions.
start talking money, so.
So the
Go.
one item, it wasn't clear to me, was the fire district support. It's $500,000. How is that dispersed amongst the various fire departments? What was the criteria used, et cetera?
So the fire districts are, that's an example of multiple districts that submitted just requests, quite frankly, that were very broad in scope. And there didn't appear to be collaboration amongst the districts of what they would submit requests for, with the exception of the common element was PPE. And that was something that was also requested by both of our ambulance JPAs. So in talking to the president or chair, Chief Lilienthal, I can't remember his title, but of the Fire Chiefs Association, and Chief Cordero, we talked that through, and we landed on $500,000 for PPE or other needs that priority needs they may have identified as a system to address. So the thought was, if the board approves that recommendation, allocate that amount for them to return to us with specific examples of how it would be needed to address both fire and the ambulance service, since there's the fire districts who provide the ambulance service.
Okay, and I understand that, and I think that makes a lot of sense. It's an allocation which is to be determined how it will be distributed amongst the various. But I have the same question relative to our community services district, because I'm looking at districts that are not ratepayer districts. They operate off of primarily property tax revenue. So I read under El Dorado Hills that they had requested a COVID expenditure reimbursement of $128,500. I'm reading that as PPE. Maybe I'm wrong, but if it is PPE and supplies and it's a special district, why wouldn't they be given the same consideration as the fire districts?
Yeah, great question. And I hope as we go through this, you recognize this is an impossible decision. The board's direction from when we first had this discussion, I believe in June or July, was to avoid the complex distribution of funds. And if I start opening the door to one district or things like that, where do I stop for all the other districts? The other consideration that was given is, and you remember the board supported advocacy on this part, for the state to provide a direct allocation for special districts. Now, at the end of the day, the state allocated 100 million. There's over 2,000 special districts in the state of California, so they're not anticipating much money, if at all. But that was the thought process that went into my recommendation in that regard, because I didn't feel I could say, well, El Dorado Hills Community Services District gets something. Jill's here, Cameron Park gets a little less, Georgetown Recreation, something different. That gets into the complex distribution of funds, which increases the administrative burden. So that's the reason, but you could definitely go a different way.
And there is no organization that basically takes all of those entities and puts them together, whether it's a special district association or anything, because I'm trying to look at this from the standpoint of an equity situation. How do we equally treat fire districts and community services districts or similar recreational districts when they're asking for COVID expense reimbursement? Because my guess is with the limited money they have, they're not going to get that.
Correct. And
my interpretation is part of the primary purpose for this is to reimburse for those expenditures that came out of pocket that are not going to somehow be made up. And it's not loss of revenue, right? It's a pure expenditure, which would require receipts to show that this is what we spent for our PPE, et cetera. So I'm just asking if there's some agency we can use similar to the fire chiefs and allocate some amount of money as a maximum that would give that parity or equity between the two types of organizations, non-rate paying organizations.
So 2 comments in response to that question, supervisors. One, the ARPA money has to be used for expenses incurred after March 1st or March 4th of 2021. So are there future expenses? And I'm sure there are. So I just want to make sure you can't.
There's a timeline with it.
Yes, sir. Is there an association that can handle it like the Fire Chiefs Association? Not that I'm aware of at the local level. And I don't think the State Community Services District Association would be the place to do it locally. Could we, in theory, could we ask all the special districts to come together and meet with my office and come up with that? Absolutely, we could. And I think they'd probably be happy to do that. If that's what you desire. But it starts getting into the other concept we discussed in June or July and the analogy was the peanut butter approach.
Yeah.
Spend a little amount to a lot of different people, and you're missing an opportunity to make significant investments. So, but that's the challenge we're here to manage and figure out.
Well, I wish there was an easy way to do this because I'm not trying to complicate the process, but if there was an easy way to do it, and I don't know what that is, I would certainly be in support of that. Giving them equal consideration is what we did with the fire districts. Because I truly think those are out-of-pocket expenses. They didn't budget for it. They just got hit with their normal process. They have to take it out of contingency. And I'm sure like we do, they have a lot of plans to use those contingency funds or whatever they were. But I think an appropriate reimbursement from the federal government to those local agencies in the fact that they don't receive any part of the special allocation. So maybe this is a second year consideration if we allocate some funds. And if it turns out that they're not necessary because the state does reimburse them some portion of it, given the timelines, then maybe that's a middle ground, but I don't want to make it too difficult. I appreciate you're trying to keep this simple and I don't know how to keep it simple, but okay.
And I will, in the staff report, there is a section that's in Legistar of those organizations that received CARES Act funding, because I felt that was important for the board to be aware of.
Yeah.
The El Dorado Hills CSD and the Cameron Park CSD both received some, very little. I don't want to overstate that. El Dorado Hills CSD received about 41,000 and the Cameron Park CSD about 6,700. So nothing near to cover their needs, but I want you to be aware.
How many special districts are we talking here? I mean, we have the 2 CSDs, but then we have GDRD. I mean, I don't really know how exhaustive the list is.
Well, if you Supervisor Parline, if you review the list of all requests, which was an attachment on Legistar,
right,
you will see those special districts that asked for funding.
Right.
I'll just scroll through. So definitely El Dorado Hills CSD, Cameron Park CSD, Georgetown Divide Rec District asked for money. I believe, I'm scrolling through, I believe those were the only 3.
Well, Fallen Leaf, but they asked for
things that I did not feel were
they're not
allowed.
COVID reimbursement, but they may have a COVID reimbursement with receipts for PPE. And that's what I would restrict it to. If they can show us a receipt where they had expenditures beyond what they would normally spend to support the operations, the programs, et cetera, then I think there needs to be a consideration there. But I want to keep it simple. If we can't keep it simple, then we'll let it go. Okay, so maybe, Jill, do you have any thoughts on this? How do we keep this simple?
We closed the public comment,
well,
but
I think you brought it. Well, I brought up the CSD. You brought up the fact that she's here. I'm looking for a way to keep it simple. Can we keep this simple somehow? You're the only one represented one of these districts, I believe. So.
No, I don't think you can keep it simple.
All right, that's what I needed to know. All right, that's what I needed to know.
Honesty. Thank you.
Our need is different than El Dorado Hills, and our need is for a revenue replacement. We're a pretty frugal district, and we were really smart. When we changed our fiscal year 2021 fiscal year budget, we considered what was going to happen with COVID, and any of our PPE expenses would have been replaced by FEMA. And so that's where ours is that we didn't get FEMA money, but we didn't ask for it because we knew we weren't going to get it. So our need is revenue replacement.
Thank you. You answered my question. There's no way to keep it simple, so I'm going to drop the subject because I don't want to complicate this. It's already tough enough. So.
Supervisor Heidel, Klein Morris from the city of Placerville has his hand raised. I'm not sure if you want to include him in the discussion.
So his comment, he is part, I spoke to him this morning. He is part of the business protection group and he's asking to speak in that capacity, not as a representative. And I don't know how you split the hats, but he wants to speak in the context of the business protection group. And it's specific to my recommendation to exclude the cities from.
I think it would be appropriate to hear his comments if you feel it is, because obviously we don't know the conversation you've had ahead of this, but yeah. So please proceed with that, Kim. Because I didn't see the hand up. I guess I'm missing it.
Good afternoon, members of the board. Thank you for allowing me, and I will make this quick because I know you've had a very long day and it's not over yet. So I want to emphasize that I'm speaking from the Business Protection Working Group. I was asked to represent them in making this brief comment. First, thank you for allowing me to speak on their behalf. We appreciate the consideration of the board to allocate funding for small business in our county. After the presentations at your last meeting, it was brought to our attention that the recommendation for funding was to only apply to the unincorporated area of the county. The Business Protection Working Group met on Monday, November 8th, so yesterday, to address this issue and came up with this response. First, the group agreed that the city should not be excluded from the program. We have received information confirming that both cities have allocated funding to other programs to assist small businesses in their jurisdictions. These programs not, I want to emphasize, not specifically all of this is the current round of ARPA funding, but other funding that has been used throughout the pandemic. These programs have included direct funding to assist business, assistance with temporary outdoor dining facilities, and marketing programs to assist and enhance business. Each of these programs were initiated by the cities. In some cases, such as marketing programs, there are no boundaries. Therefore, what is good for one city tends to benefit the other and the unincorporated area. For these reasons, the Business Protection Working Group recommends that the 2 incorporated cities be included in the program. As part of that inclusion, however, the group would like to go back and create some weighted factors that will benefit the unincorporated area. This can be done to hopefully ensure that those in the unincorporated area are given a distinct advantage in the process. In addition, we would like to look at other factors to identify those with the greatest need to ensure that they are funded, such as those who were not funded the first time around with this program. We recognize time is of the essence in this process, and therefore, if approved, we will move quickly to return to the board with the recommended guidelines to implement the program. On behalf of the Business Protection Working Group, we thank the board for your recognition of the importance of small business in El Dorado County. We sincerely thank you for the recommended allocation. With that said, we would also like to add that we are concerned that the funding may likely fall short of those businesses in need. As such, we would request that if funding in other programs is not spent, we would be allowed to request some additional funding to fully fund the small business grant program. Likewise, should we not receive applications to fully use the allocated funding to the small business grant program, we would return the funding for other uses. Thank you for your time and consideration on behalf of the Business Protection Working Group.
Thank you, Cleve. Comments by the board at this point with that request?
Well, the city of South Lake Tahoe asked for reimbursement of small business loan. So that was something that I think they've already been given money. My understanding that they're using either ARPA or CARES money. They're using their
They
own.
use their city general fund for their business loan about a year ago. They are asking to use ARPA money to replace it. My position is they received over $4 million of ARPA money.
That's what it was. They received over $4 million of ARPA money, and they've already spent this money out, saying that it came from the city, by the way, and that it was their funding. So they've been pretty clear on their advertising that it's coming from the city. So and it did. Yeah. We don't give them it. That's my 2 cents on that part.
Okay, thank you, Sue. Any other board comments?
I think last week when we revisited this item, we talked about, I think that's a good idea to prioritize funding in this for perhaps businesses that did not get it the first time, rather than duplicating it first off. I think it was important to also prioritize our nonprofits as they were hit really hard, and they certainly often stand in the gap and meet needs in the community that government can't or shouldn't meet. And so they, I think that's an important consideration. As far as funding for the cities, I'd like my fellow board members to weigh in on that. Yeah.
Anybody else?
I want to ask them, did Placerville receive ARPA money also?
Yes, they received about half of what the city of South Lake Tahoe received is
$2
allocated
million?
based on population. So a little more than 2 million, I
Right.
believe.
Yeah.
Okay. So, yeah, so that would be my concern is if they've already received some funding for exactly what we're funding for, that we do need to focus on our nonprofits first and other institutions that have not been given any funding at all. So.
Yeah, I agree with you, Sue. I think especially with a lot of the other businesses didn't get any money the first time around. And I think that's the ones that we need to support.
So do we want to maybe like prioritize it, do the nonprofits first out of what we've set aside,
do the unincorporated and then kind of see what's there and go from there, maybe? Do we want to
Well,
prioritize
the ask
it
is
that
greater
way,
than the
or-
amount that's being recommended for allocation. So I think there's going to be any number of ways to spend that money. But are you looking for a prioritized list? Because I would agree. I think nonprofits need to be given the
I really-
first
Yeah, they really
consideration.
struggling.
If you did it my way, and I'm saying my way is the right way, is you would approve the recommendation. Kim, can you pull that slide back up again? I'm sorry. About,
We're done looking at ourselves.
it was about 4.1 million. Very good. Small business nonprofit, 4.13 million. Remember, the recommendation is use about 813,000 of that for the fairgrounds.
Yep.
So then the remainder you would allocate for this purpose, and the direction to staff could be to work, it sounds like, start with the nonprofits to see what all the needs are, because we don't have an idea of what the needs of the nonprofits are. And we can return to the board with some recommendations. And one of the reasons I like that, unlike CARES, where we only had 3.5 to 4 months to spend it, we have time
Yeah.
to do this.
Right,
And we can
okay.
return to your board and say, nonprofits need, I'm just throwing them $2 million.
Sure.
And this is how we'd recommend distributing it. What do you want to do with the rest, or where that lands
Let's do
before
that.
an actual
I like that.
distribution?
I kind of like that idea
Yeah.
too.
So the fairgrounds, so funding to the fairgrounds would be separate. You would do that early as opposed to waiting.
That's
So,
my
yes,
recommendation.
Right.
Yes.
I concur with that. I think that makes a lot of
I
sense.
think that's a prudent plan.
Yeah.
See what the need is as we go forward.
Okay.
Okay.
That sounds
So I
good.
think
like
we're
that.
all basically in agreement with the way that you've proposed it. And so with that, any other board discussion on this? Any other comments?
On the whole thing?
Yes.
Well, we need to go through the whole list, I
I
believe.
think you should. I think you should
to-
go through the whole list.
So-
at
Sounds
the
good.
time to do
Sorry,
that.
Kim, we gotta hang out with
All
us.
right.
Back up, Kim.
I think we should, let's just start at the top if you guys are
Yeah,
okay
let's
with
do that.
that.
That's fine. Yeah.
Need the broadband, 5 million. I think everybody agreed
good.
that
Yep.
made sense.
Good go.
Yeah.
Yeah.
What was next? Oh, so that was for Forbay, and I believe that there's also a grant application
Yes.
out for that.
Yeah.
So
Prop
we
68.
could leave this in as a placeholder.
That's what I'm
If we
thinking.
don't
Yeah.
get the-
Let's
if we
don't
not
get the grant.
allocate this right
Yeah.
now.
Right.
So we could have it placeholder though.
Yes,
in case-
placeholder. Yes.
If they
Should
don't.
we talk about
if
year
they don't
one,
get
year
the grant.
two in terms of out, because we only have half the money.
Well, that's true.
We're
Sure.
limited by what we have. We're not
Yeah.
going to commit resources we haven't received yet, right?
Well, I think you can in this case, because
Yeah.
these projects are going to take a lot longer to implement until June of next year.
That's true.
And the programs that are asking for this money need to start be able to planning how to get it spent. So they need some lead time to know. So I'm comfortable that we're not going to overspend the amount we've received
Sure.
between now and June of 2022.
Okay.
Okay, great. So
Okay.
let's wait on that one.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well,
As a
I'm-
placeholder.
Placeholder.
Placeholder,
Yeah.
yes,
I'd like to leave it
placeholder.
there.
Broadband
but-
would move forward with.
Right.
Keep it in as a placeholder.
And if we get the
Parks,
grant,
Forbay,
we'll have-
we would
okay.
hold in
Placeholder.
reserve.
Yep.
Okay.
Very
Keep
good.
going.
Like
Public
that.
health.
The public health seemed like that was reasonable and
Yep.
we
Right.
all understood where that
And I think
was.
that's immediate. It's something we
Immediate,
put
yes,
forward
sir.
this year.
And the behavioral health was very exciting.
Good to
get
go.
that Going.
Good
That
to
was
go on that.
cool.
Yep.
Okay, and then, okay, here we are at the water agency. I think that talking through that with Ken Payne, it seemed like if we started off with the tier 1 and tier 2, I think got us to like 6 million.
It's 6,020,000. So
There
that
we
leaves
go.
$3 million. So I suggest, I agree with Supervisor
Yeah.
Parlin that we leave $3 million out just to give it extra money in the pot for needs.
It'd be
And
about it'd be about 3.5 million.
well, the tiers 1 and 2 come to 6,020,000. Oh, yeah, 3.5 million. Sorry.
3.5 for tier
Should keep my
2,
glasses
right?
on.
Just do tier 1.
Tier 1 and tier 2. is
Tiers
what
1
I'm
and 2,
hearing.
tier 2.
Right. Tier 1 and tier 2
Okay.
only at this point.
And Ken Payne was aligned with that suggestion
Yeah.
too.
Yeah,
So
he
I
even
think
he
nice to
even said
have,
that.
not to spend all our money or allocate all our money.
Yep.
Okay, that one makes sense. And then the Cal Tahoe JPA, that's our building. We should fix it, right?
Yep.
So the
Mhm.
183, analyst, I don't know. Do we really want an analyst for all that? Yeah. Is that for 3 years?
This is the position to do to do the quarterly reporting to the US Treasury. This is for the full 4 years, I believe.
Oh, all four?
Okay.
Awesome. Okay.
We need
And
this.
we're not gonna do the ombuds thing because you don't think we need it the way
The
we're doing this?
direction you're going, I won't need the ombudsman.
Okay, good.
position.
Very good.
Good.
That's good to know. Cool. Environmental management, yes, please. Everybody's good with
Yeah.
that. And
Is that an
then-
immediate or is that a delayed?
The
You-
2.6 million, I would say
2.6.
let them move forward
Yeah,
now.
you saw the photos, how close that was.
Yeah, it's just, I'm concerned that we're already over the 17.5 million or whatever, that we have half of the money, 18.5 million, but
Well, if, to address that concern, Supervisor Heidel, you can do the placeholder now, and we just won't let them spend any money till after we get the
okay.
receipt.
There you go.
I would not want to overcommit
Yes.
funds, meaning we have to take it out of the general fund and start.
Oh, no.
Yeah,
Let
we
that
don't want to
happen.
go there. Okay, very good.
Okay,
And one thing you should be aware of in regards to environmental management, this weekend or on Friday, the president's infrastructure package was passed.
Yeah.
We're still reviewing that.
Mm.
There's a lot of opportunity in there to address many of these other environmental management needs. So
okay,
that we're-
that's
we're
good.
spending
'Cause,
time on
That is
yeah,
good.
It's like $25 more million that we didn't even get to, so.
Maybe even some of the water agency needs too.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that's really good.
Good.
We've already
Yeah.
talked about the small business and nonprofit, right?
Mhm, that
And we
one's
talked about the
good.
fire district support.
Yep.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah.
Gotten through the list?
Yeah,
All right, so I think consensus of the board is we're pleased with the discussion we've had and the recommendations been made. And it's time to open it up for public comment.
Well, but you did
No,
that
we already
last
did
time.
that.
You closed it,
Oh, that's right.
remember?
I'm sorry. We already did that. We closed public comment. Thank you for the reminder. So we're not taking public comment. So back to the board for a motion. Thank you.
was that clear enough direction,
I'll
Kim?
make a-
That
I'll
was
make a
easy,
motion
right?
that we move this item.
Second,
Great.
turn bros.
George, Supervisor Turnbull. All right, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Very
Good.
effectively done. Yeah.
Thanks, Tom.
Yeah. That
Okay.
was a good process. Thank you.
Yes.
Yeah.
So with that, we're going to go back and pick up department matters. So let's take item 29. Kim, if you would read that, please.
Item 29 comes from the clerk of the board, recommending the board appoint a member and an alternate to the California State Association of Counties. So this is just, they've asked that we make our appointment outside of our normal January first meeting appointment. Under the provisions of the CSAC Constitution, members of the Board of Directors and alternates are nominated by their respective Board of Supervisors and appointed by the Executive Committee to one terms of office commencing with the first day of the CSAC Annual Conference. So if you wanted to start your discussion on who you would like to appoint as your member and as your alternate.
So I'd like to put a plug in.
Please.
I have been on CSAC's committee for quite a while, and I have to say, I have a 2-year term going into my 2nd year on the executive committee, which has been
Great.
really meaningful. I have to say, that is a committee of 11 of the 58 counties, and only 2 from rural. I'm only one of 2 from rural.
That's huge.
So, and it's really been a great experience. I would like to continue, finish my last of that. If I could, I'd appreciate it, because I think I'm still learning the ropes, and it's good. That's why they have a 2-year term here. And I'm excited. We're starting again on November 29th. We'll be back there with our regular CSAC conference, and the executive committee will be meeting again and having special events going on so that we can talk again. And I just like to say, I really appreciate and I thank you for allowing me to do this last year. And I would very much like to do it again for another year as our representative.
I'm glad you said that, because I was thinking that we should try to pass the torch.
Yeah.
Kind of thing, which is what we did with some of the other committees a few years ago.
We did.
But I get what you're saying about that. It's kind of a unique.
And that's why I'm asking,
Situation.
yeah, because it's a
Okay.
2-year term thing. And so I'd appreciate that, and I'll happy at the end of the term to get people, whoever wants to go to, I can help you, mentor you into that, because you have to get elected into this executive committee. So you have
Exactly.
to get some of
Right.
those other, and it was quite an interesting vote to get in, and
Yep.
I'm excited.
And that's an important distinction, in
It
my
is.
opinion, having
Yeah.
you're involved with CSAC. So
We sure appreciate you representing us so well on that.
request, and I'm
I would
also
too.
willing to serve as the alternate, but that's open for
Yeah.
discussion as well, because I think we also need to define an alternate. So,
Yeah, that's on here too. Yeah.
Yep.
That works.
That works
For me.
Works for me.
Okay.
okay, public comment, Kim. I don't think we're going to get a lot, but we'll see.
I think we wore everybody out.
Right.
Yeah, I think so.
Now, taking public comment on item 29, individuals will have 3 minutes to address the board. The timer will notify you when you have 10 seconds remaining. Public comment will be taken from those participating in the boardroom and then from those participating through Zoom. For those participating by Zoom, please make sure you unmute yourself when called upon. If you're joining the meeting by phone, press *9 to indicate a desired comment. If you're joining by Zoom, press the raise hand button. Please voluntarily state your name for the record. There is no public comment from the boardroom.
So back to the board.
Oh, 1 second. I just want to make sure there's none with our attendees. Now taking public comment from Zoom participants.
We're done.
There's no.
We're done. Back to the board.
Don't give them a chance. I move to approve the recommendation.
I'll second
There we
it.
go.
I'll second.
Okay. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
Great.
Motion
Thank
carries
you. Thank you,
unanimously.
guys. Perfect.
Thank you.
No,
So
thank you.
let's
You're
move on to the next item, which is item 30. Kim, if you'd read that.
Item 30 comes from the clerk of the board recommending the Board of Supervisors as a result of ongoing concerns related to COVID-19, approve the following finding in order to allow for the continued use of virtual or hybrid board meetings as authorized under Assembly Bill 361. So I'll just briefly state, and then just why we're doing this, then maybe David can jump in with his legal expertise. But in order for us to continue with our virtual or hybrid meetings, and not have to disclose the location of where one of the members of our legislative body is participating, we need to bring this to the board and then continually every 30 days, bring it back to the board so we can move forward with our hybrid meetings.
Can we have this on consent next time?
Certainly, yeah. I think it was felt that since this was the first finding that was being made, that it'd be best to have that discussion so that we could give some explanation to the board and to the public. But Kim and I have already spoken, and we envisioned that should the board take the action recommended today, that everyone after this would be probably a truncated title, and it would just show up on your consent agenda.
Perfect.
Yep.
Yeah, that's good.
So moved. Oh, sorry.
I know.
I do have a comment on this one with the mandatory vaccinations as effective that the president is pushing for effective January 2022. If that's required, I do not intend to participate personally because I'm not going to get tested weekly relative to my activities as supervisor. So I want to put that on the table right now. It's very important to me to maintain this because I don't want to be tested weekly. And I think that requirement is absurd, but that's a personal opinion. But that's where I am with it. So I'm letting the board know at this point, if we get to that and it hasn't been stopped by the courts or something, then that's going to be my position on it because I'm not going to go through weekly testing. I think it's out of character with what the Constitution is. But anyway.
So I'll just note that this kind of modified teleconferencing requirement that's allowed by AB 361, so long as you continue to make the findings, it can remain in effect. The key components of that would, of course, be that the governor's proclaimed state of emergency remains in effect, and that there remain in place recommendations from the public health officer encouraging the use of remote meetings. So long as those two findings can continue to be made, then yes, Supervisor Heidel, you would be allowed to do that. But I do just want to note that one of those core components is, of course, the governor's proclaimed state of emergency. So yes, that is an aspect of this that is a bit beyond the county's control. And to the extent that the governor terminates that emergency, then the provisions of AB 361 would no longer be applicable.
Yep, understand. So subject to change like everything is, but okay. So any further board comment? Okay, open it up for the public, please, Kim.
Now taking public comment on item number 30. Individuals will have 3 minutes to address the board. The timer will notify you when you have 10 seconds remaining to comment. Public comment will be taken first from those participating in the boardroom and then from those participating through Zoom. For those participating by Zoom, please make sure you unmute yourself when called upon. If you're joining the meeting by phone, press *9 to indicate a desire to comment. If you're joining by Zoom, press the raise hand button. Please voluntarily state your name for the record. Seeing no public comment from the boardroom, now taking public comment from Zoom participants. Now taking public comment from 390.
Well, you bet I have something to say about this one. This is Ken Greenwood, District 2 for the time being. Yeah, I'm all for remote meetings. I won't say I'm sitting here in my PJs because I'm not, but I could be. And that's a great thing. And participating in the governmental process remotely is very techy. And it meets all of the Gavinisms that I've been hearing him say for too long now. It's mindful, it's thoughtful, it's I have a list of them somewhere, 3 pages long of all these unique terms that our governor uses. But in this case, yeah, I'd pull those out and use them because It saves time, it saves money. It's like carbon neutral, on and on and on. And it gives people an opportunity that would otherwise not probably make the trip to Placerville. Some of us live a half hour, an hour, or 2 hours, or whatever time away from Placerville. Kind of miss being there, but then again, I'm not a morning person, so to roll out of bed at 8:30 and participate in these meetings, I think is a great thing, and I believe other people are doing so. If only we could get open forum a little earlier, but what the heck, right? But anyway, no, this is a good thing, and I hope it continues well beyond this COVID nonsense. And I appreciate that Chairman Heidel is making a good point on this weekly testing. That is a violation of your body. I mean, they're sticking something way up your nose, right? So, and the efficacy of those tests is very, very questionable. So I would really encourage that this be brought up every month or whatever the state law requires, and that we continue this process. And that, again, I would encourage the board to adopt a policy to encourage this well beyond the COVID, because it meets a whole bunch of stated goals. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ken.
There's no additional public comment.
I'll move the recommendation.
All right, we have a motion, and a second. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
Who was the second?
That was so.
Oh, thank you.
Okay. We're moving too fast, Ken. We'll slow down.
I turned my head and you make the motion.
You blinked again, see? Okay, we're on item 31. Ken, if you would read that, please.
Item 31 comes from Supervisor Heidel, recommending the board approve and authorize the chair to sign a proclamation to recognize Veterans Day and to honor our veterans observed on November 11th, 2021.
Okay, so I'm going to read the proclamation very quickly. Proclamation of the Board of Supervisors of the County of El Dorado in recognition of Veterans Day, November the 11th, 2021. Whereas on Veterans Day, we gather at the El Dorado County Veterans Monument to honor the service and sacrifice of veterans of the United States Armed Forces who have honorably and valorously served the cause of freedom. And whereas there are many veterans among us who continue to their battles and need our never-ending fidelity, support, and encouragement. And whereas long after taking off their uniforms, veterans continue to serve our nation and county as volunteers, public servants, mentors, parents, and community leaders. And whereas greater strides should be made to demonstrate the appreciation and gratitude these local Americans deserve, and to commemorate the service and ultimate sacrifice made by many. And whereas the County of El Dorado has long demonstrated its commitment to veterans by establishing the Department of Veterans Affairs and allocating a portion of county revenues to help the county's veterans and to commemorate what they did and sacrificed for us. Now, therefore, it be proclaimed that the Board of Supervisors of the County of El Dorado calls upon the citizens of El Dorado County to pray for the safety and strength of our troops. As a grateful nation, we are humbled by the sacrifices rendered by their service members and their families out of the deepest sense of service and love of country. On Veterans Day, let us remember our solemn obligations to our veterans and recommit to upholding the enduring principles that define our nation and that are the foundation of our country's strength, and that our fellow citizens have fought and lost their lives to defend and protect. Passed and adopted. I will move the proclamation.
Second.
A second.
The motion and second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Any board comment on this one?
One of the comments I want to make, it was an honor to do the proclamation last year here for the county. So it was an honor, especially one of my family. There's a lot of military background in my family. So thank you for that.
And it'll be my honor to make the proclamation on the Veterans Day, November 11th ceremony. So I'm pleased to do that again. I mean, it's absolutely the right thing to do for all the sacrifices our veterans and our veterans' families have made. So I think we're all consistent in thanking them for their service. That's what it comes down to. So
It's an honored and sacred tradition.
it is. It is absolutely.
Yeah.
So look forward to that. Public comment, if any, Kim?
Now taking public comment on item 31, individuals will have 3 minutes to address the board. The timer will notify you when you have 10 seconds remaining to comment. Public comment will be taken first from those participating in the boardroom and then from those participating through Zoom. For those participating by Zoom, please make sure you unmute yourself when called upon. If you're joining the meeting by phone, press *9 to indicate a desired comment. If you're joining by Zoom, press the raise hand button. Please voluntarily state your name for the record. Seeing no public comment from the boardroom, now taking public comment from our Zoom participants. Now taking public comment from 390.
Ken Greenwood, District 2. Thank you. This is probably one of the more important observances of the year. Only probably exceeded by Memorial Day, where we honor those who died in their service. And bless Rich Buchanan for pulling off and getting that memorial done. I consider it sacred ground. And it was not off topic, but I went there to take some pictures. Oh, it was during the Caldor, early part of the Caldor fire. And saw a man with a little dog. Little dog began to pee on anything over 6 inches. It was a male dog. And I asked him, I thought very politely, if there wasn't a better place for him to walk his dog. He assaulted me verbally and chased after me. I literally chased after me. I haven't run that fast in a long time. But that was kind of an interesting thing that if he was a veteran, I don't know if I apologize or not, but and that was his support dog or whatever. I'm not sure. I wasn't going to stick around because he said he was going to break me into little pieces for making that suggestion. Anyway, maybe something in the future. I don't know about dogs. I don't think they should be there. But anyway, it is hallowed ground, and that's why I brought this up to this individual. And I hope to be there on Thursday, but I may have to take that opportunity to make some money. But anyway, thank you for your proclamation. And it is a beautiful site. And I remember when it was dedicated, it was a day like today. It was raining. Anyway, thank you very much.
Thank you, Ken.
There's no additional public comment.
Okay, so I think we're at that point. We want to consider having twos and froms and then the CAO update. Unless the CAO would like to go first. Okay, we'll do twos and froms. And let's start with District 2 this time and go the opposite progression, and I'll finish. So go ahead.
So I had a great meeting with the Community Action Committee, a meeting that we had. It was really really very, very well. And all Bill Roby spoke on that and was, and all the hard work he has done for, especially with the Caldor fire. So I want to thank him personally, for what he's done. I had a transit meeting that went very well. Transportation went very well, and some of the issues that's going on in our county. Also had a meeting with Raphael DOT and some of the concerns in District 2 and some of the things that's going on there. We also had that meeting with Special District, on the map issue and stuff that came up this, I think it was on Wednesday, I think is what it was last week. Also, I had a meeting with CAO with Don, some of the things, and I enjoy my meetings with him because we laugh and joke too, besides. So it's kind of really neat. Also, we had that 2x2 meeting with El Dorado Hills, and John, I think we finally got somewhere. I think the meeting went very, very well. So I think hopefully that, works out for the future and stuff. But also I attended the Pioneer Days that was on Saturday. And I got to speak and talk about my family history, which Lori always says I got a bush, not a family tree. So, so I talked about a lot of the history and stuff of my family and stuff, how we arrived in this county and the 7 different wagon trains that was brought across the Oregon Trail by my great-great-great-grandfather. So, and the Watkins family that delivered products and stuff to the miners during, when gold was discovered here. So It went very well, and I think the parade was very unique. I think it's great, and I'm glad that we are doing that. I think they're starting to get more involved, because I remember when it used to be called Coloma Days way back when. And so I think this is a great thing, especially to preserve our history of our county. So anyway.
George, District 3.
I won't go over all my individual meetings, but one of the highlights is I want to talk about the Camino Safety Project. We've been working hard on that. There is the next virtual meeting is going to be held, I believe it's next Thursday, November 18th at 5:30. It's a virtual meeting. And at the meeting we had about a week and a half ago, the community residents of Camino Heights, as well as the businesses around that area, shared some strong concerns about closing off that opening. Caltrans was able to share their concerns over the dangerous, conditions. It's a tough situation because we were all led to believe that the project wouldn't be done until December 22. That's a year away, and that's a lot of impact. This week I went up and drove what it would be like to go up to the Cedar Grove exit and back. It's an additional 6 minutes, and if you're doing that a couple of times a day, you can just get a gallon of milk. That's pretty impactful. And so we've had a lot of internal meetings with Caltrans. I'm happy to say, I believe we're making progress on perhaps some interim solutions. And they did update us that the opening of the undercross is now slated to be ready before fire season and harvest season next year, late summer. And that's one thing I was really, really concerned about, that we could not go through another fall season and fire season with that blocked off. So making progress. So I'm appreciative of Caltrans, being open to those concerns and working with us as a collaborative partner. Had a meet and greet with the grand jury. Actually really enjoyed our conversation. I can't talk about what we talked about, but I enjoyed meeting them, and I thank them for all the work they do. And then I also had many people, actually had three applicants apply for my openings on the Diamond Springs El Dorado Advisory Committee. So I was really happy to have, I thought 3. Right now I have 1 opening and 3 responses, and enjoyed those interviews. And so I'll be making a decision soon and bringing that forward, but really appreciate the interest of folks coming forward, and really good people. So those are the highlights for now.
Sorry.
2 weeks, right? Since we did.
No, just one. It was just one.
Just 1 week.
Just one.
Where you been?
We didn't do to and froms last week. Just saying.
Well, we ran out. So
Yeah.
if you want to go
Okay.
back, that's fine.
I'm just letting you know.
Okay.
Because Supervisor Thomas and I tag team cap to cap, which I thought was really good to be representing El Dorado County and our rural concerns there. And we were on the water and air quality teamish kind of meetings. And so there was a lot of talk about, you only get half an hour with these representatives, but still the talk was about a lot about forest management, which ties to our watershed, which ties to catastrophic wildfire and air quality. So lots of those meetings, there was like a bazillion of them, it felt like, and we took turns. Sometimes we were at the same meeting, but it was really good to be there, I think, to interface with our legislators in the Capitol.
It wasn't the same as in-person
It
cap
was
to
not,
cap.
and it
but
took a day or two to get
It
the
did.
hang of it,
It
but
did.
we managed.
We did.
So that was cool. And then the other night I was out in cool Pilot Hill. That community is just really wanting to get going on those design standards, and I've been trying to. So I went out and I gave them a little bit of what to expect when the consultant is hired, and kind of headed them in a good direction so that they are ready to rock and roll. So the communities are out there. Shingle Springs contacts me often too. They want to get going. They're very excited. So just letting the board know that folks are happy to implement our general plan. That's a good thing. And then let's see what else was. Oh, then Supervisor Heidel and I were at the Pioneer Energy, was here last Tuesday after the board meeting. It was so late, but it was really well done. That meeting was recorded. If anybody has any questions, there's a video of it, and it's interesting. I thought that the representatives made it very clear that no, not everyone will have lower electricity rates. Perhaps is mostly solar customers. So if you have anyone that's not sure, they should actually call Pioneer and they will go through their bill with them and do a comparison for you. So, because they don't want to mislead anyone. And that was one of the big questions. So I really appreciated that they were so open about that. And we're not really forcing anyone to, like, you must, but and opting out is an option. So and then last week I had the RCRC has a wildfire and forest stewardship ad hoc meeting that we focused last time on vegetation management and home hardening. And Napa County has a what they feel is a very successful model that I thought maybe I should follow up with them on, because I feel like ours is struggling. So I can work with staff to see about the Napa County model and what they're doing different, because they said that their residents actually enjoy having it. And I went, oh, that's not how our experience is going. So want to check on that. And the CAL FIRE representative that was there that day said that all 24 counties that applied for that Fire Safe Council got it. And they're going to look at expanding it beyond the 18 months. They're realizing how important it is to support our fire safe councils with the grant money. So I was really happy to hear that. And then there was a couple. Oh, Supervisor Turnbull, you and I followed up with Mark Lester meeting.
About that.
Sierra Pacific Industries, and he's going to talk to his higher ups and just see what interest they have in using SPI property in El Dorado County for a potential mill or a cogeneration plant site. But we're really pushing hard to try to make this happen somewhere. We need it so bad. Yeah. And then on Sunday we had the big cleanup. It's called Carriage Hills, but it's at the end of Palmer Drive by the Marshall stuff, the county property. Staff was amazing. Volunteers came out. And we were overwhelmed by how much was out there. So there is going to be follow-up cleanup dates, just in case anybody's looking for a volunteer opportunity. There's a lot out there, but I really appreciated the support that day. We got a lot done, and wow, I could not believe how much more there is to do. My District 4 representative, Liz Powell, on the Commission on Aging, is going to be the chair next year, or president, whatever they call it. And she asked me to give you guys a heads up. She's going to reach out to each of you. She'd love to have a meeting and get your input on what you'd like to see with the Commission on Aging. So heads up.
She's lovely.
She is lovely.
Yeah.
I know. She's a go-getter. Watch
Yeah,
out.
she is.
You say something like, oh, I'm thinking this, watch out, because she's going to do it. And you're like, oh no, okay. And then lastly, last night I went to Cameron Park CSD's meeting. There's a piece of property, the Rasmussen Pond property, which I think I mentioned to you guys before, but the community really wants to preserve it. There's a developer that's looking at buying it, and I see big land use stuff coming. And I have to say, Jill did an excellent job, the general manager of the CSD, explaining to the residents the role of the CSD and what they do versus the land use in the county. So I really appreciated that she explained that to everybody, and that the community is really going to have to come together and figure out how they want to approach this. Okay. So it will be coming to us someday.
Very good.
Yeah.
Sue.
Thank you. Yeah, last Thursday, we had a public town hall meeting, and I say we as the Department of Transportation, up in Lake Tahoe. Well, it was for anyone, but it was Zoom. The conversation was about the right-hand turn lane restrictions from our county roads onto Highway 50 in Myers on those holidays and Sundays, busy days when we have backups to where people are sitting in their car for hours and hours upon hours because the highway gets backed up. So we did a pilot program this summer, but unfortunately because of COVID and then Caldor, we couldn't finish the pilot program. So we're going to be taking the signs down, and not because there's restrictions right now. It says Sundays and holidays, no right turn at 2 streets, North Upper Truckee and at Sawmill Road, which we're excited to try. And it did help somewhat, but it didn't alleviate the issue of the GPS, those apps sending people down our county roads when the highway fills up. And that's the ultimate goal, is to stop those GPS people from putting people up there in our county roads, because it's an issue. So at any rate, so we're going to take the signs down and then try again this next spring, try the pilot program again. Hopefully we won't have COVID or fires or whatever, so that we can at least get that data. We're looking for good solid data on if people would use it and how that would occur, because we just didn't have those big Sunday holidays, obviously during Memorial Day and Labor Day. So hopefully that'll work. And then we also had the opportunity at that meeting to talk about our snow plow issues that we're having up in Tahoe, which the main one is we have money, we have equipment, we can't hire any.
Oh my gosh.
Just the same issue everyone's having throughout the world.
Terrible.
We are short of people. So literally have the plows sitting during our last snow event, and we couldn't get the plows on the road in time. In fact, one of the issues is highway at Emerald Bay had closed, which happens on a big heavy snowstorm, which is what we had our first one a couple weeks ago. And because it closed, we didn't have anybody up in Tahoma, and that is our area. It completely blocks us off. So they had to drive all around the lake over an hour to get to there with their graders and everything. It's difficult. So it really was frustrating. And I heard a lot of calls from people up in Tahoma, very concerned. And we're letting them know that, I think we just approved today. I believe the rental, or is it coming in?
Oh, I
The
thought you
house
were-
home. Yeah, it's a
Yes.
December through March rental. We just approved on consent today. And that's what is helpful. Then we don't have that issue. If there's someone already there, you have to get them hired though to get there. But yeah, it's an issue. So we're hoping that will help alleviate that starting December 1st when we have that rental house over there for our operators. But it's an issue. It's going to be an issue all winter, and that we just can't find enough help. So it's very difficult. And like I said, we're not alone. The entire country is suffering this lack of manpower. So we're hoping that we'll start to alleviate here soon. And then Monday, was that yesterday? Yesterday, we had our Tahoe Conservancy meeting, which we usually have on a Thursday, Friday, but it was yesterday, and I serve as the chair for the board of the Tahoe Conservancy. And we were very pleased. They had a wonderful presentation from our local, it's called the Tahoe Fire and Fuels Team, TFFT. And they have this wonderful presentation on what happened, not just during Caldor fire, but what has happened, what they've done to see improvements in our fire fighting because of some of the work we've already done up there, and to put an exclamation on that, we have another $40 million or so coming to the Tahoe area just for that, again, for more vegetation management. So we're getting money and more money to get that fuels work done. So we're very excited about that. And then probably the best part of the day yesterday during the Conservancy is that we authorized our staff to start negotiations. If you know the old Motel 6 up in Lake Tahoe. Yeah, that sits on a landfill that was put in there in the 60s, I believe, or 50s. And it's on a landfill on sensitive area that used to be a marsh. So we've authorized our staff to start negotiations to buy that for Conservancy land to put it back into its pristine stage and create that marsh again. So it's huge project, and goes along with a lot of the restoration project that the Conservancy has been doing. It's their mission to create these kind of projects and allow the Tahoe to stay blue by allowing this natural flow.
Nice.
Yeah, so we're very excited about it, and crossing our fingers that we'll get it to work.
Oh, that's great.
That's it. Thank you.
Thank you. So I'm going to start out talking about the Pioneer Energy, and Lori mentioned the fact that we had a session with the residents who had questions and stuff. Primarily, they were oriented with people who own solar and what are the nuances with true ups and all of the differences and stuff. So there was a lot of good discussion on that. And I think a lot of valid information for people who are in that I don't know what to do mode relative to my solar. There's some good advice in that presentation. And also, as was mentioned, Pioneer will do an independent assessment for you and give you their thoughts on whether it's advisable to opt into the solar option with Pioneer right away, or wait till your true update and then come into Pioneer if you're willing to do that. But the other thing I wanted to mention is just yesterday it was announced that Pioneer Community Energy won the award for 2020 for the lowest residential electric generation rates in California.
Oh.
So I think we're part of the right team here. And a lot of the speculation and stuff that I've seen in a lot of social media and stuff is, in my mind, if you look at the facts, it's pretty simple to figure out what you ought to try initially, but it's an independent decision, and everybody who wants to can opt out and stay with PG&E if they choose. So that's the nice thing about that whole process. Then on Wednesday, as you know, we had the redistricting meeting. I'm not going to cover that in any more detail. There was also an El Dorado Hills Chamber meeting down in El Dorado Hills where they talked about cybersecurity and some of the big things going on in that area. And I did share with our director of IT a brochure from a company that's in the business park who's offering services to help with cybersecurity for small businesses as well as the county. So we'll see if that goes anywhere, but I think those connections are always helpful because it gives you some more choices that you may not be aware of. And again, it's a local entity. It's not like somebody from San Francisco who's, whatever. So then in addition to that, I had my initial planning and building interim director meeting with Chris on a one-on-one basis. And so that was very helpful, I think, to establish some rapport and to get some understanding of what specific goals are being considered now, recognizing it's drinking from the water hose and all those things. But that was very helpful. And then, as George mentioned, we had the county 2x2 with the El Dorado Hills Community Service District. And I think we really have opened up the communication channels to a much better state than they've been in recent history. And I think Don Ashton's present and Kevin Lowen's presence, along with the two board members on each side, really made a difference of accepting the fact we can do better. Let's figure out how to do it. And I think we got to some of that. So good conversation there. On Thursday, it was mentioned, we had the transit meeting and the Transportation Commission meeting. I'll just highlight the fact that the El Dorado Hills Business Park traffic analysis was finalized. And in that, based upon state funding from Caltrans, they looked at 3 alternatives to rejuvenate, revitalize our El Dorado Hills Business Park with different transportation concepts. And so our county DOT is looking at those as well, but it really is helpful to have that independent assessment. This assessment was done by Fair and Peers. So they are certainly qualified to make those kinds of recommendations. And so we'll look at how we can apply them at the county level, given the fact that we have that base information that's available to us. So, and then on Monday, yesterday, the DOT 3 alternatives, we basically had a meeting between EDH 52, which is AKT, POSCO, and Park and Development Company, based upon DOT's desire to get better information on the circulation around the proposed Costco site. Because we have Country Club Drive and realignments there. We have the Silva Valley Parkway. We have traffic issues. We have Parker's proposed Central El Dorado Hills, which is going to have an entrance off of Silva Valley Parkway. And we also have a school, it's called Oak Meadow School, that needs some help in terms of circulation, in terms of parents dropping kids off, picking them up in the afternoon. The state left us with a horrible mess out there where the traffic stacks up along Silva Valley Parkway mornings and evenings. And so DOT stepped forward with a concept that would alleviate a lot of those problems. To me, it's a linear parking lot type of thing where people progress in. And those are all matters of discussion, but those interfaces where multiple developers get involved are the things that you have to have constructive dialogue and everybody understanding the common purpose. And that's what that meeting was all about. And I think we achieved that to start off with anyway. So the communication channels should be open there, and hopefully we can keep up with the schedule requests that we've had from proponents of the projects and stuff to at least get our work done in a timely manner when we have the information necessary. But a lot of it will revolve around that traffic question. How do you avoid level of service F at 3 specific intersections that were defined as being problematic with all that growth happening in that one area, if it's approved, right? It's always an if. And then Cindy and I participated in a demo that Jose Crummett from our surveyor's office came over. He showed us how to use the surveyor's website and to do different layering and actually get to the point where you can look at population in different census districts and stuff. So that was very helpful from the standpoint of understanding how you can orchestrate it. And then there's also a new tool that I wasn't aware of called Snap It, I think it is. And what it is a capture tool where you can take an image and basically pull that off and put it in anything you want. You can put it in an email, you can put it into a PowerPoint document. And it's similar to what PDF has if you do a capture on PDF. And I didn't realize we had that as a tool. It's a Microsoft tool, and Jose showed that to us. And wow, this is what I've been looking for. Instead of doing a screen capture, you can basically do an edited version of what you want. Take exactly, focus in on what you want, copy it, put it somewhere else. I wasn't aware we had that capability. So that was helpful to understand that as well.
Did Jose tell you he's retiring?
Yes, he did.
Oh, no.
Sadness.
He has made an announcement before the end of the year.
That's
He did
terrible.
extend his plan to retirement because of redistricting, as I understand it. So thank him for
We're
that.
grateful for that, yes.
Man.
But that's going to be another tough replacement
Yeah.
and recruitment process. But I think from what I understand, we've got some good people in-house that are being mentored for that position, that role. And so I'm feeling pretty good about that one from the standpoint of my discussion with Jose. Hopefully you get the same impression.
Oh, yeah, definitely.
They've done their
Great
internal
staff.
work, right? Great
Sadness.
succession planning, right?
Yes.
The
Yep.
department's done an amazing job this year.
Yes, yes, they have, and they continue to do it. So, and then I had my monthly meeting with planning and building yesterday. That's always helpful to understand what's going on in not only my district, but other districts. And then last night, we held a El Dorado Hills Community Council special meeting. The focus was on mental health. We had presentations made by our youth commissioner, Lauren Sumitomo, made a presentation about what they're doing at Oak Ridge High School. Nicole Abram Nukin gave a presentation of what the county is doing, including some of the proposed expenditures of ARPA funds for both public health and behavioral health. So those were highlighted. So it was kind of like a discussion of, we have this issue. We know it's getting worse as time goes on because of COVID. Now we got Caldor over the top of that, a lot of stress, et cetera. How do we come together as a community locally to try to help resolve some of that? And a big part of it's awareness, helping people recognize when there is a mental illness condition and getting away from the stigma. You know, everybody can go to the gym and work out and it's perfectly fine to maintain your physical health. But when you have a mental health thing and you have to go to a wellness center, that's what they call it at the high school, the wellness center. There's a stigma. Oh, you got a problem, don't you? No, I'm just exercising my mental health. That's what I'm doing.
Yeah.
So we're trying to work through some of those things. And I think the discussion was well received. Now we have to look at what the next step is to try to get to more intensive dialogue about what we can all do to participate in that. But it was a good starting point. So I was very encouraged by the results of the meeting. And again, it's all recorded. If you want to hear about it, it's recorded as a community council meeting and we've got it on YouTube. So but good discussions there. And that's my inputs.
I've got to come back
Okay.
also. And we had a meeting yesterday with Greg Stanton and Rod Pimentel and Chris Payne, myself for economic development and what we can do to bring that cogeneration plant to El Dorado County. So been moving forward and he's got a lot of good ideas and he's going to be submitting that to the board here soon. So.
And Pioneers likewise working on that. There's actually a tour of the Lincoln facility. Yeah, so I think we're all working together to try to figure out where that fits, how we make it fit, what kind of supporting funding we can get through grant monies and other things, because those are expensive operations.
Oh, I know.
We can't just step out and say we're going to commit a certain amount of general fund
biggest
monies
issue
to
is
do it.
making sure we have a big enough plant and a feedstock. So.
Yep.
Supply it.
Yep, we'll get there. So with that, CAO update.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. A couple things before I get into the Caldor update. One, just a reminder, next Tuesday during the regular board meeting, there's a second, or I think it'll be the fifth hearing on redistricting. We do have, I think you are all aware this morning, staff posted large maps and right outside the board chambers here. If the public wants to come see them, one of the comments we received during the meetings is looking at it on a small screen and the difficulty in navigating to zoom in on things. So we do have large maps printed there. There's four new maps for consideration and discussion by the board. So I would encourage you to look at those. If the board will entertain this, I would like to ask the board adjourn in the memory of, make sure I get the name right, Bob Kamina. Bob worked in our behavioral health program. He worked in the substance abuse program and was assigned to the juvenile hall. He was involved in a motorcycle accident riding home from work on October 29th and passed away Sunday morning. So if we can adjourn in his memory, I would appreciate that, and the department and the family would as well. And that's why flags are at half staff right now.
Thank you for that explanation. Did I notice that I didn't?
Yeah.
So sad.
Yeah, it is.
So in regards to Caldor, the deadline for residents who want to submit applications for the private cleanup program was November 5th. If anyone missed that and insists on going that way, we will work with them to try to get those in. We've received 23 applications for the private program so far. 14 have been reviewed, and all 14 had revisions, require revisions to it. So staff is working with those individuals who submitted those plans and hopes to get those finalized and approved. In regards to the ROE to sign up for the state program, that deadline is November 15th. This is good news. We've received 693 right of entry forms, a total of 750 parcels.
Awesome.
Yeah, we're over 90% now, which is outstanding. So great.
That video really worked.
That and all the efforts of staff
Yeah, I
to
know.
get
There's a
that
lot of
done.
that. I mean, that's just awesome. But anyway, it's out there because it had a well over, I think, 3,000 views. So that's pretty cool.
Of those 693 that have been received, county staff have processed 608 of them. The state's approved 499, so they're on great track.
Wow.
This is another piece of good news. As of this morning, 59 properties have been cleaned and are waiting soil sampling. And as soon as that soil sampling is done, and assuming it passes, those 59 properties can pull building permits to start rebuilding.
Oh, that's great.
So great. I just
Tremendous
great
progress.
news.
Yeah.
great job by
news.
all the team and staff involved with that. Of the remaining people who have not submitted their ROEs, we're working as hard as we can to try to identify them and have them opt into either the private program or the public program. And the EOC staff is working with county counsel's office to start putting plans in place of those who just simply don't, perhaps those who abandon the property. That will be a legal process we all will have to go through, and you guys will have to make some determinations of, but trying to minimize that as much as we can. And I think we're in good shape
We're in
right
pretty
now.
good shape. Yeah, really are.
That's a big turnaround. That's fantastic.
Oh, yeah, when it was way down for a while there.
And staff are in the final stages of exploring 2 contracts to assist with insurance and recovery, insurance cost recovery and disaster case management to support the Caldor specific staffing to free up some of the staffing resources. We're exploring that, and we think that may be it's contractors who've done it before in other counties and will likely be cheaper than hiring full-time staff to do that. And lastly, the dashboard is being updated to reflect the day-over-day change in ROEs received, accepted, sent to the state, and approved. So there's obviously a slight modification to that, and as well as the number of properties cleaned. So that's continuing to evolve.
That's
as
great.
well.
It's great news.
That's all I have, Mr. Chair.
Excellent. Thank
Awesome.
you. And so we have 3 closed session items, and I want to read that, but I'm guessing we're probably not going to return to open session. Is that a good?
Actually, there's a
expectation?
potential report on one.
Okay, all right. So, because I do want to, as suggested, adjourn the meeting in honor of Robert Kamina. So maybe if we just plan on coming back, is that a good way to do it, to make sure the public hears that portion of it? All right, so everybody can hang after we finish the closed session, and we'll just close it up here with that particular adjournment item. So with that, the board will now recess into closed session to hear items 35 through 37 as specified on the agenda. Anyone who wishes to provide comments concerning those matters may do so at this time.
Now taking public comment on closed session items. For those participating by Zoom, please make sure you unmute yourself when called upon. If you're joining the meeting by phone, press *9 to indicate a desire to comment. If you're joining by Zoom, press the raise hand button. Please voluntarily state your name for the record. There's no public comment.
All right, very good. So you want 5 minutes before we start up the closed session? Is that okay?
Gosh,
5
I
minutes?
can't believe it's a little after 4.
Yeah,
Wow.
not bad. So we'll take a 5-minute before we start up closed session, and we'll get through that and then come back here for the final open session. All right, very good. So we're back from the recess, and we should note that Supervisor Novacell is on return to her residence, and so she's not with us as we come back to the board session. But we do have a report out, so I'll turn to County Council to report on the closed session item.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The board met in closed session and heard items 35 through 37. All members were present. On item 36, on a 5-0 vote, the board provided direction to initiate litigation, the defendants and the other particulars of which shall, once formally commenced, be disclosed to any person upon inquiry. That concludes my report.
Very good. And with that, I would like to adjourn this meeting in respect or tribute to Robert Bob Kamina, who was a long-term El Dorado County employee with behavioral health. Is that correct?
Yes,
And
sir.
so we want to recognize him and all his years of service. He died in a tragic accident, it sounds like. And so we just want to offer our condolences to the family and anyone else who had worked with him. So we wanted to recognize that. And with that, I will adjourn the meeting at 4:56. So thank you all.
Good night.